There are 4 great Dōjutsus: the Sharingan, the Byakugan, the Rinnegan, and the Saishugan. There are several other Dōjutsus that are random offshoots of the originals, but none of them can truly compare to the original 4. For each of the original 4 have a second stage, the second stage being the double-edged sword. The 4 great Dōjutsus, however powerful, are also incapable of blending. No 2 Dōjutsus can create a more powerful hybrid. For when a Dōjutsu activates, it becomes a permanent part of them and will be passed onto their offspring. The other Dōjutsu will remain in the genetic code. But if you activate one Dōjutsu, you cannot activate the others, even if they are in your genetic code. Each Dōjutsu has a strength and power that rivals the others. The Sharingan Dōjutsu of the Uchiha clan, capable of copying any ninjutsu, genjutsu, or taijutsu, predicting movements before they happen, being able to hypnotize one's opponent through mere eye contact, a limited ability to see various chakra types through colors. But its greatest strength lies in its second stage, where it gains its 4 Hijitsu. The Manjikyu Sharingan Eye, the epitome of the Sharingan cycle, capable of using the black flames of Amaterasu, the eternal illusion Tsukuyami, the unstoppable warrior Susanoo, and the raging vortex Kamui. But to gain the Manjikyu Sharingan, you must kill the one that means the most to you, whether it is your friend, sibling, parent, or lover. But when you gain the Manjikyu, its power will not last forever. Gaining the Manjikyu causes the user to slowly go blind. Using the Manjikyu even once will accelerate the process. The only one to ever find a way around this was Madara Uchiha. So desperate to keep the power of his almighty eyes, he murdered his younger brother and placed his brother's eyes in his own. His power remained, but he never went blind again, becoming the first Uchiha immortal. The Byakugan Dōjutsu of the Hyuga clan, capable of seeing chakra in all of its forms at a much higher level than the Sharingan. Seeing things at a telescopic vision, seeing through solid objects, and seeing around oneself at a near full 360 degrees. Like the Sharingan, the Byakugan's greatest strength lies in its second stage. The Reikon Byakugan, the epitome of the Byakugan cycle, capable of using the heavenly archangel, the punishing penance, and the hellish wrath. But to obtain the Reikon Byakugan, you must watch as the one closest to you dies. No matter whom it is, you must watch as the life leaves their eyes forever. Controlling the Reikon Byakugan is a difficult endeavor. Your personality becomes split into 4, the original personality, the heavenly personality, the punishing personality, and the hellish personality. Allowing any of them to gain control outside of one's consent would force the original personality to forever wander purgatory. But using the eye slowly causes the 4 personalities to become one, but becoming one causes the personalities to die and never be allowed to be reincarnated. The only way to avoid this is to defeat all 3 of the new personalities in one's own mind. Only one has ever achieved this. Her name was lost to history, but she did not want the Hyuga clan to ever control this power. She made sure that all future generations of Hyuga were cold and detached to prevent them from ever being close to anyone. The Rinnegan Dōjutsu of the Uzumaki clan, capable of using all of the elements, causing a corpse to be able to move again under the identity of the Rinnegan user, and allows one to create the 6 paths of Preta, Naraka, human, Deva, Asura, and animal. Each path having his or her, depends on the body that the Rinnegan user uses for those paths' own specialty, can also turn deceased animals into a form of summon. The deceased animal will change and warp to become a better tool for what it was intended for. Like all of the 4 great Dōjutsus, the Rinnegan has a more powerful second stage. The Akuma Rinnegan, the epitome of the Rinnegan cycle, capable of using the sub-elements including Hayaton, Mokuton, and Yoton, as well as all the other sub-elements. One can also actually place the original soul of someone and bring them back to life, whether it be in their old body or a new one. To obtain the Akuma Rinnegan, you must kill the person who despise the most, no matter who it is. The Akuma Rinnegan's power comes at a price, however. By gaining the Akuma Rinnegan, you no longer need to eat, drink, sleep, or do any other necessities of humans. But if you do not, then you slowly begin to wither away into nothing more than a crippled pile of flesh, waiting for someone to either kill you or await until your imminent demise. The only one to find a way around this was the Sage of 6 Paths. When he was near the crippling point, he reabsorbed the power of his 6 paths, no longer being crippled, but being in the perfect body for one his age. He had only one child, but he wanted to make sure that the knowledge of how to gain the second level was lost to time. He left knowledge of only the Rinnegan, not the Akuma Rinnegan. His last surviving remnants were Kushina Uzumaki and Nagato Uzumaki. The Saishugan Dōjutsu of the Namikaze clan, capable of using pure chakra to a much higher extent than a regular shinobi. They usually become incapable of using any element outside of their natural affinities. It can force chakra to take different forms, ranging from that of a shield, a sword, or even a seal. A Saishugen is also capable of recognizing and breaking down seals so long as chakra has been applied to said seal. All shinobi are capable of using pure chakra like one would use a sword or kunai, but with the Saishugen it becomes second nature to them. Just like the rest of the 4 great dojutsus, the Saishugen has a second stage, the Kurai Saishugen. The Kurai Saishugen has the ability to instantly cast seals that have been broken down by the eye, can fire raw blasts of pure chakra with little effort, capable of manipulating the chakra within a jutsu that has already been cast, and warp the energy around oneself to a minimal degree. To awaken this stage, you must watch the person you despise most die. Watch as the last trace of life exits their body. The curse of this stage is that you are forever condemned to remember the faces of everyone you have killed or seen die, haunting your nightmares forever. To forget these haunting memories and prevent yourself from going insane, you must learn to let go of the past and find solace. One who succeeded in this endeavor was Minato Namikaze, the last of the Namikaze clan. Minato Namikaze created 2 extremely destructive techniques thanks to his Saishugen, one that only another Saishugen wielder could hope to use. He created the Hiraishin for his family's personal technique, and the Rasengan, that only his sensei was able to master without the Saishugen. Minato Namikaze, son of Neutra Namikaze and Hitomi Hyuga. His father was the last Namikaze, but refused to marry someone for anything but love, even if it meant the permanent destruction of his bloodline. He fell in love with Hitomi Hyuga of the branch family. Their child grew up an orphan because they died fighting in the Second Shinobi War, dying in the other's arms. Minato Namikaze activated his father's bloodline, but refused to marry for anything but love, for the same reasons as his father. He fell in love and married Kushina Uzumaki, the last of the Uzumaki clan. Kushina Uzumaki, daughter of Madara Uchiha and Kazari Uzumaki. Kushina was a child born from rape. After her father had been exiled from Konoha, he went to Whirlpool to start anew. He was so enveloped by rage that when a woman, Kazari Uzumaki, asked if there was anything she could do to help him, he broke her arms and legs before he raped her. When Kushina was born, her mother died in childbirth. Kushina never was able to activate either of her dojutsu. As the clan heiress, she was never put into life or death situations. She didn't know anything about her father until he came to find the child he knew was born there. When she discovered how she was born, she was enraged and disgusted. She used the skills she learned as an Uzumaki and sliced out her father's left eye. Her father wiped out Whirlpool and the Uzumaki clan, leaving only her alive. But before he left, he placed a seal on her. She could pass on her dojutsu, but she would never activate them. Only a Manjikyu Sharingan, wielded by a seal master, could ever remove the seal. She went to Konoha where she fell in love with and married Minato Namikaze. The two were on the same genin team. They were unstoppable together. They made friends with the clan heirs. Kushina would talk and hang with every one of her classmates, but Kushina absolutely refused to go near Fugaku Uchiha. All she saw in Fugaku was Uchiha. She did not realize that Fugaku was nothing like Madara. When everyone including Fugaku asked why she did not like Fugaku, she explained with great detail. She explained how her father raped her mother, how she was made the last of her clan because of her father's genocide on the village. When the story was done, Fugaku Uchiha, the heartless genius, broke down crying on his knees begging for her forgiveness for his relatives' misdeeds. Realizing that Fugaku and Madara were nothing alike, she accepted his apology and they all became great friends. When Kushina and Minato married, not even a month later Minato was named the Yondaime, and not even 2 months afterwards, Kushina declared that they were expecting a child, as were every one of their friends. They couldn't be any happier. Clan alliances were made between all of them. They called themselves the Clan Heads 9. They all were going to have children around the same time. They sort of planned it out that way. 9 months after the declaration, only Kushina and Hayashi's wife had not yet had their children. It was on this day that the Kyuubi attacked the village under orders from Madara Uchiha. The only way to stop the Kyuubi was to seal the demon, and the only thing that could hold the demon was a newborn child, and the only newborn that day was Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. After the sealing, Minato died. Kushina was left in a coma. protected by the most trusted Hyugas. And Naruto became the unwilling host of the very demon his grandfather sent to destroy the village. This is where our story begins. Naruto Uzumaki had the capability to activate the Rinnegan, the Sharingan, the Byakugan, or the Saishugan, but because of Kyuubi's chakra unintentionally leaking into his system, it stunted every possible chance for Naruto to activate his bloodlines. It remained his way no matter how many times he was in a life or death situation, no matter how many times he was beaten near death, his bloodlines never activated. All that changed during Naruto's first C-rank mission. During this mission, Naruto, thanks to the very demon who caused his suffering, had achieved once thought impossible. He was now the only living holder of the most powerful I bloodline to date. Behold Naruto of the 4 Dōjutsu. The beginning. It was supposed to be a simple C-rank, bring Tazuna the bridge builder to wave. They weren't supposed to be attacked by anyone other than bandits. They weren't supposed to fight ninja, but they did. They were fist attacked by the missing nin called the Demon Brothers. Then they were attacked by Zabuza Momochi. Kakashi-sensei had defeated him, but before he could finish him off, he was taken by a female hunter nin, who was really his accomplice. They had trained the whole week to fight Zabuza. They thought they were ready. They were not even close. On the bridge, surrounded by mirrors of ice, was Naruto Uzumaki, holding the dead body of his best friend. Is this the first time you have seen a loved one die in battle? Is this the first time your heart has been wrenched out of its chest? Spoke the false hunter nin. Naruto just stood there, holding the body of the last loyal male prodigy of the Uchiha clan. No, this was not the first time Naruto had seen a loved one die. This was not the first time he had his heart wrenched from his chest. Oh, how he remembered that incident well. It would forever haunt his memories, until his dying breath. Flashback. It was October 10th. Naruto was sitting out in the rain, holding the cold body of a young girl with sparkling blonde hair and piercing green eyes. Her name was Chiyo. She had taken a wound to her that was slowly and painfully killing her. The culprit, a tall blue-haired man, a former ANBU that specialized in assassinations, he had lost his wife in the Kyuubi attack, and hated Naruto for holding the monster. Ha 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 ha. How does it feel, demon? To see someone close to you die? Feel my pain before I do the same to you, monster. Yelled the crazed shinobi. Naruto felt rage welled up inside of him. All the rage and hatred that he had hidden over the years was finally released. He wanted to kill the bastard. He tried to hurt him by killing an innocent. He would die. You bastard. I'll fucking kill you. Naruto ran at the man who was unaware of Naruto's attack. Naruto plunged the kunai that the man shoved into Chiyo's arm right into his heart. Naruto shoved the kunai deeper into his heart, staring into the eyes of the man that killed the person he cherished most. He hated the man. He had never hated anything, not hated anyone, more than he hated this man. He had endured Konoha's hatred towards him, so be it. But when he hurt Naruto's only friend, he would die. Naruto watched as the life slowly drained from the terrified and crazed eyes of the bastard shinobi. Join your family in hell, you son of a bitch. Naruto shoved the kunai one last bit into his heart, seeing the last bit of life drain from his eyes. Naruto stood up and ran back to Chiyo's side. No, Chiyo, don't die, please don't die. Don't leave me alone. Chiyo looked up at Naruto. Naruto, please. I don't think I can make it, Naruto, please. Kill me. Naruto was horrified. He couldn't possibly kill his precious person. Chiyo, please don't ask me to do that. We can still. Naruto. I'm dying. Please end this pain for me. Please. Naruto couldn't believe what Chiyo was asking him to do. But she was in pain, he couldn't stand that. So with great reluctance he raised the blood-stained kunai, Kami-sama, forgive me, and plunged it into her heart to give her a quick death. Naruto-kun. Naruto turned to see Chiyo's beautiful green eyes, seeing the life drain from them. Let me look into your eyes. Let me have the sight of our eyes be the last thing I see. Naruto never turned away, granting Chiyo her final wish. He watched as the life drained from his most cherished person, the one he had killed, to end her pain. Naruto swung his head back and roared to the thunderclouds as the rain pelted his tear-stained face. Nu! The lightning crashed around them as he roared in despair. Naruto, at 11 years old, would never forget what he had done. It would haunt his nightmares. forever. Flashback Kai. And now here he was, holding his precious person, just as he had held Chio not even a year ago. He could feel the white-hot tears flowing down his face as the red chakra bubbled around him. He could feel the cold, lifeless body of his self-adopted brother and rival. How he wanted to have the power to hurt the damn hunter bitch. How he wanted her to suffer for killing his brother. Little did he know, at that very time, the very demon that caused the damn villagers to hate him so much was granting his wish. Mindscape, same time. Kyubi, the heiress of the Kitsunes and the most powerful demon outside of the Kitsune clan leaders, was disgusted. She had been imprisoned in the boy for over 12 years. When she woke up not even minutes ago, she looked at her host's life. She saw every beating that he had endured because that thrice-damned Uchiha had forced her to attack a village that she held no quarrel with. They condemn a child for something he did not control, all because of me. Kyubi sobbed to herself, loathing herself for hurting such an innocent soul. I will make it up to him. But how? Kyubi thought perhaps she could give him a bloodline. But that would cause him to become a Hanyu. She sobbed even harder, hating herself for not being able to make it up to her. She then noticed something. She looked at his family history. She then had the biggest foxy grin on her tear-stained face. I just may have found a way to start making up my debt to you, Naruto Kuin. Where the fuck did the Kuin come from? Deciding to leave that thought for later, she activated the bloodlines of Naruto, the 4 great Dōjutsus, and gave them a way to be compatible at last. But she was not done there. She made sure that Naruto had all the power he could get from the Dōjutsus, feeling that if anyone deserved their power, it was Uzumaki Naruto. She regrettably decided to make Naruto physically relive the memory of his friend's death, to activate the final stages. Naruto Kuin, please forgive me for causing you this pain. I feel my debt to you will never be repaid, but I will do whatever I can to make your life better. Knowing that each Dōjutsu had a downside, she flooded the prepared product with her chakra to purify them. Well, I may have been able to keep himself from making it impossible to use the eyes, but they will still have their downsides. At least the downsides are now only chakra-based. Being satisfied with her finished project, she painfully began the activation process. Naruto Kuin, I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive me for the pain I am about to cause you. She then began the process, never noticing that her tampering broke the seal that bound her. Back with Naruto. As Naruto was crying, he began to feel pain in his eyes and forehead. It started out small, then erupted into a pain far worse than any beating he had ever endured. He felt his eyes burning. He felt his forehead cracking in 2 places, both of them right above his eyes. He felt the flesh split and blood pour down his face. He clutched his forehead and felt the flesh surround 2 holes in his forehead like they would an eye socket. He then touched the inside of the holes and felt the blood forming together, solidifying, forming some sort of flesh object. He screamed in pain as his own chakra mingled with the red chakra that he knew was the 9-tailed fox's. He did not notice the chakra coming together nearby him as it began to form a solid object, an object very human-like. All he felt was insurmountable pain. He heard tears of what sounded like sorrow, and he then felt himself be embraced from behind by a pair of arms. He felt the pain slowly die down until it was non-existent. He turned around to see the face of possibly the most beautiful woman he had ever seen. He finally looked down into his puddle of tears and blood to see his reflection. Seeing a 4-eyed blonde staring back at him, Naruto of the 4 Dōjutsus was born. Finally, I had some writer's block in how Naruto can use all 4 of the eye techniques, with different drawbacks thanks to Kyubi's tampering. Naruto could not believe it, where once he had 2 eyes, he now had 4 eyes. How the fuck did that happen? He did not have time to ponder this thought anymore because he sensed a series of projectiles coming in from his left and right sides. He jumped up and knocked the Senbon away. Wait. He knocked the Senbon away. The class dobe who could not even hit the center of the target at the academy had knocked away a Senbon? I do not know how you managed to do that, but it won't help you. I will fulfill my purpose to Zabuza-sama. Haku then placed her hand in a half-Tora seal and sent hundreds of ice needles in Naruto's direction. Seeing no way to dodge, he hunkered down and waited for the onslaught. It never came. He looked up to see a young redhead, probably only a year older than him. Her body was riddled with the needles that had almost hit him. You bitch! Naruto felt his rage boil. He turned to the one known as Haku, but before he could move a single inch, the ice in the mirrors shattered. What the fuck just happened? Naruto could not be any more confused. First he blocks a bunch of senbon before he even sees them, then he apparently shattered a Kekii Genkai just by looking at the user. What's next? Black flames from his eye. How the hell did I do that? With Kakashi and Zabuza. They had both seen what Naruto did. Kakashi was wondering what Naruto could possibly have done to shatter a Kekii Genkai. Zabuza was incredibly confused. How did this Gaki defeat his daughter's Kekii Genkai? They stared at Naruto until he looked up in their direction. When they saw his face, they were creeped out and amazed. Naruto now had 4 eyes, each one was different. In Naruto's eyes were the 4 great Dōjutsu. In the eye above his original right eye was the Sharingan. In the eye below his Sharingan was the Saishugan. His original left eye was now the white of the Byakugan, and the eye above his Byakugan. He had no idea what it was, but it had a single small black pupil and was surrounded by Vario's rings. He thought perhaps someone else would know about it once they got back to Konoha. But why the hell did Naruto have the Saishugan? The only person he knew of who possessed that eye was... Realization dawned on him. Minato-sensei. Zabuza was confused as hell. Haku could never be defeated by a lowly genin. Nobody could break her Kekii Genkai. It just wasn't feasible. Zabuza stared at the kid and finally realized what the hell happened. The child had the 4 great Dōjutsu, and they were in their second stages. That was how he did it. The Rinnegan's second stage allowed one to control the sub-elements to a degree. But how did this kid possess all 4 of the great Dōjutsu? Anyone who had heard the legends of the Dōjutsu knew they were incompatible. He stopped pondering this when he saw the child turn to the now terrified Haku. No, he would not let his daughter be harmed. Fuck his missing nin bravado. No one hurts his daughter. He rushed towards the boy to protect his child. Back with Naruto. Naruto turned his head to the now terrified girl and walked towards her. When he was only a step away, he felt someone come at him. Completely on instinct, he raised his arm and charged chakra into it, stopping what appeared to be a heavily used guillotine. He turned his head to see Zabuza, but he then turned back towards Haku. The strange thing was when he looked into her eyes, he saw the truths about her. He saw that Sasuke was not dead. He released the guillotine and shoved Zabuza back by pushing the sword. He walked over to the red-haired girl and lifted up her injured form bridal style, causing her to blush a Hinata-style red. Apparently she liked him. Yes, Naruto knew that Hinata liked him, and he himself liked her back. But he was afraid of what people would do to her if she was dating the Kyuubi brat. Naruto began walking towards Kakashi-sensei when he heard clapping. He turned his head to see a short, portly-looking man standing in front of what seemed to be about 300 thugs, carrying weapons from axes to katanas. Well, it seems that the so-called demon of the mist can't even beat some 4-eyed genin freak. No matter, my thugs should be able to kill all of you. The one Naruto assumed as Gato then sent a lecherous grin towards the 3 girls on the bridge. But I think I'll keep the little girls. They would definitely prove an exotic fuck. The rest of the thugs licked their lips in anticipation to possibly rape the girls. Oh, by the way, Tazuna, you might want to hand yourself over. Especially when I have this. Gato pointed behind him to see Tsunami being dragged up with her son. Both in chains. Naruto was about ready to run forwards when he stopped to think. No, I need a plan. How can I get them out of there if they are surrounded by over 300 thugs? But what? If only I could take out all those thugs without hurting Tsunami or Inari. Naruto's thoughts were answered when he started to feel a stinging in his top right eye. He looked at the thugs, he saw Kakashi looking at him with a wide eye. But when he looked at the thugs, he saw what appeared to be a swirling mass pulling anything it could grip into it. The thugs started lifting off the ground before they were brought right into the vortex where they were shredded. He saw the blood pour out of the vortex. This continued until only Gato, Tsunami, and Inari were left on the bridge. What the fuck did you do to my menu? Gato had looked directly to Naruto, who was running right at him, followed by a very pissed of Kubariki-wielding Zabuza and a Chidori-charged Kakashi. Gato did not even have time to blink. He was kicked up in the air by Naruto. He did not reach the ground before Zabuza leapt up in the air, cutting him in half at the hip. The last thing Gato saw was a ball of lightning being shoved into his face. Naruto was exhausted and fell to his knees. Shit, that took a lot out of me. Hey Kakashi-sensei, can I get a little help here? Naruto did not realize just how much chakra he used using all 4 of the great Dōjutsu's final stages. Kakashi was amazed. Naruto not only had the Sharingan, but the Byakugan, the Saishugan, and some other Dōjutsu. But the most amazing thing was that his Sharingan had morphed into a pinwheel shape. Naruto had the Manjikyu Sharingan. Naruto's was slightly different yet similar to Itachi Uchiha's. Naruto's Manjikyu was shaped like a 3-point curved shuriken. It seemed to have a smaller petal arrangement inside each groove, separating the points. Kakashi knew that the Manjikyu Sharingan was extremely powerful, but he wondered who of Naruto's parents had it. Kakashi decided to leave that thought for later. He went to help up Naruto when he was pushed aside and saw Naruto be embraced by Tsunami and Inari, both sobbing. "Thank you, Naruto-kun, thank you. If you hadn't killed those monsters, we would have been tortured and sold as slaves. I would have been separated from my only child to be used as a sex slave." Tsunami burst into tears while burying her face into Naruto's comforting embrace. 3 hours later at Tezuna's. Team 7, Tezuna, Tsunami, and Inari had arrived at the house with Zabuza, Haku, and the now identified to Kakashi Kyuubi. They had to carry Naruto because he had overexerted his chakra, much to Sasuke and Sakura's ire and to the joy of Kyuubi. They had just laid Naruto's exhausted form on the couch before the questions started. "Alright, Kakashi-sensei, why the hell does Naruto have 4 eyes? Why are the missing Nin that tried to kill us here, and who the fuck are you?" Sasuke was confused as ever seeing the Kyuubi. He was glad he activated his Sharingan, and was amazed that he held his own against the Hunter Nin. Kakashi did not know how to explain this without breaking any S-class laws. What could he say? Naruto has all 4 of the great Dōjutsus because he had the Kyuubi sealed inside of his body. Oh yeah, that wouldn't be breaking any laws. Just as he was about to speak, Kyuubi decided to talk. "Kakashi-san, I will explain. You can't reveal some of the information that they need." Sasuke and Sakura were confused. What couldn't Kakashi reveal? "Now to begin, I will tell you who I am. I am the Kyuubi no Kitsune." Everyone but Kakashi was surprised at this. Here, standing in front of them, was the very demon that had destroyed their village. But she seemed so gentle and kind. "I am sorry for what I did over 12 years ago. I was not myself. An Uchiha by the name of Madara. He used the power of the eternal Manjikyu to gain temporary control of me and forced me to attack the village. I was imprisoned inside Naruto by your yondaime. I never wanted to attack the village. I woke up after 12 years and viewed my host's life. How can humans treat their young so horribly? He was beaten to death on his 5th birthday. How can they be so cruel?" Kyuubi was sobbing with her face in her hands. Tsunami was trying her best to comfort her. Sasuke and Sakura were appalled. If Naruto was treated that badly, then why weren't there any scars? "Kakashi, if what she says is true, why aren't there any scars?" questioned Tezuna, appalled that someone could do something so despicable to a child. "The reason Naruto wears that jumpsuit is because it was layered with hundreds of genjutsu seals that never fade thanks to the special cloth in it. Naruto has scars covering every part of his body. He has been beaten by most of Konoha's population." Sasuke and Sakura were appalled. Naruto endured that. They went to Naruto's sleeping form and removed his bright orange jumpsuit. When they finished removing it, a shimmer went across Naruto's sleeping form to show hundreds of scars covering his whole body. Where Naruto's whisker marks were, there was a large scar in each place, carved in by a sharpened kunai knife. They looked at Naruto's chest to see a diagonal scar leading from the top of his left shoulder to right below his hip. They also saw burn marks that seemed to come from Keton Jutsu. Most of the burns were just rough skin now, but when they turned Naruto onto his back, it looked like he had the Kyuubi no Kitsune carved into his back with white-hot kunai knives. They looked at his right arm to show that it had been cut off and then reattached at some point. Not being able to take any more, Sakura ran from the room with tears in her eyes, while Sasuke was shivering like a leaf. "Kakashi, is this how your village treats its heroes? He saved your village by holding this demon, no offense, in his navel, and they beat him for something he could not control. I am wondering if we should ever hire from Konoha again after seeing what they did to a child." Tezuna was seriously miffed. Here was a child no older than 12 that had been beaten because he was a prison for a monster. Narrow-minded fucks. Jiren and G, everyone turned around to see that Naruto was now waking up. "My head hurts like hell, damn it." Sakura and Sasuke were staring at Naruto, and Haku was wearing a blush seeing Naruto's well-toned chest. "Why are you guys staring at me?" Sakura handed him a mirror. "Thanks, Sakura-san." Naruto looked into the mirror to see 4 eyes staring back at him. "I thought that was a dream." Naruto was now hyperventilating. Tsunami ran across the room and started rubbing her hand on his back, trying to calm him down. What the fuck happened to me? Naruto was saying his words in between breaths. Kyubi came forward and began to explain. As soon as the explanation was done, Naruto looked into Kyubi's eyes. He saw she was not lying. I forgive you. Then Naruto asked the question that everyone was wondering. Why the hell do I have 4 eyes? Everyone looked at Kyubi, who had on an uncomfortable grin. She then told everyone how she went through his DNA and found a way for the Dōjutsus to be compatible. As well as the fact his second stage now only caused the major downsides if he overexerted his chakra or used what was left of Kyubi's that was still in her body. At the end of it, Naruto did a very Hinata-like feint. Thump! Naruto woke up feeling well rested, but his head was still splitting. He would definitely have to figure out some way to use his new dojutsus without overdoing it. He was going to have a hard time finding an eye to hide them though. He could only imagine the villagers' reactions. Oh god, the demon shows its true colors. Let's kill him instead of understanding him while praising the man who made his life hell. Yeah, that would likely happen if he did not figure out some way to present this to the council. Unfortunately, without any living relatives, there was no way he could prove it. Little did Naruto know that the woman, who gave him life, was awaking from her 12-year coma. Heavily guarded Hyuga Hospital. Kushina Uzumaki was now waking up and opening her eyes after 12 years of hibernation due to birth stress. She did not know how long she was asleep. She thought she was asleep for a few days. I wonder where Minato-koi is. I can't believe I have been asleep for the past few days. She had thoughts of hugging her husband, hugging her child. Oh my god, Naruto, who has been breastfeeding him, I have to find. Her yelling was cut off when the door to her room opened with a shaky-looking man around his 40s, and he greatly resembled Hayashi. Hi, I just need to get out of here. Do you know where my son is? He was born a few days ago and I was wondering if... Could you please stop staring at me, it's kind... Kushina! The old man jumped at her and enveloped her in a bone-crushing hug. Whoa there, old-timer. I don't swing that way. Kushina was confused. This old guy knew her and seemed relieved to see her. Who the hell are you? Are you an older relative of Hayashi Baka? The old man seemed to gain a twitch in his forehead. Kushina. It's me. I'm Hayashi. Kushina could not believe it. Here was her old academy buddy Hayashi. In his 40s. The last she remembered, he was only 29 years old. She slowly calmed down and asked the question that was now eating away at her. Hayashi, how long have I been in a coma? Hayashi knew that Kushina would not take this well. Kushina, you have been in a coma for near 12 years. Kushina could not believe it. She could not believe it. She had been in a coma for almost 12 years. She had missed breastfeeding her son. She had missed his first birthday. She may have even missed him graduating from the academy if he decided to join. Only one word escaped her lips. Naruto. Back with Naruto. Techo, Naruto sneezed, completely waking him up. Someone must be talking about me. The thought of the villagers popped into his head. He seemed to suffer their ire even when he was out of the village. His thoughts of the villagers stopped when he felt the urge to use the toilet. Knowing that holding it would make it worse, he decided to get up, when suddenly realizing that he couldn't move. He panicked, thinking that he was going to be tortured in some way, tried to wiggle free to turn his head to the left and see the Kyubi. So he wasn't dreaming last night. He tried to move the other direction and looked to see Haku. Now Naruto was really confused. He had no idea what to do in this situation. He had 2 extremely beautiful girls snuggling under his blanket right up to his chest. He tried to move his hand when he brushed up against something, causing Haku to moan in her sleep. Shocked by the clearly pleasurable moan that Haku made, he looked under the low covers to find that while Haku wore a very thin silky nightgown, Kyubi was wearing absolutely nothing. He now saw how beautifully fair Haku-chan's skin was. It looked to be as pure as the fairest snow. There was not a single flaw in any part of her soft skin. Kyubi-chan's skin was also fairly beautiful. It had a slight tan to her skin tone. It looked like a beautiful burnt tan. It had a slightly rougher texture, but it felt so soft to the touch. Naruto was now subconsciously rubbing both of their skin, waking them up. Haku and Kyubi woke up to find Naruto stroking their skin. This knowledge caused them to blush before sending each other a mischievous grin. So Naruto thinks we feel nice. Why don't we return the favor? was the thought that both could see in the other's eyes. Naruto was unaware of what he was doing until he felt a hot breath on his ear coming from Haku. It sent such a pleasurable chill up his spine. Naruto-kun, does my soft, supple flesh feel good to you? The clearly sensual question was made even more sensual by Haku grinding her hips into Naruto's thigh, eliciting an even louder moan from her. What about me, Naruto-kun? Doesn't my flesh? Kyubi grabbed his hand that was rubbing her back and guided it to. Does my flesh please you? She guided it to her sternum right in between her impressive C-cups. She pushed his hand into both of her breasts, causing her to release a moan filled with ecstasy. Don't we please you? Both girls asked with a very sensual lust-filled look in their eyes. Naruto could not take it. He was used to getting beat up on his birthdays. He was used to eating poisoned food. He was even used to being stabbed near to death. This is not something he was used to. Two extremely hot girls were currently using his body as a pleasure toy. Running out of options, he did the first thing that came to mind. HHHHHHH. Naruto yelled, skyrocketed himself off the fold-up bed and onto the ceiling fan just above him. A trail of blood signified he was trying to contain a nosebleed. Haku and Kyubi looked at each other before bursting out laughing. It's true that they were attracted to the four-eyed blonde, but they did not expect their flirting to do that. They continued laughing until the wall separating the living room and the kitchen was busted down, showing a Kubariki-wielding Zabuza wearing bunny slippers, a Sharingan-wielding Kakashi, and Sasuke with both of his eyes activated while wearing a shirt that said, "I love tomatoes." The sight that they came across could not be any more disturbing. Haku and Kyubi were either naked or were wearing skimpy clothing. They were wrapped up in a blanket that looked like it had been recently thrown off, and Naruto was hanging from the ceiling, muttering about overly sensual girls and how he was not an Aroshigen. Zabuza was looking at his daughter and back at the twitching Naruto that had just been taken off the ceiling by a very proud-looking Kakashi. Haku, I think it's about time we had. Zabuza was dreading this. Why couldn't her mother do this? Oh, that's right. She was in Konoha waiting for them. The talk with Kakashi. Kakashi could not be any more proud of his student. He had gotten to sleep, not that kind of sleep, you pervs, with two absolutely stunning ladies. Well, technically one was an all-powerful demoness, but both girls seemed to have an attraction towards him. And with his new bloodlines, he could fall under the Clan Restoration Act, meaning multiple wives. Kushina-sama would so kill me for the way I am going to corrupt my student. He knew that Kushina would kick his ass for corrupting any children. With Kushina had just stopped bawling when she felt a strange sensation run up her spine. Overprotective mother senses, tingling. At the mention of the word mother, she went back to bawling while Hayashi and his wife tried to calm her down. Nit-Era was a beautiful woman. She was a refugee from the Hidden Rain village. Her eyes were a beautiful mauve and her hair was a stunning violet. If Hinata did not have short hair and the Byakugan, the two of them could practically be twins. Albeit one was taller than the other and was extremely possessive of her husband. Being possessive of what they claim as theirs is a problem that most women in Nitara's family have. Hinata seemed to have carried that trait in regards to Naruto. Kushina had just been told about everything Naruto had endured, down to the last beating. She could not believe that her son lived through all that. Why didn't you take him in Hayashi? Why did an O1 take him in? Kushina was angry. The alliance between their clans stated that when one of their own was in trouble, the other would come to assist. Why did none of her friends take Naruto in? Kushina, we tried everything we could to adopt Naruto. But the civilian council and the elders managed to block us at every turn. We managed to hold enough power to keep Naruto from getting executed. But that was as far as we could go. Kushina was now quivering in rage. The council tried to have my son executed? The venom in her voice terrified the room's occupants. Those fuckers are dead. Do you hear me? Dia ad. Kushina ran straight for the clothes that have been sitting on her bedside and pressed a seal her husband had placed on it and pulled out her special friend. She was now holding the same blade she had used to slaughter 117 IWA and Kumo shinobi that were invading Konoha. This very same blade is what got her the nickname, the Red Death, and now she was going to use it on the fuckers who tried to murder her child. She started walking right towards the door before she was grabbed by her arms by Nit-Era and Hayashi. Let go of me. I'm going to kill those bastards. Kushina was struggling from being in a coma for the past 12 years. No, Kushina, you can't go out here and kill. Fuck you, Hayashi. I can't believe you would allow these monsters to go on living after what they have done. Have you never wanted to hell my son? I have wanted to kill the fuckers who dare call themselves human beings for so long. The Hyuga elders and I, the branch house even, were ready to go out and kill half the village for what they did to Naruto. But before we could even leave the compound, Naruto found out about our plan. He begged Kushina. He begged us to not hurt the villagers. He begged on his hands and knees to forgive them. We wanted so badly to go out and kill every person who harmed him, Kushina. But we saw that doing that would only hurt him more than he already was. Kushina stopped struggling. She turned to face Hayashi. How? Kushina was confused. How could he stand them after what they have done? Kushina, this time it was Nit-Era who spoke. For some reason or another, he sees the village as precious to him. He often talks about how great his family must be, but he sometimes wonders if they abandoned him. If he saw you, his own mother, after so long, kill every villager who had ever wronged him, Naruto would go insane. He would more than likely run away from the village and hang himself for the dogs to eat before coming near you. The conflicting emotions just would not process properly in his brain. Kushina remained silent. She was right. If her child saw her do such a thing, his own mother, killing anyone he viewed as precious, he would kill himself to relieve him of his mental torment. Kushina broke into tears, thinking that she had failed as a mother in every way. Back with Naruto. Kakashi-sensei had just finished giving him the talk. Did sensei really have to use his damn perverted book for reference? He saw Haku walk out of the room with Zabuza before she started blushing tomato red at the sight of Naruto. Naruto was not faring much better. He could not even look in Kyuubi, Sakura's, Tsunami's, or Haku's directions without having to cover his nose to stifle a nosebleed. He walked into his room and decided to check out his wardrobe. He was still wearing the same Kill Me orange jumpsuit. He loved the jumpsuit, not because it was orange, but because it was the first and only gift he had ever received. He knew it was from Kurenai and Anko. The two of them always were looking out for him when he was a child. He knew that they thought he was cute. Every time he looked into their eyes, he saw a weird sparkle. The same time he saw, in Hinata-chan's eyes, the realization hit him: the Genjutsu Ice Queen and the Snake Mistress loved Naruto. But why? With Kurenai and Anko. Sachou, both of the beauties sitting at the table, sneezed. "Whoa, someone must be talking about us," was Kurenai's reply. "I wonder if it's Naruto-kun." "Oh, bad Kurenai, he's 8 years younger than you." But still, Kurenai was depressed. She had fallen in love with Naruto when her and Anko made him that orange jumpsuit for him when he was 7. She was only 15 at the time, so she had no idea that spying on someone that young in the shower was a bad thing. When she heard about pedophilia happening on the other side of the village, she was ashamed of herself. She tried to forget her feelings for Naruto, but she couldn't. She had fallen for the blonde fox boy. Anko was in the same boat. She remembered how she fell for the little Gaki who was 6 years her junior. She remembered that it was thanks to Naruto that she still had her innocence. Flashback. Anko had just been declared innocent by the Hokage for being a traitor and was now walking to her new apartment. She was just about to unlock the door when she was grabbed by her arm and then thrown into an alley. She looked up to see the faces of the council members who were adamant in her execution. They were wearing very lecherous grins. So the snake whore thought she could walk home alone without being assaulted. "You may be allowed to live by Hokage's word, but we are still going to punish you. But we are going to have lots of fun out of it." The 3 councilmen, who were probably in their late 30s, were advancing on Anko, who was no older than 10. Anko was scared. She was so terrified. "I'm going go furs. I ned's a good F's hey." The fat and drunk council member started advancing on her faster, but before he could reach her, he was tackled to the ground by a bright blonde flash. The blonde-haired street rat, who seemed no older than 4, then proceeded to punch the councilman hard enough in the face to make some serious damage. "You bastard! Smash! How smash? Dare smash you! Smash do smash something, smash! So, smash disgusting, smash you! Smash pelican!" The blonde-haired Gaki then grabbed the councilman's hair and used his adrenaline-pumped body, threw the fat ass across the alley into a bunch of garbage cans. Just as Naruto was about to go finish the fat ass off, the other 2 council men ran towards him. Not wanting to see him get hurt, she grabbed a nearby trash can and threw it at their heads, forcing them to smash into the brick wall, killing them instantly. He started getting up before she saw that the blonde Gaki had been thrown across the alley with a kunai embedded right next to his heart. The fat counselor then ran over to her and grabbed her by her throat. "I was going to let you live after I fucked ya. Beat is a mess, I ain't having that luxury. Any less words before I. His sentence was see you off when the blonde Gaki sliced at his ankles, forcing him to fall over. Anko had fallen down but was too in shock to move. The blown grabbed a nearby wrench that seemed too big for him to possibly pick up. But adrenaline does wonderful things. He then took a couple kunais and stabbed them into the portly man's hands. H. Please haha have merc ehh. A kunai knife was shoved into his spine to keep him from squirming. You begged me for mercy when you were about to rape her. I got a news flash for ya. I'm all out of mercy. Die you fucking bastard. Blondie raised the giant wrench above his head before he brought it down right on that asshole's head. New crunch. The wrench had crushed the guy's skull, but his body was still twitching. When Naruto realized what was going on and what he had done, he fell backwards, eyes wide open. Blondie was having trouble staying upright. Hey Gaki. Gaki. Thump. Gaki. Shit kid, don't you die on me. Don't die. Anko was sobbing at this point. This Gaki, that did not even know her, was risking his life to save her innocence. Juranen. The blondie was opening his eyes. Yes. Okay kidum. My name's Anko, what's yours? His eyes were starting to flutter again. Gaki, what is your name? The blondie could barely speak. And Naruto. My name is Naruto. Anko was relieved that the Gaki could speak. Okay, good. Now Naruto, I need you to stay awake for me. Can you do that? Ank was scared beyond belief. The only thing she had been taught by Orochimaru were combat jutsus. She did not know much about medical jutsu. Look Naruto, I am going to perform some first aid. This will hurt, okay? Naruto nodded for her to go ahead. The first thing she had to do was rip out the kunai knife. She looked at the Gaki as she ripped it out. He barely flinched. The idea that he had enough pain tolerance to be able to barely feel a kunai being ripped from his chest was terrifying. What have you gone through to become so strong? She had no more time to ponder this. She had to dress the wound now. She spent the next 5 minutes making quick stitches in the skin to slow the bleeding while applying pressure. Not even a minute after finishing the stitching, a young Irika found the alley and saw the 3 bodies, Anko covered in blood, and the demon brat. Noticing the sneer that Irika was sending at the boy, she instinctually hugged him close to her chest. The demon brat has killed people. Hand him over so we can end this monster once and for all. No, he saved me, he's a fucking demon girl. He killed my parents. He has to die before. Irika's sentence was cut off when Anko lashed him across the bridge of his nose with the same kunai knife that was in Naruto's chest. Not another word. This was not the usual Anko. The usual Anko was scared and submissive. This was cold and ruthless. A true shinobi, brought out by her desire to protect the one who saved her innocence and life. Before she could make another move to hurt the scarred genin, 2 NBU showed up and began to advance on her. Not trusting anyone tonight, she brought Naruto closer to her chest while holding a kunai at the ready just in case. Ms. Mitarashi, we need to take him to the hospital. The silver-haired ANBU member tried to pry Naruto from her grip, but she refused to let go. Please Anko, we need to. No, I am going with him. I am not letting him get hurt. The 2 ANBU looked at each other before nodding. The large bear-masked ANBU then picked up both Naruto and Anko, neither one letting the other go. They then jumped off into the distance to the hospital. About halfway there, Naruto woke up and stared into the beautiful purplish tan eyes of Anko Mitarashi. Pretty, was all Naruto said before passing out again. Anko began to blush. Did he just call me pretty? She looked at the whisker marks of the poor Gaki. She felt a warm feeling in her chest. For the first time in months, Anko smiled. She snuggled into Naruto even more. Naruto-kun, yes Naruto-kun. The ANBU could only smile at this scene. Anko and Naruto, both outcasts looking for acceptance, it couldn't turn out any better. Kai. Anko could not help it. She had fallen for the Gaki the day he saved her innocence. She had so badly wanted to go up and tell the little Gaki how she felt. She knew Kurenai liked the kid as well, and she was curious as to why that was. "Kurenai," said Genjutsu mistress, turned her head. "Why do you like Naruto?" Kurenai blushed at this and looked away from her longtime friend. "Come on, Kurenai, you know why I like the Gaki, but I never found out why you liked him." Two of them had been friends for years. Kurenai at one time did not care either way about the boy, until she saw the scars that riddled his body. She began stalking the boy whenever he was home. She remembers the time that she and Anko had made the orange jumpsuit he wears so much. Flashback. Naruto had just woken up. It was now October 10th, his birthday, and he was now 6 years old. He wanted to go to the academy. But he didn't want anyone to see his scars. If there was one thing Naruto could not stand, it was definitely pity. He had just finished washing his toothbrush in boiled water and went out to the living room, where there was a square package. Outside Naruto's window was Kurenai Yuhi and Anko Mitarashi. They knew that the Gaki did not have any skills in Genjutsu. So Anko made a specialized jumpsuit out of a lightweight, durable fabric, while Kurenai applied everlasting Genjutsu seals. They had made the jumpsuit and placed it in the middle of his living room inside a square cardboard box. They were now watching as he picked up a long stick from behind his furniture and started poking the box before jumping behind the furniture. "Wow, Anko, when you said this kid was paranoid, you were not kidding." Kurenai had never seen anyone, much less a 6-year-old, act so cautious of a present. They watched him repeat the process at different angles until he went to the box, threw off the top, and ran back behind the furniture. He slowly walked towards the box with the jumpsuit in it. He pulled it out and then, just like a curious animal would, he played with it. Kurenai had to stifle a giggle that threatened to come out. When he was done playing with it, he decided to try and put it on. But then there was knocking at his door. He looked around for a place to hide it. The only place it could go is out the window. He ran to the window and threw it out, hoping it would catch on something. Kurenai and Anko were furious for a second seeing him throw it out the window, until they saw 3 old drunks barge into his house and destroy everything that he owned right before they tried to beat him. Unable to take any more, they jumped through the window and kicked all of the drunks' asses. They then went and grabbed Naruto and ran to the hospital. Late that night, they go back to check on Naruto in the hospital, only to find a trail of blood leading back to his apartment. They followed it all the way up to Naruto's apartment, to find him sleeping on the floor with the same jumpsuit that they had made. Kurenai was astounded. He risked blood loss for a gift. She saw him stir as he opened his eyes. He looked into her crimson orbs. He said a single word to describe the angel he saw: beautiful. Kurenai was blushing. The boy had just called her beautiful, but he wasn't being snide about it or trying to get into her pants. He said it because he genuinely thought that. Kai. They had both fallen hard for the Gaki, but they knew they could not share him. Unless he somehow came back from a mission with a Kekkei Genkai, he was going to be allowed only one wife. How lucky they were that that was the current case. With Naruto. Naruto was starting to get really confused. All evidence points that Kurenai Yuhi, the Ice Queen of Konoha, and Anko Mitarashi, the Snake Mistress, had the hots for him. Oh boy, if his assumptions were true, then he was going to have a heyday with Kakashi. He wondered how they would take his new look. He certainly hoped they did not hate him for the extra eyes. Naruto wondered if this new eye form would be passed on to his children, considering he ever had any. Little did he know that someone was determining that back in Konoha right this minute. Hokage's office. The Sandaime was currently battling the second greatest enemy to mankind, a creature far worse than any experiment created by the traitorous snake Sannin paperwork. He cursed whatever god. He was currently reading through the report that Team 7 had just sent via Messenger Eagle. Sai, the Sandaime, was wondering how the council was going to take this. Yes, the council was the greatest enemy to mankind. Corrupted dumbass. Once they got wind of the fact that a bloodline user was coming to Konoha, they would be demanding her use as a breeding stock. Not to mention the fact that the old war would be demanding that the Kyuubi be turned over to him. He was currently rereading the report on what happened to Naruto. He began rubbing his temples after he finished. I'm getting too old for this shit. Suddenly the door to his office was slammed open. Lord Hokage-sama? I apologize for interrupting you, but we have news on that blood sample Kakashi-san sent us. Kakashi had sent a blood sample to Konoha a few days ago. Kakashi was wondering if Naruto's new condition would be passed on to his children. And I must say, sir, that it produced interesting results. Well, what have you discovered? Sarutobi was getting anxious. How the hell did Naruto have all 4 Dōjutsu running through his veins? Minato was the only one of Naruto's parents with an active Dōjutsu. Could Kushina have hidden hers too well? Sir, it would seem that the blood sample contains all 4 of the Dōjutsu. The difference being is that they are compatible. Apparently the major issue with Dōjutsu is that since they are dominant genes, one either becomes inactive or they never manifest. This is due to the fact that the human eye can only contain the chakra network for a single Dōjutsu. But the DNA sample shows that the DNA was altered in that the body managed to gain 2 extra eyes, and then placed a single Dōjutsu in each eye. And judging from the sample, this would be passed on as a fully dominant trait, all 4 Dōjutsu with all the strengths of the originals. We now have the most powerful Dōjutsu bloodline to be created from experimenting with Dōjutsu. Sarutobi was sitting there with his mouth wide open. The most powerful Dōjutsu bloodline thus far. Amazing experiments with the Byakugan over 80 years ago in mist created Dōjutsu that basically blinded the Byakugan. Amazing that Naruto no could become the most powerful Dōjutsu shinobi. But that's not all, sir. It appears that Naruto has all the benefits of the Dōjutsu's second forms. But the drawbacks are far less than what their predecessors were. Sarutobi could barely keep himself conscious. Naruto could use the Manjikyu Sharingan without going blind, but what about the other Dōjutsu? What were their second forms? At this point, one more bit of shocking information and he would lose consciousness. Suddenly the door flew open revealing Nidera, wife of Hayashi Hyuga, Lord Hokage. Kushina woke up, thump. Nidera looked at the Sandame's desk to see him lying on the floor. What did I say? Back with Naruto. He was currently walking around town to see if he could not find a store that did custom clothes. He was having a difficult time not feeling uncomfortable because of all the stares being directed at him. Stares of admiration. This was new. Usually people were staring at him with hate-filled eyes. Finally he found a shop that made clothes and gear. He walked inside to see various cloths, anything you could find from silk to leather to cotton. He was now looking at a high-density fiber when someone tapped him on the shoulder. He spun around to see a man by the age of about 30 looking at him. What can I help you with, Sonny? We make custom clothes here. So if you can just tell me what you want and how much I can set something up for you. The man had an aura around him that Naruto calmed down around aura. Shit, Naruto had to ask Kyubi-chan about. Chan? Yeah. I was wondering if I could get this made. Naruto pulled out a sketch pad that had a drawing of a few sets of clothes. I would like 3 pairs of each. The materials I would like them made out of are on the page behind it. I would like the sketch pad back when you're done. How much will it cost? Naruto had been trying to get those designs made for a long time, but no store in Konoha would even let him in the front door. He had the money. It was finding someone who would help that was hard. For the hero of Wave, I'll make him free. You saved our country and helped rid us of that monster Gato. Wave will forever be in your debt. The man gave a low bow as if Naruto were his master. Naruto could not believe it. He was the hero of Wave. He wondered if that was the reason all those girls were staring at him. Well, shit. Sir, are you sure? Wave is still recovering from Gato's regime? Do you really want to do all this for free? Yes, I lost many a friend to that fuck Gato. You avenged their deaths for me. For that I am grateful. Giving you free clothes is the least I can do for you. As soon as Naruto handed him the designs, the man ran to the back to begin making them. Naruto then began walking through town until he found an old weapons shop. He decided that kunai knives weren't exactly the best weapon for other ranges of combat besides throwing. He went inside to find one of the most amazing assortments of weapons he had ever seen. He could only imagine what that girl who runs the weapon shop that he usually buys fro would do if she saw this place. On one shelf there were beautifully designed axes that could probably cut someone in half. On another shelf were staffs that could probably break someone's bones. He kept on looking around until he stopped at a door. Something seemed to call to him. He walked inside the door and found a completely new arrangement. Here were beautifully ornamented weapons that echoed a call of power. But only one weapon caught his eye. It was a beautiful curved sword. The handle curved towards the front. The pommel only covered one side. But the blade looked as if it was made of water. Yet the blade had a solid form. The blue that was the blade had odd ornamental designs all over it. Think water sword from Prince of Persia warrior within. He reached for it, it was calling to him. Just as he was ready to pick up the blade. And oh, don't touch it! But it was too late. Naruto had grabbed his sword. Nothing happened, but the sword felt right in his hands. The man was shocked. No one had ever been able to pick up that sword. Every other person had their arms sliced to bits by a whirlpool created by the blade. Sir, what is your name? If this child was who he thought he was, then the blade in fact was his. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. The man gasped, and Uzumaki yet lived. He had spent years in this country, waiting, hoping that an Uzumaki was still alive. Why do you ask, sir? My name is Toshiro Kusagana. My family originated in Whirlpool. We were the greatest weapon makers in all of the lands. The sword you hold was the product of my clan and yours, our arts in sword making, and the Uzumaki ability to use the elements. Only a member of the Uzumaki clan can use it though. My clan can hold the weapon, but the weapon is impossible for our clan to use. After Whirlpool's destruction, a few members of my clan left to Konoha. The last Uzumaki also went to Konoha. We were all so young, and we saw our whole village slaughtered by a monster. What destroyed your village, if I may ask? Naruto wanted to know what thing had the power to destroy the village that his family came from. He turned around to face the man. Well, it was Wa. The man jumped back and pointed at Naruto. Tich that ei. He was pointing to Naruto's Sharingan. Naruto was trying to deactivate it, but he had no knowledge of what Kyuubi did to give him the Dōjutsu in the first place. What, my Sharingan? Why are you so scared of it? Because the one who destroyed our village, the one who raped the Uzumaki clan head, the one who killed all the Uzumakis leaving only his daughter alive, was Madara Uchiha. And if my assumptions are correct considering you wear a Konoha headband on your arm, your grandfather. Naruto was shocked. Was he really related to that man? And Madara Uchiha was a monster given human flesh. Was he really the son of one born from rape? Was he really the grandchild of the same man who forced Kyuubi-chan to attack his village? If he in fact was the grandchild of that monster, he would see to it that Madara Uchiha was destroyed. Once and for all. If I am related to him, can I ask you something? Who was his daughter? His daughter was the most dangerous member of the Uzumaki clan. She was only 9, but she managed to fight Madara Uchiha and remove one of his eyes. I only hope she is still alive. A question of my own, why do you have 4 eyes? Naruto then proceeded to tell him what happened. When the story was done, the man decided he would come to Konoha, if only to honor the alliance their clans possessed. Naruto was walking around town looking for a ramen stand. Ramen. He remembers when he first tried it. Ayam was such a sweet girl. She always stared at him while he was eating. It was certainly not uncommon for girls to stare at his whisker marks. He wondered what she was thinking right now. With Ayam. Ayam had just sneezed. I wonder who's talking about me. Maybe it's... No, it couldn't be Naruto. Ayam had a little crush on the blonde Gaki. She was 3 years his senior and she was falling for him hard. She fell for him about a month after she found him in an alley. Flashback. Ayam and her father were walking back to their shop. It was currently snowing. Ayam was only carrying a few bags while her father was lugging the cart that held the materials for the ramen. Ayam was only 8. She had no friends since she spent most if not all of her time working in the ramen stand since her mother died. He was walking past an alley when she heard a trash can fall over. She turned and looked to find a boy no older than 5 wearing only rags, huddled up in a pile of snow. Daddy, there's a boy here in the snow. Come quick. Her father ran to her side. They were only about 20 feet until they reached their stand, so he left the cart unchecked. When he got to where his daughter was, he had the most horrified face she had seen him ever wear. Ayam. Run to the stand and unlock the doors. I'll carry him inside. Ayam did as her father said and ran to the stand. When she opened the door, she turned on the heat, knowing the little boy would be freezing. Her father came in seconds later and placed him on the couch. Daddy. Why was the little boy in the snow with no clothes on? Won't his mom and dad be upset? Ayam did not know that the boy was an orphan, nor did she realize that he had been beaten and left in the middle of an alley to die. Tucci wanted to keep it that way for a while. Jirananen, the little boy was waking up and began to open his eyes. Ayam and Tucci got closer to the boy to make sure he was okay. When he opened his eyes, he blinked them twice and then, H. He jumped off the couch and ran under the table shaking like a leaf, mostly out of fear. Ayam had never seen a boy so hurt before. He was only 3 years younger than her, and he looked like he had been beaten repeatedly. Daddy, why does that boy look like he has been beaten? He isn't even old enough to defend himself. Her father took her into another room and explained everything to her. When her father was done, she ran to the little boy, grabbed him out from under the table, and hugged him to her chest. Naruto was terrified. The little girl grabbed him and was now squeezing him. She's trying to choke me to death. Let me go. No, Ayam was trying her best to show the boy affection. Let me go. Naruto was sobbing. He was so afraid. No, I'm not going to hurt you. After 5 minutes of struggle, he finally gave in and let her hug him. He fell asleep in her embrace. Ayam just kept holding him to her while stroking his hair. She looked at the little boy her father called Naruto. She looked at the boy's lips and wondered what they felt like. She placed her finger on her own lips before feeling his. Her lips were soft, but his lips seemed chapped. She wondered what it would feel like if she kissed him. She got her lips closer to his before kissing him, waking him up. When she finished her 5-second-long kiss, she saw that his eyes were wide open and he had an enormous blush. She smiled at him, which sent him over the edge. Thump. Daddy. Naruto-kun is not moving. When her father got into the room, she explained what happened, causing her father to crack up laughing. Ayam remembered how the next day, Anbu came to their shop and ordered them to hand over Naruto. Her father refused, saying that unless Naruto got an apartment, he would be staying with them. A month later, a few drunks broke into the store while her father was out. She was so happy Naruto saved her that day. Flashback. Ayam was washing the dishes when the door to the stand was kicked open. 2 drunks came waddling in and destroyed the kitchen. Where is the demon brat? Tell us now, you fucking bitch. The less drunk of the 2 grabbed her throat and shoved her to a wall. Whi don we mak her wan tail uz, replied the other drunk with a lecherous grin on his face. The other drunk agreed and was about to start molesting her when he had a knife shoved into the arm he held her with. Don't you dare touch her, you fucking faggot. Naruto was severely pissed. He hated rapists and child molesters more than anything. The only person who was more dangerous than him was Jiraiya when it came to rapists and child molesters. Naruto ripped the knife out of the man's arm, making sure that the man could never use it again. He then charged at the other man and buried the blade in his ribcage, eliciting a drunken scream before he fell over from the pain. The other drunk, who was clutching his arm, ran towards the blonde, intent on killing him. Ayam took a nearby ladle and threw it at the man, hitting him in the head. The man turned around and ran towards Ayam, but he didn't make it 5 feet before Naruto hit the man in the knee with a bat they had brought in, forcing the knee to bend backwards. The man's head smashed hard enough into the ground to knock him unconscious. The other drunk grabbed Naruto and stabbed him right through the arm with a knife he had brought with him. He then began to advance on Ayam with a lecherous grin. I'm going to fuck ya, you fucking whore. The man grabbed Ayam by the hair and threw her to the ground while ripping off part of her shirt. The man started getting closer and was about ready to lick Ayam's face when someone grabbed his tongue. Ayam turned to see that it was Naruto. His next words terrified the drunk whose tongue he was holding. For trying to do dirty one so beautiful and clean, Naruto raised his head a bit so the drunk could look into his cold, merciless eyes. I'll rip your tongue out at the seam. Naruto yelled out the last part as he dug his fingers deeper into the drunk's mouth, before ripping his entire tongue right out. Ahahaha! The drunk had blood running down his mouth as he screamed before he was kicked in the face by Naruto, sending him headfirst into the oven, knocking him out cold. Ayam looked at the blood-covered blonde. He had risked his life to save hers. She had never met anyone who would ever do that for her besides her father. This boy, who she had barely known a month, who was terrified of getting a hug from her, had just risked his life for her. Ayam Ichiraku was in love with Naruto Uzumaki. Ayam wanted so badly to tell him her feelings, but she thought he would reject her the moment she tried. She was so self-conscious about being rejected since she never had a boyfriend. She only wished Naruto would come back from his C rank. He wanted to get Naruto before any of the other girls got to him. Ayam, she turned around to see her father. Ever since the incident where Naruto saved her life, her father had managed to gain enough support from the various clans and a few civilians to gain an upper seat on the village council. In 1 week, I will need you to come to a council meeting. I know you usually hate them, but I think you will like this 1 inch. Why, father? Her father gave her a mischievous grin. You'll see. With Anko and Kurenai. Anko and Kurenai were talking about missions and about little things they knew about Naruto in between. They were about ready to leave when an ANBU came up to them. Kurenai Yuhi Anko Mitarashi, the Hokage has requested that in a week's time you be present at a council meeting. He knows how much you hate them, but he gave me this letter to give you too. After handing them the letter, he shined off. Kurenai and Anko looked at each other before looking at the letter. They both opened the letter and began reading. After finishing, they jumped up in the air, hugging each other in a fangirl squeal. The letter dropped to the ground, revealing its contents. Dear Anko and Kurenai, I realize how much both of you like Naruto, but neither of you will make a move on him for fear that you will hurt each other. Luckily, we have a solution to this problem. Naruto has a new bloodline. I expect to see both of you in the council meeting at week's end. Sincerely, Sarutobi. P.S. Do not rape Naruto when he walks through the gates. Hinata's room. Hinata was currently holding her Naruto plushie that she had made from stealing a bit of Naruto's hair. Okay, she stole about half the hair on his head. Hinata was absolutely in love with Naruto. Ever since she started the academy and she saw how much he struggled and how far he was willing to go to succeed. Her love was final when she had fallen and cut open her knee and Naruto came and tore off part of his t-shirt to bandage it. When he finished bandaging it, he kissed it better. She continuously stalked Naruto, even when he was in the showers. Hinata was about ready to raid Naruto's house for his used chopsticks when the door to her room opened. Standing there was her mother and father, both with sheepish grins on their faces. Hi Hinata. We have some interesting news for you I think you will like. Hinata knew that when her father said things like that, he went to great lengths to make sure it was good. We have set you up in an arranged marriage with Naruto Uzumaki. Waichao. Now I don't have Tio sneak into his house and feel him up when I'm horny. Realizing what she said and seeing the horrified look on her father's face, she blushed a new shade of red before fainting. She woke up hours later where her parents explained Naruto's current situation, shocking Hinata with realizations and disgusting her before her parents explained the points that disgusted her. When they were finished, they left the room, leaving an extremely happy Hinata to her sexual fantasies. Uchiha Compound. Suzuri Uchiha had a tanner complexion than most members of her family. She had beautiful long onyx hair. Her onyx-colored eyes were also very different from the rest of her family. Hers shined like a black jewel in the moonlight. She was tied with Tenten Kuzugana for Kunoichi of the year. She ended up with a full Kunoichi team that were serious fangirls to Niji Hyuga, the rookie of last year's graduating class. Most girls were head over heels for the rookie of the year who was older than them. Suzuri was head over heels for the dobe who was younger than her. He fell in love with him the moment she saw his face and determined sky-blue eyes. Suzuri Uchiha was the genius of the now only dozen-member Uchiha clan. She was about 9 months older than Sasuke and only a year older than her crush Naruto Uzumaki. She had seen what many of her clan members did to Naruto. She was glad her brother Itachi had killed most of the clan. He left alive the Uchiha members that tried to help Naruto, which was about 12 members. She had killed her best friend that night when she tried to kill her to gain the Manjikyu. Her friend was also her cousin on her father's side. Her friend tried to murder her to gain the Manjikyu so she could kill Naruto to avenge the death of her mother in the Kyuubi attack. She killed her friend and gained the Manjikyu. She was 13 years old and was starting to lose the ability to see. She wishes that she could be with Naruto so badly that she tries to learn how to use her Manjikyu better to impress him. But all her training will be for nothing once she goes blind in about a year's time. She was about ready to perform a few Katan Jutsu thinking that a fire show would impress Naruto. She was interrupted by her father. Suzuri, I have something to discuss with you that I think you will enjoy. Ever since the Uchiha purge, her father has become a lot less cold. He plays pranks every now and again but mostly settles for telling jokes and waking us up in odd ways. She wanted to kill her father for how he woke her up last time. He woke her up with a flick to the head and then cast a genjutsu of Naruto saying he loves her. She jumped out of bed and ran to Naruto to kiss him and drag him to bed where she would have made love to him for hours. But when she was about ready to touch him, she ended him running out the window and ended up landing in a pool her father conveniently placed outside her window. Yes, father. I wish for you to attend a council meeting in a week's time. I believe you will like the topic discussed there. Her father turned around to leave until, he threw her an object that was black in color. She caught it, only for it to explode in her face, releasing the nastiest stench she had ever smelt. Dad, you are so dead when I get my hands on you. Suzuri proceeded to run after her father, who was laughing like a maniac. With Yugao and Hana. Yugao Yuzuki and Hana Inuzuka were the best of friends. They, along with their two other best friends Kurenai and Anko, had a thing for the local Jinchuriki. Yugao and Hana were born on the same day. They hang out in all their free time, and most of their hanging out involves stalking Naruto. They both remember how they fell for the gaki. They thanked the heavens that the boy 6 years their junior did what he did. Flashback. Yugao and Hana just finished celebrating getting into ANBU. They were both 14 when they passed the test to get in. They were both on the same Genin team with Heiei Gecko, who was just becoming Jonin. They were now walking home after the party. They were about 4 blocks from their condo. They were surrounded by about 5 ANBU hopefuls who did not graduate. You girlies got some nerve rising through the ranks like that. Women should remain in their place, as are bitches. The leader of the group was only Chunin, but they were currently too wasted to do much. Yeah. I think we ought to show you girls what happens to women who leave their place. One of the guys knocked them to the ground while the others pinned them. I'm going to rape you little girls until you beg us for more. The leader of the group was walking forwards about ready to undo his pants when he got a trash can lid smashed into the side of his face before it ricocheted off and hit the ones holding down Yugao. She kicked them off her before stabbing them in their arms to pin them. She then kicked off the ones holding down Hana. Hana proceeded to shove her new Kodachi into their arms. They got up to finish off the other guy when they saw him holding up one Naruto Uzumaki. So Demon, you decided to help these young ladies from being raped. Well, guess what? No one stops me from having my fun. He was holding a kunai knife to Naruto's throat. Hana was wide-eyed. She saw that Naruto did in fact throw the trash can lid that hit the group's leader. But she had no idea how to help him now. Yugao was shocked. She had never liked the kid, seeing him only as the demon that killed her parents. But all her ideals changed when she saw Naruto throw that trash can lid that knocked the leader down. Now she was ashamed of herself for hating an innocent child. Neither of the two ANBU or his captor noticed him reach into his pants. Not even a second after he placed his hand in his pants did he rip out a kunai knife and shoved it into the man's groin. The man was now in serious pain. He saw that it was the demon brat who did it, but he decided to get rid of the two girls that humiliated him in the first place. He reached into his pouch to pull out an explosive note attached to a kunai. He threw it at the girls. Naruto noticed this and ran in front of the two girls. He got hit with the kunai as it exploded. Luckily, it was a low grade that the leader threw, so it did not kill him. Hana ran right to the injured boy's side with Yugao sliced off the leader's head. They saw him jump in front of a kunai to save them. He was certainly not a demon. At first, their affection for Naruto was only overprotective. But they continued stalking him and began to see not a boy, but a scarred man. They fell in love with the kid along with their friends Anko and Kurenai. They were about ready to go look for said persons when the same ANBU that dropped a letter off to Kurenai and Anko talked with them. He spoke for a bit before leaving a letter. The reactions and writings were the same as was with Kurenai and Anko. Sandame's office. Sarutobi was currently writing down various parentage, citizen, and clan forms. This was his type of paperwork. Ha ha ha. Let's see the council control me when I make these decisions. Sarutobi was as happy as Jiraiya at a mixed hot spring during a swimsuit contest. He decided that now was the perfect time to read his little orange book. 1 week later, Konoha Gates. Naruto was currently walking up to the village gates debating on whether or not to punch Zabuza or to slice him with his sword. When Zabuza saw his sword, he explained about the sword's great legends. The Mizuoni was apparently the finest water element sword to ever exist. It had a series of specialized hijitsu. The scrolls were brought to Konoha by Naruto's mother. But Zabuza was basically a fangirl when it came to the sword. He would not stop talking about the legends of the great Mizuoni. Finally, when they were about 20 feet from the main gates, he yelled at Zabuza. "I get it, the sword is awesome. Now shut the fuck up, you fanboy, before I shove the sword up your ass." Zabuza gasped. "How could you defile such a godly weapon by shoving it up my unworthy ass?" Haku was rubbing her temples at how annoying her father was when it came to legendary blades. She and Kyubi were always talking with each other. Most of the subject was on how to seduce Naruto. Naruto stopped sleeping after the third day of waking up with Haku and Kyubi sleeping in his tent. Naked. Now Naruto wasn't gay, he just held far too much respect for women to take advantage of them like that. He did not care how badly they wanted him, he was waiting until marriage, and the only way he was allowed to marry at 12 was if he had a new bloodline limit. Oh boy, is Naruto in the shit. But man, he is one lucky bastard. Toshiro had come with them and was carrying a special scroll that held his entire shop. He made a special seal on his shop that placed it in a storage scroll. It was about the same size as a summon scroll. Naruto was currently running through what Kyubi-chan had told him in regards to his Dōjutsu. His Manjikyu Sharingan would only cause him to go blind if he forced a Hijitsu technique when he had very little chakra. Naruto had figured out how to turn off his Sharingan after a week of chakra control exercises. He could use the Hijitsu of the Manjikyu only a set number of times a day with his chakra reserves. He could use Amaterasu 4 times, Tsukuyomi 6 times, Kamui 3 times, or Susanoo 2 times. After using the techniques, he should have enough left for a few jutsus, but not much. If it was passed on in his family, it would just be like how the Sharingan gains its tomos. His Reikon Byakugan had been purified by demonic chakra, so the usual personalities would not manifest in future generations. But he now had to worry about a second personality that was essentially the opposite of everything Naruto stood for. The second personality was also knows everything the real holder of the personality knows. If the personality gained control, he could regain control. He could use the heavenly archangel, the punishing penance, and the hellish wrath. The techniques themselves don't use much chakra. The Reikon Byakugan is now a stage gained through means similar to how the Sharingan gains tomos. The only difference in form in regards to the Byakugan and the Reikon Byakugan is that the pupil is far more visible. His Akuma Rinnegan was also purified. He will not wither away by not giving in to natural body functions. Kyubi decided to remove that strength, viewing that a human not giving in to what a body must do is basically a human calling themselves God. Naruto has been training with Haku-chan on Ice Element. When she wasn't trying to feel him up, Kyubi explained to Naruto the various paths. Naruto knew he would have to resort to the Rinnegan's darker powers, but would only use bodies if he found it ethically right. He had already created a new summon. It was a dead lizard when he found it. When he turned it into a summon, he accidentally put the original soul back in it. Luckily, it grew attached to him. He made the lizard his personal summon, until he gets an animal path. He could summon it via a seal on his palm that had the kanji for lizard. The difference between the Rinnegan and the Akuma Rinnegan is that while the regular Rinnegan is a metallic purple in color, the Akuma Rinnegan takes on a tan color with the color around the pupil being a golden brown, but in the golden brown it looked like fire was burning. Check profile. His Kurai Saishugen was not changed by much. Naruto would still remember the faces of all those he had killed, but it would not haunt his memories constantly. He would mostly get random nightmares. Naruto had already had his Kurai Saishugen memorize his summon seal, just in case he needed to recast it. He had already used it to break down storage and explosive seals. The main difference in form as far as the Saishugen and the Kurai Saishugen is that the regular Saishugen pupil looks like a mass of blue energy constantly shifting around. The Kurai Saishugen has a tinge of gold swirling around with the blue. Naruto was still walking when he bumped into someone. He looked up to see the eyes of Hayashi Hyuga. Naruto started trying to sputter out an apology. Then Hayashi started laughing. "Ha ha 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 ha. Don't worry, Naruto, I'm not going to bite your head off for a small mistake. I actually came here to talk to you in a very important matter." Naruto was as confused as the rest of his group. The Hyuga head wanted to talk to him, the demon brat? What did Hayashi Hyuga want? "If I may ask, Hyuga-sama, what is it that you need my student for?" Kakashi did not know much about the Hyugas other than the fact that they had an extremely powerful dojutsu and that they were pretty cold towards people. Kakashi did not know if they harbored any ill will towards Naruto or not. You may all stay for this, for it will become public knowledge this afternoon. Naruto's company nodded. Now Naruto, all your life you have never known your parents. I'm sure you often wonder if they are living or dead. Well, I can happily say that your mother is still alive. Naruto looked to the ground at this. Guess she didn't want to be associated with the demon brat. Hayashi immediately realized how he took it and was ashamed of it. No, Naruto, your mother loves you very much. She has been in a coma for the last 12 years and has finally woken up. I can honestly say she would love nothing more than to be with her son. Hayashi explained to Naruto. Naruto looked up, clear happiness in his eyes. All four of them. Hayashi had heard about what happened to Naruto thanks to Kyubi, who he assumed was the red-haired girl ogling Naruto right now. It seems Naruto has a fan club, but it was definitely going to take a while to get used to Naruto having four eyes. Where is my mom? Naruto wanted to see his mother after never seeing her once for the last 12 years. Hayashi only grabbed Naruto's shoulder and turned him towards one of the gates. Standing next to the end of the gate was a red-haired woman with emerald green eyes. She was wearing a long black dress. She was also wearing a large green jacket that hid but complemented her C-cup bust. She had a cute face surrounded by her crimson red hair. Naruto could only stare as the person Hayashi identified as his mother walked towards him. His mother was alive, she still loved him, and here she was. Naruto's mother stopped right in front of Naruto, easily a foot taller than him. She knelt down to his level, looking directly into his eyes. Not even a second later, she jumped forward and wrapped her arms around him, sobbing into his orange jumpsuit. I'm so sorry, Naruto. I'm sorry I couldn't raise you, my child. I'm sorry you had to live an orphan. I'm sorry you have been beaten since. Kushina was cut off by her son, embracing her and shushing her. Kushina just continued to sob in her son's chest. Naruto had not even shed a tear. Sasuke and Sakura were confused. Naruto had just been reunited with his mother after not having won his entire life, and yet Naruto had not even shed a tear. Kakashi. Not that I like seeing Naruto crying, but why isn't Naruto crying? Kakashi looked at them. Have any of you seen Naruto cry before? While confused by this statement, they shook their heads no. Naruto has not cried since he was 3 years old. He knew that crying would only encourage the villagers. It would not help him. Naruto stopped crying after a beating that went on for hours before we found him. I was the one to walk up to his still form. There were old tear stains, but those were probably hours old. That was the last time I saw anything on Naruto reminiscent of tears. The last time he cried was 3 hours before he turned 3. He hasn't cried in so long. He's forgotten how to. Sasuke and Sakura were appalled. To forget how to cry. Haku and Kyubi both had tears in their eyes. Zabuza was clenching his fist in anger at the villagers. Not even mistreated children that horribly. Toshiro was ready to do to the leaf what Madara did to Whirlpool. But he knew that it would upset Naruto. Kushina had just finished sobbing and was now just embracing her child as he rubbed her back to calm her down. After 5 minutes of Kushina sobbing, she released her hold on her son before taking a deep breath. Naruto smirked at his mother before talking. I suppose you'll want some information on what I have done with my life. Naruto knew that since his mother was in a coma for so long, she would be curious about how he has been. I would love to hear about how your life has been, she sighed before putting in annoyance in a very Naruto-ish fashion. But the council wishes to speak with you in regarding recent events. Sigh, somehow I knew the council would want to talk to me about having 4 eyes. Gives them a reason to try and kill the demon brat. But I guess it's inevitable. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. Naruto stood up and grabbed his mother's hand, dragging her all the way to the Hokage Tower. Hayashi chuckled. Naruto was so much like his mother it wasn't even funny. He remembers when Kushina was so excited about Minato being named Yondaime that she basically dragged their whole graduating class down to Ichiraka Ramen. He noticed that they were almost out of sight, so he turned towards the rest of the group. Lord Hokage would also like those present to be present at the council meeting. Jiren and Hayashi chuckled at their downtrodden looks at having to be at a council meeting. Hayashi then began the trek to the Hokage Tower, followed by Team 7 and the newcomers. Things are going to get interesting. Council chambers. The council was currently discussing the topic of Naruto Uzumaki. There were 3 sides to the issue of said blonde. One side wanted Naruto killed to prevent the beast from gaining control. This side was dominated by most of the civilian council and the two elders. The civilian council was mostly made up of pompous fools who thought they could control shinobi affairs. They were the ones who set up the assassination attempt on Naruto when he was 3 and had a law passed that anyone who tried to adopt him would be executed. They couldn't get enough support to execute the child, so they decided to just settle for ruining his life. They viewed Naruto as a threat to their power. Another side, run by Danzo, wanted Naruto to be turned into a weapon. As soon as it was discovered that Naruto was a Jinchuriki, Danzo practically jumped out of his council seat and demanded he be placed in his root division. He was immediately shot down by the Hokage and all the clan heads, as well as a few civilian council members. He tried countless times afterwards to gain the Gaki as his personal weapon. Once he found about Naruto's new bloodlines, he was even more adamant. The last group was run by those who wanted Naruto to grow up as he see fit. This sect was run by the clan heads and a few of the civilian council. The civilians who managed to help keep Naruto safe were the Ichirakus, the Kuzuganas, and about 3 others. The clan council was completely for helping Naruto out of the hell that the civilians were forcing him to live. Most of the clan council has tried in some way, shape, or form to help the blonde demon container, only to be shot down by the civilian council. Since Naruto wasn't a shinobi at the time, they could not do much. The council was still discussing when the doors to the council chamber slammed open, revealing Naruto Uzumaki and a red-haired woman that seemed to make the clan council uneasy, as well as a few civilians. Standing next to Naruto Uzumaki was the last person you wanted to piss off. The Red Death Kushina Uzumaki. "Sorry, old man, we just got back a few minutes ago." Naruto was panting, so no one had seen his sudden transformation. "Learn some respect, Demon Br Crash." The fat counselor's sentence was cut off by a hard kick from Kushina that sent the fat ass right into the wall. "If anyone, and I mean anyone, insults my son again." Kushina raised her head enough to show her cold green eyes while releasing Ki. "I'll kill you." The civilian council was now completely terrified. Kushina Uzumaki was not one to piss off. Their fears were quelled when Tenten Kuzugana started talking. "Oh my god. You," pointing to Naruto, "are the son of the Red Death?" Tenten ran up to Naruto and started shaking his still exhausted form while yelling, "Please, please, 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 can you get me an audience with your mother? Please, I'll do a New York thing." Tenten stopped shaking Naruto when she saw that he had 4 eyes, each one with a different form. The top right one had an onyx color. The eye below it was Naruto's normal colored eye, just a bit lighter in shade. His normal left eye was replaced by the white eye of a Hyuga, and his top left eye was a light shade of purple with black rings surrounding the pupil. Tenten was sputtering at the sight of Naruto's eyes, so much so that she forgot what she was asking him. Her father, Tensei Kuzugana, got up and escorted her back to her seat. The discussions were about to begin when the door opened, revealing Hayashi Hyuga with Team 7 and 4 newcomers. One was a brown-haired male with a scar running down the side of his face. He was currently wearing a blacksmith suit while carrying a very big storage scroll in the same fashion as Jiraiya of the Sannin. The other was a large, well-built male with bandages covering most of his face and had a giant guillotine on his back. The next was a red-haired female that was wearing tight black short with black-colored short dress that had long slits on the side. For a shirt, she wore a tight-fitting shirt with long sleeves that went about 6 inches past her hands. She had her red hair in a fashion similar to the Hyuga genius Niji, the minor difference being that her bangs were let loose. The last person was a young ebony-haired girl wearing a long dress, but she had on an extremely tight shirt that showed off her belly button. She had on an open vest that only reached just below her armpits. Her hair was arranged in a bun. "Sorry we were late. Zabuza needed to check on something. Apparently his wife is in Konoha, and he needed to check the apartment complex she was in." Hayashi had met strange people, but Zabuza's wife certainly takes the cake. She looks like an older Haku, really. But she acted like Hinata when she was Naruto high. The thought scared him. Hinata may be shy, but when it came to Naruto, do not piss her off. The last person who made that mistake couldn't walk for a month and was pissing out blood for 3 weeks. "I need to make sure she is okay. She said she'd be here in." Zabukeun and the counselors looked out the door to see a black-haired woman with a small bump in her belly wearing a large dress walk in. "Zabukeun, only 3 more weeks until we get the tests back. Then we'll find out if it's a boy or girl." Everyone looked at Zabuza confused. "You could go to the hospital and find out the gender in 10 minutes. My wife's family has old traditions that she likes to follow. It's a little odd, but I still love her. Got a problem with that? Everyone noticeably shuddered. As we were saying, we are here to discuss the topic of Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto, Team 7, and the newcomers, I will call them newcomers until I separate them, left the room along with several people who also were brought by the council. Those who had been brought by council members were Hinata Hyuga, Suzuri Uchiha, Kurenai Yuhi, Anko Mitarashi, Hana Inuzuka, Yugao Yuzuki, and Tenten Kusagana. Naruto was feeling very uncomfortable right now. He was getting lecherous stares from Kyubi, Haku, Hinata, Anko, Kurenai, Yugao. Hana, Suzuri was noticeably having difficulty seeing him. Kyubi seemed to notice as well. Kyubi walked over to her and took her to the side. She did a few hand seals before placing her hand on Suzuri's forehead. Suzuri then fell asleep. Kyubi walked over to Naruto. Naruto-kun, I kind of need to speak to you in private. Kyubi sent a look at the glaring girls that immediately seemed to avert their gazes. It's extremely important to me. Naruto knew that Kyubi liked him, but right now she was being completely and totally serious. Naruto nodded his head and Kyubi led him to a closet. Before she opened the closet, she did a few hand seals that Naruto knew were genjutsu seals. She then touched the door with her pointer before opening it and dragging Naruto inside. Naruto closed his eyes at the sudden rush of air before it stopped. When Naruto opened his eyes, he expected to see the inside of a closet, but instead he saw a beautiful forest. The sky was a dark blue, showing that it was after dark. The moon itself was a beautiful shade of light yellow glow that shone through the clouds just passing above its bottom section. The ground was covered in beautiful lilies and roses of all shades. He turned around to see a great waterfall that ran into a clear blue lake. The lake was teeming with fish, and the rim of the lake was surrounded by water lilies and frog pads. The most beautiful thing, though, was the spiral rock that looked like it had a staircase going up the spiral. A snake-like arrangement of rocks led up to the spiral. Before Naruto could make any more observations, he was being dragged across the rocks and being led to the spiral. They ran up the spiral. When they got to the top, they admired the scenery for a bit. Kyubi-chan, where are we and why are we here? Naruto was severely confused. He had never seen such a beautiful place. It echoed with a natural beauty that no one's hand could ever achieve. Kyubi looked at him in the eyes with the softest and most loving expression he had ever seen. Naruto-kun, 12 years ago I was taken from here. This is the Kitsune realm. The reason why I brought you here was to give you my love. Naruto was shocked and confused now. How could bringing him here possibly show him love? When I awoke from being sealed inside of you, I saw your life. I saw all of your torment. I saw how many times you were beaten. I saw how at the moment you turned 3 you forced yourself to never cry again. I saw who you were, and I fell in love with you. I have lived for over 107 years. I was never able to fall for any of my kind. But due to me being the heir to the Kitsune family, I must choose a husband. I must choose a mate. Kyubi sighed before continuing. Naruto, Kyubi is only my title, my name that was given to me by my mother and father. A name to a Kitsune is extremely valuable. We keep our names a secret to all. We are identified by our accomplishments or titles until we tell one person our name. The one whom we tell our name to will become our mate. They will become the only person that we may make love to, the only one whose children we can bear. Naruto Uzumaki, I ask you, as I give you my name, will you have me? Naruto was shocked. The Kyubi was asking him to be her husband. Naruto did not know what to do. He opened his mouth only to have Kyubi's finger be placed on his mouth. Naruto-kun, I will tell you my name, but the choice to become my mate is yours. You will have 3 days to decide on what you wish to do. If you say yes, I am yours. If you say no, you may never speak my name to anyone. Naruto nodded his head in understanding, thanking Kami that he did not have to decide right then. Naruto-kun, she pressed her body to his. My name. She brought her head next to his ear and whispered, is Kisi. Naruto blacked out as they were pulled out of the Kitsune realm. With Naruto and Kisi had just returned to the room and only a minute passed there. They walked back with their group. Naruto saw Suzuri waking up and went over to her to see what was going on. Suzuri POV. Suzuri had just woken up from that jutsu that the red-haired girl placed on her. The girl said she knew she had a hard time seeing. She said she could fix it. Suzuri was so desperate to impress Naruto-kun that she risked her sai to achieve it. She began to open her eyes, expecting to see things blurrily. Instead, she saw things just as, if not more clearly than before she gained the Manjikyu. She looked up to see Naruto walking towards her. General POV. Naruto was walking towards Suzuri. He wanted to know how she was doing. He saw less and less of her as the years went by. He was curious as to how she was doing. "Hey Suzuri, how are you doing?" Suzuri looked at Naruto and noticed that he had the black onyx eye of a Sharingan user in the eye above his usual right eye. Now believing her earlier conversation with her father. "Hey Naruto-kun, can I talk to you about your Sharingan?" Suzuri wanted to absolutely ravish him until he was tired from making love so much, but thanks to her older brother Itachi's training, she was able to quell that desire. It did not do anything to quell the desire she had for Naruto. "Sure. I have some questions of my own." The two sat down and conversed on various Sharingan secrets. Naruto was astounded that she had the Manjikyu Sharingan. Then Naruto asked the question that was eating away at him. "How are we related?" Suzuri expected something like this. Luckily, her father told her of his mother's heritage. He refused to tell her about his father's heritage. Yet, "Naruto-kun, the relationship between us is extremely distant. Our relation is about 1/200 of our gene pool. We are so distantly related we can't even be considered cousins." Much to her relief, she did not think she could go on living if she could not be with Naruto because blood relation was too close. "But my father knew about your mother's heritage. He decided to tell me knowing that I would be able to tell you, although I would have to explain a little history to you." Naruto nodded his head. "Okay, we will have to start off with the Uchiha clan over 100 years ago. The Uchiha clan was enemies with the Senju clan of the forest. We were rivals in all things. Back then, it was the strongest of the clan who led it. During that time, we had a few separate branches of the clan. But these branches were more so separate relatives that had a farther relation to each other but still carried the name Uchiha. The total number of Uchihas numbered close to about 500 clan members. Each branch believed in different ideals. The branches were numbered through strength. There were 7 branches in total. Each branch specialized in something. The 7th branch specialized in armed combat. In terms of close combat, they had no equals within the clan. The 6th branch specialized in long-range support. They could fire an arrow from over a mile away and still hit the target they intend to hit. The 5th branch specialized in medicine and poisons. They had books in regards to various herbs and medical techniques, but they could create the perfect poison as well. The 4th branch specialized in infiltration. If they did not want you to see them, you would not see them. The 3rd branch specialized with mid-range support. They were greatly specialized in the use of fire jutsu and pyrotechnics. The 2nd branch specialized in combat by use of other forms of ninjutsu, taijutsu, or genjutsu. They never used techniques that they learned themselves. They only used techniques that they had copied from others. The final branch was the 1st branch. They were the only branch to implement parts of all the other branches into their combat. The 7th through 2nd branches were essentially separate clans of Uchiha, and the 1st branch was the binding agreement of them. But the 1st branch was extremely possessive of the Sharingan. They believed that breeding within the clan would produce perfect offspring. The leaders of the 1st branch copulated. The two of them were never apart, and they had known each other since the beginning of their lives. They were born from the same mother and father and were taught that to bear children of one who was outside the clan was the greatest dishonor they could ever achieve. The two of them were not just brother and sister, they were twins. They had copulated, saying that their pure-blood offspring would become the strongest of all Uchihas. Their first birthing bore 2 sons. The first of the twins was named Madara Uchiha. Naruto clenched his fist at the name. The second twin was Izuna Uchiha. The two of them were named as the beginning of a future Uchiha clan. 9 months after the birth of their sons, a member of the 7th branch offered their child, a girl by the name of Eiju Uchiha, to be the bride of one of the 2 twins. She was raised by the 1st branch, but held the ideals of the other branches that opposed inbreeding. Madara Uchiha had been going blind from overuse of his Manjikyu Sharingan. When he finally went blind, he did the unthinkable. He murdered his brother and took his eyes. He became the first Uchiha immortal, for gaining the Manjikyu will give the user immortality. Madara continued to wage his war with the Senju. After 20 years of life, the leader of the Senju clan, Hashirama Senju, came to Madara asking for peace. The only reason he agreed was because all the other branches wanted peace. Years later, he was beginning to believe it was time for Eiju to fulfill the duty his parents had taught them. But he did not know that his clansmen had fallen in love with the Senju leader after his first wife died in childbirth. She had been pregnant with his child only a week when Madara found out. Madara was disgusted with the fact she wished to bear the child of one outside the clan, even more disgusted that she wished to bear the child of his archfoe. He sought to punish her, and to make sure that the abomination in her womb would never come to exist. Madara Uchiha, after binding Eiju, after breaking her arms and legs, after slashing out her eyes, raped and murdered his clansmen. When Hashirama discovered the body of his lover, mutilated and violated by her own clansmen, he swore revenge. He chased Madara to what is now the Valley of the End and fought against Madara and a giant black nine-tailed fox. Naruto flinched at that. There was another Kyuubi? Madara was thought to have been defeated by the Senju leader, leaving no trace left of the black Kyuubi. It was believed that Madara had killed Hashirama's only child with Eiju, but he only killed the second child. Naruto went wide-eyed at that. A child with the possibilities of both the Sharingan and Mokuton had survived. The first child of Eiju and Hashirama was not known until recently, after the child had fathered a new generation of Uchiha, and soon, a new generation of Senju. Suzuri side, Naruto, the only child of Eiju Uchiha and Hashirama Senju, was Urahei Uchiha. He married a young woman named Tsubomi Haruno. Their only child was Fugaku Uchiha, my father. If Naruto's eyes could get any wider, let them get wider. By now the Mokuton Jutsu that was passed down in its dormant form needed only one more generation to manifest fully into a Kekkei Genkai. The Mokuton Jutsu, however, was only a 1 out of 3 chance of manifesting in one of my father's children. Since the male determines which gender the child will have, it would either be the male or female to pass on the trait. If a male receives it, only his male children would have a chance to possess it. If a female possess it, then it could go either way since females can only give the female gene. Suzuri sighed for what seemed to be the 10th time already. Naruto, I am the last known possessor of the Mokuton bloodline. To prove this, she took out a seed and used her chakra to make it grow. Naruto was now having trouble remaining conscious. Just as he was about to ask more questions, the council room door opened to reveal a trembling Sandame. Why you all mma in now? Not caring that the Sandame was trembling, everyone got up and walked into the council chambers, only to reveal that the walls were now covered in blood and the floors littered with the bodies of most of the civilian council, the 3 elders, and a large group of rude Anbyu. Mortified, they looked around to find Kushina Uzumaki standing over the bodies with her black katana. The katana looked like it was feeding off of the dead energy in the air from what Naruto could see. They looked around again to see the clan heads plus the Haruno, Kuzugana, Ichiraku, and the other 2 civilians council members who supported Naruto shivering together like a bunch of leaves in the wind. Kushina turned around to see her son with all 4 of his eyes staring at her. She smiled and said, "Sorry. They kind of pissed me off. Council is now in session." Kushina jumped off the table and proceeded to use a fire jutsu to burn all of the bodies and a wind jutsu to get rid of the ash and the smell of burnt flesh. Not being able to take any more shock that day, Naruto did a perfect impression of Hinata. Thump. It was at that moment that Hanabi Hyuga walked into the room. She saw Naruto and started poking him in the forehead. She then turned her head in the directions of all 3 groups in the room before looking at Naruto and speaking, "I think you broke him." The entire room face planted while Hayashi slapped himself in the forehead saying, "Just like her mother used to be." This caused the room to roar in laughter, leaving an unconscious Naruto and a very confused Hanabi. Naruto had just woken up from his shock-induced coma. The last thing Naruto remembered was walking into the council chambers to see his mother standing over a bunch of dead bodies. He had just finished a conversation with Suzuri-chan in the other room. Before that, he had also found out that the Kyuubi's name was Kisi. He also found out that the Kyuubi telling him her name was essentially offering her hand in marriage. The total amount of all these shocking revelations had sent Naruto's brain into overload. He had fainted in front of what was left of the council, and he was now waking up to see a pair of pale eyes barely different than Hinata-chan's, looking at his eyes. He just stared at the pale eyes of the unknown person until he decided to speak. Hi. The eyes he now noticed belonged to a young girl around the same age as the Hokage's grandson. She tilted her head in a very cute fashion that screamed, kawaii. Naruto smiled at her, which caused her to blush a little before she turned to Hayashi. Daddy, can we keep him? He's cute. The young girl started petting Naruto's fuzzy hair and smiled an adorable smile before she was lifted off of Naruto's chest by her father, causing her to pout. Naruto got up and brushed himself off before he looked back at the council room. All the counselors that were not killed by his overly bloodthirsty mother were now sitting down with their guests standing right behind them. He noticed that Zabuza was now taking a seat at the table. There were several spaces open in the council room. He wondered if they would fill them or not. Now that the council is in session, we have come to discuss the matter that is Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked at the Sandaime, wondering what the hell he was talking about. The aged Hokage knew that he was not the demon. Hell, he had even met the QB not even a few hours ago. So what the hell was going on? Tsuchi Ichiraku stood up to speak. Due to Naruto's status in being the last of his clan, he now falls under the CRA, Clan Restoration Act. It is also made more apparent now that he has a new bloodline, a powerful one at that. The rest of the council nodded while the girls in the room were wide-eyed for some reason. Naruto was severely confused, so he decided to start asking questions. Hey old man, what do you mean new bloodline? I don't know if my new abilities can be considered new or not. And what is the CRA? And how exactly do I file under it? Hell, I didn't even know I was a part of a clan. The counselors only chuckled at Naruto's ignorance, and the girls in the room looked at him with a mischievous glint in their eyes. Naruto, he turned to look at his mother, who was scratching the back of her head much like he usually did. I believe you will want to sit down for this one. It will definitely be a shock to you. Naruto decided to listen to his mother and went to sit down until his mother stopped him. Naruto, your seat is over there. Naruto looked to where she was pointing. His seat was right in between Fugaku and Hayashi. Deciding to listen to his mother, he walked over to the seat and sat down. He noticed that Fugaku and Hayashi were planning something. And boy, did he have a bad feeling about this whole thing. He looked around, seeing the mischievous glints in many of the council's eyes. Naruto kept looking around until Sandaime began to speak. Naruto, we are here to discuss your new condition, Kyuubi's freedom, as well as a few contracts that have been put in place by many of the council as well. Naruto was now confused. Condition, contracts? What the fuck was going on? Old man, I am a little confused in regards to what you were talking about. What condition are you talking about, and what do you mean contracts? The Sandaime only chuckled at Naruto's response. Naruto, you may not have realized it, but your special condition in that you now have 4 eyes instead of 2 will be inherited by your future generations. Your children will also possess your unique abilities that your Dōjutsus possess. The Sandaime had to stifle a snicker at Naruto's confused reaction. Okay. So what does all that mean, old man? Naruto may have gotten some upgraded Dōjutsus, but he was still the dense blonde idiot. Sigh. This was going to take longer than he thought. Just as Sandaime began to speak, Zabuza decided to dumb it down. Look, Gaki, what the old man here is saying is that our 4-eyed condition along with your new eyes will be passed on to your children. They will be passed on through your children as well, essentially making a new Kekkei Genkai. Naruto seemed to get the dumbed-down version better. Zabuza only hoped his daughter could get the Gaki to smarten up a bit more. Oh, okay. But what do you mean by contracts? As far as I know, I do not owe anybody anything. Naruto was really confused. What contracts were they talking about? Before he could begin asking more questions, his mother grabbed his shoulder. Naruto, sweetie. They are talking about marriage contracts. Silence. 1, 2, 3. What? What do you mean marriage contracts? Naruto was starting to hyperventilate again. Not even a week ago he had received 4 Dōjutsus that were slightly more powerful than the originals. Next he finds out his mother is alive. Kisi-chan is offering her hand in marriage, and now this is dropped on him. Before he could faint, he was slapped on the cheek to keep him up. Naruto, what we mean is that several of us have set up marriage contracts between you and our daughters. There are also several jonin that have come here to ask for your hand in marriage as well. Naruto looked around to see Hana, Yugao, Kurenai, and Anko with smirks in his direction. The The counselors that had proposed the contracts with their daughters were Fugaku, Hayashi, Tuchi. Some officially made a contract for Hana, while Sarutobi made a contract for each of the Jonin who asked to marry Naruto. The next bomb was dropped when Zabuza made a contract, since he was now made counselor due to his wife's bloodline. Naruto was trembling, he was confused and scared. Kisi-chan had just asked for his hand in marriage not even a half an hour ago. Well, Naruto, all we need now is your signature on these contracts, and then we are officially done. Sandaime was very happy. He knew there were many villagers who disliked Naruto. He thought perhaps Naruto would jump up and scream hallelujah for his good fortune at the moment. He did not expect Naruto's reaction. Naruto stood up. Most of the council thought that he would immediately sign the contracts. They did not expect him to look up and begin walking towards the council doors. Before he left the room, he turned around. I am not rejecting the offers, nor am I accepting them. I just need time to think. Naruto walked out of the council chambers, leaving several very stunned clan heads. Most boys in his position would accept the proposition without a second thought. Kushina looked at the counselors before she spoke. I will check on him and see what's up. She ran out of the room to follow her distressed child while the council began to deliberate. They did not get 2 sentences in before Tenten spoke up. Daddy, why didn't you put in a contract for me to marry Naruto? Tenten knew that getting married to Naruto would allow her to possibly train under Kushina Uzumaki. She wondered if her father was just late putting the contract in. Tenten, I did not put in your name to be possibly married to Naruto, because I see no reason as to why you would want to be married to him. Her father had not put her in because he knew she did not genuinely love Naruto. The thing that all of those who were placed on the contract had in common was that they already loved Naruto. Tenten got wide-eyed at that. There were 8 girls who loved Naruto, but she so wanted to be trained by Kushina. But Daddy, I think that over time I could come to love him. Surely you could. Her father stuck his hand up, silencing her. Tenten, I know the reason you want to marry Naruto is to be trained by Kushina Uzumaki, but I do not see that as a valid reason as to why you should marry Naruto. If you need any more proof as to why you should not marry Naruto, just look at the reasons that those who signed the contract love Naruto. The Kusagana head looked at the 8 girls in the room who had been placed in the contract. They looked at each other until Hinata stepped forward. Ah, Hinata, would you please tell us why you love Naruto? Hinata timidly nodded before speaking. I love Naruto Keikuin, because he is strong-willed and never gives up. The first time I met Naruto was on our first D-Day at the academy. He did not give up even though the TT teachers were so cruel to him. My love for Naruto only grew when he went out of his way to help me when I was injured. He used part of his own shirt to bandage a scrape I had. When he was finished he kissed it be better. I love Naruto-kun, and your reasons for wanting to marry him are shallow. Hinata sent a glare at Tenten, who noticeably flinched. Suzuri decided to step forward. Tenten, I love Naruto because he endured pain. He took every beating that members of my own clan gave him. I saw him take beatings from villagers, Genin, Chunin, Jonin, even a few Anbu. I love him because out of all the villagers in Konoha, he is the only one who is strong enough to endure this village and still keep a smile on his face. He lost his innocence, not that kind of innocence, before he was kicked out of the orphanage. My father tried so many times to adopt him, but every attempt was blocked by the civilian council. Tenten looked down as Ayam walked up. I love Naruto-kun because of what he did and had to endure. I found him half buried in the snow with little more than rags on. I noticed he had been recently beaten and asked my father about it. When he finished explaining to me, I ran into the room we had left him in and embraced him in a hug. Me hugging him absolutely terrified him. We let him stay in our house until the Sandaime could get him an apartment. A month later, a couple of drunks broke into our house and attempted to rape me. Naruto-kun risked his life to stop them. That was the night I fell in love with him. Enko stepped forward next. I had just been deemed innocent by the Sandaime for the crimes Orochimaru committed. I had been attacked by 3 civilian council members and they were going to rape me. Just as they were about to rip off my clothes, Naruto came out of nowhere and beat the shit out of the drunk one of the group. The other 2 tried to attack him from behind, but I threw a trash can at them, causing them to smash into the wall, killing them. I was about to help Naruto when he was thrown across the alley with a kunai in his chest. The counselor he was fighting tried to rape me. He was then brought to the ground when Naruto cut his legs. After the man was brought to his knees, Naruto killed him. He then fell over due to lack of blood. A genin tried to take Naruto, seeing him as a demon. I cut that chunin across the face until Anbu arrived and took us to the hospital. Tenten was shocked. Kurenai stepped forward next. I fell for Naruto-kun when we made him his first set of clothing that wasn't made out of rags. He was so cautious of the box that we had his present in. When he finally opened it, he was so adorable in how he played with it. But a few drunks barged into the room. He threw it out a window and returned for the jumpsuit even though he was severely injured. He was dedicated and extremely grateful. I watched him for a while, not knowing that my affections towards him had blossomed into love. Yugao and Hana stepped up next. Yugao spoke. I used to hate Naruto, and I only saw him as the demon that murdered my family. But when he saved me and Hana from being raped by a bunch of failed ANBU, my views changed. He had knocked down a few with a trash can lid before shoving a kunai into the leader's area. The men in the room noticeably winced until Hana continued with the story. He had stabbed the leader in the groin. He began to walk off until he noticed an explosive tag was coming at us. He selflessly jumped in the way of the tag. He injured himself to save our lives, when we always ignored his. Tenten winced again, not knowing that Naruto had risked his life. The next to speak was Haku. Tenten, I may have just met Naruto, but out of all the human beings I have met in my entire life, Naruto has the purest of hearts. For the past week, Kyubi and I, note everyone in the council had to be told about Kyubi, have basically thrown ourselves at him. He always declined and his answer was always the same. I hold too much respect for women to do that outside of wedlock. That showed me how pure his heart was. My love for him only grew when I saw his scars. Tenten looked at her in confusion. Naruto-kun has a diagonal scar running across his chest. He has the Kyubi's fox form carved onto his back. He even has had his arm chopped off several times. I have grown to love him for his pure heart and his resolve. Tenten looked down until her father spoke. So tell me, Tenten, why do you wish to marry Naruto? Why do you love him? Her father placed great emphasis on the love part. Tenten thought for a minute, knowing she did not love him. She only wished to marry him so she could be trained by Kushina Uzumaki. Man, did she feel shallow. The council looked as Tenten sat back down, satisfied that she had made the right choice. Now that that portion is over, we only need Naruto to sign the contracts. We also need to discuss the topic of Kyubi. Sarutobi looked around to find that the Kyubi was not in the room. Well, shit. With Naruto. Naruto did not know what to do. He had just found out that his mother was alive, that she was in a coma for the past 12 years. Then he is offered Kishi's hand in marriage. He would have agreed to it that night. But then the council as well as several jonin had set up several marriage contracts. He knew absolutely nothing on how Kitsune's view partnership. So he was currently sitting on the fourth's head. The same question running through his mind. What should I do? He sat there for a while pondering everything that had happened so far. A new bloodline, his mother is alive. Kishi along with 8 other girls offer their hand in marriage. He was about to get up to continue his walk until he sensed. Sensed? Since when is he able to sense anything outside of his natural danger sense? He turned around to see the concerned face of his mother. Naruto, sweetie, what's wrong? Kushina was worried about her child. She saw him walk right out of the council room when the contracts with several girls who dearly loved him were made open. Any other guy would have been running around town like a maniac. So why did Naruto seem conflicted? Naruto stared at his mother for a few minutes until he tilted his head in a way that told her to sit down. Kushina complied and sat next to her only child. They sat there for a few minutes until Naruto broke the silence. I don't know what to do. Kushina stared at her child, wondering what he meant. Before the council meeting, when we were sent to the other room, Kukyubi-chan opened a portal to the Kitsune realm. She brought me there to ask if I would marry her. Kushina was stunned. The Kyubi no Kitsune had asked for her son's hand in marriage. Naruto, why is that a bad thing? If she asked to marry you, surely it means she. Kushina was cut off when Naruto spoke again. That's not it. The biggest reason was from that council meeting. Kushina quieted. There were 8 marriage contracts set up, right after I had been asked by Kyubi to marry her. And all the girls who set up the contracts love me. I don't know what to do. I have no idea if kitsunes allow harems, or if they will tolerate me being married to a human. Plus, if a harem is not allowed, then I am essentially hurting all of those girls who have their hearts set on me. It's like I can't win. Kushina now understood what Naruto meant. He cared for each and every one of the girls, maybe not to the extent of love. But he cared about them enough to not want to hurt them. Kushina sighed, not knowing what to do. Naruto was too conflicted and Kushina was too watchful of her son to notice that someone had been watching them the whole time. With Kisi. Kisi had tears in her eyes. While she was no longer sealed within Naruto, she was still connected to him. She read his thoughts. She was both happy and upset. She was happy that Naruto was thinking about her over himself, but she was upset that the conflict in him was causing him such pain. She stood up. She had fully decided that there was no human, kitsune, or any other being in the whole world that could ever compare themselves to Naruto. She walked out of the bush she was hiding behind and walked up to the conflicted blonde. Back with Naruto. Naruto was sitting there, still confused about Kisi-chan, the marriage contracts, his new bloodline. He continued to sit there with his mother next to him until he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around to stare into the beautiful amber eyes of Kisi until he felt a pair of warm lips touch his own. He sat there shocked until Kisi pulled her lips away. He tried to speak, but Kisi spoke first. Naruto-kun, I gave you the choice of whether you would accept my hand in marriage. I knew the council would pull something like this. Your reaction would have told me if I had made the right choice in a mate. Naruto-kun, there is not a man or demon who I could ever love as much as I love you. Kisi pressed her lips to Naruto's again. Kushina sat to the side giggling, yet watchful. Kisi kept on kissing Naruto until he pushed her off of him. Kisi-chan, but what ABOMPH? His argument was stopped by Kisi locking lips with him again. She was much more passionate. Her moaning into his mouth was clear proof of that. They separated again with a trail of saliva connecting their mouths. Naruto a kitsune law states that when a kitsune has chosen their mate, they can set terms that they find necessary. This can be challenged, but I know that we will make their challenges against our terms moot. Kisi got off of Naruto and began walking back to the council chambers before she turned around back to Naruto. So what is your answer? Naruto was about to reply, good. She began walking back, leaving a confused Naruto and a giggling Kushina. Naruto had no idea what happened. How did she know what I was going to say? He let those thoughts plague his mind for a bit until his mother let out a full-blown laugh. He stared at her for a moment before laughing himself. After a few minutes of laughing, they got up and started back to the council chamber, knowing that it was about to get more interesting in Konoha. Back in the council chambers. The council was shaking with fear. Not only did Kushina Uzumaki slaughter almost the entire council, but the Kyubi no Kitsune was nowhere in sight. They thought that the Kyubi would seek vengeance on Konoha for its years of imprisonment. Just as they were about to run out of the office and start screaming for their lives, the doors opened to reveal the Kyubi. She walked up to the Sandaime and whispered something in his ear. No one could hear what she said. Not even the Inuzukas could hear what she said. But they knew that whatever she said made the Sandaime happy. If the smirk was anything to go by. Kyubi stepped back and put on a grin before Sarutobi spoke up. It would appear that Naruto has made his decision in regards to the CRA. He has agreed to accepting the marriage contracts. The girls were smirking and jumping for joy. However, the girls stopped their gleeful routine and the counselors turned to the aged Hokage. He will only marry up to a point of 10 wives, which means he only has one spot open now. The counselors were confused. The one to voice the question that everyone had was the Haruno head. Lord Hokage, only 8 contracts were made. Who is the 9th individual? The Hokage smirked. The 9th individual is the Kyubi. Before the council meeting began, she brought Naruto to the Kitsune realm after she cast a genjutsu over the room so no one would know. In Kitsune terms, it seems that when they tell you their name, then you are officially their mate. Kyubi told only Naruto her name. He will officially be inaugurated as her mate tonight when they return to the Kitsune realm. But beside the point, Naruto now only has one spot open for his harem. Naruto will be here in a few minutes to sign the contracts. Besides the signing of the contracts and the final pieces of paperwork, this meeting is adjourned. All of the girls/women who had been placed in Naruto's harem were ecstatic. They were going to be married to the man they loved. They were talking about future plans when the door opened to reveal a giggling Kushina and a blushing Naruto. All the girls looked to Kushina and then to Naruto only to see him blush even more when they looked at him. Kushina walked over to the girls. I just thought it would be fun to tease him on the possibilities of a harem. Naruto blushed tomato red before he decided to sit down and start signing the contracts. Time skip, 3 hours later. Naruto was currently reading through the final contract. This was the contract that stated that Hana Inuzuka, Hakuma Mochi, Hinata Hyuga, Enko Mitarashi, Kurinai Yuhi, Yugao Yuzuki, Suzuri Uchiha, Aya Michiraku, Kisi Kitsune, and one more person to be added at a later date, were officially betrothed to Naruto Uzumaki. He read the contract, read it a few more times before he signed the paper in blood. The contract would be placed in the Uzumaki Namikaze compound and would be kept under lock and key. He was about to fall asleep when Kisi tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around to look into her amber eyes. It's time. Naruto immediately woke up knowing that the fact of him being married to Kisi-chan or not was about to be decided. She brought him to a closet where she performed the same hand seals from before. She opened the closet door and dragged Naruto in, where he was met with the same rush as before. He opened his eyes when the rush stopped to see that he was in fact in the Kitsune realm. The main difference was that there seemed to be trees growing out of the waterfall in a way that looked like paths. He did not ponder this for long because Kisi dragged him back to the top of the spiral. The spiral seemed to glow as they went up to the stairs until they reached the top. When they got to the top, Naruto noticed that the branches that were growing out of the waterfall were arranged in a way similar to a mass council room. Before he was able to question the reasons to this arrangement, Kisi flared her chakra as she slammed her palms in the middle of the pedestal that held them. The moment she began pouring her chakra in, a seal showed itself on the ground. The seal flared white for a minute before she stood up. I, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, have chosen a mate. I call forth the council and clan to discuss my terms. Not even a moment after she finished did places above the roots growing out of the waterfall open in the shape of an arch. Not even a second after did a large amount of foxes start running out. The foxes varied from white to red. Some were even dull lavender. They ran to the branches that were directly in front of the arch. They gathered in an organized group before they sat down. Naruto could now see that each one was about the size of a horse. He was about to say something before the foxes began to change. Their fur receded until it only covered their head, ears, and tails. He noticed that they all held an aura of strength and superiority, yet they did not seem arrogant in their power. He saw that not one of them was the same. In fact, each had unique traits that set them apart. They all wore silk kimonos with fox designs in the stitching. They all finished their transformation when they sat down on their knees with their tails falling beside them. Naruto then turned around when he heard a mass padding of feet to see a multicolored mass heading straight for the spiral before stopping. They went through the same process that the others had gone through. They all looked to be low-class Kitsune. He turned around to look at who he assumed was the Kitsune Council to begin. He stood there until a wide arch in the waterfall opened to create a doorway. Out of the doorway stepped two imposing figures. One was a man with long silver hair with a proud disposition. He wore a white battle kimono with red fox designs in the fabric. He wore what appeared to be silver samurai shoulder pads with a chest plate as well. At his side was a sword that seemed to glow in the moonlight. He was pale but not ghostly, and he had slit green eyes. Think Sephiroth with Sesshomaru's kimono and the Shodame's shoulder and chest armor. The other was a woman with crimson red hair that flowed down past her back. She wore a beautiful white kimono with flower designs on it. She carried a long staff on her back that was covered in intricate golden designs. She was pale, but still a darker shade than the male beside her. Her eyes were a purple color with a black slit. The two walked onto the platform created by the roots. They walked up to the front where two seats materialized out of the air. They each sat down. It remained quiet until the male stood up with a smile on his face. "Kyuubi, it has been too long, my child." Naruto was shocked. This man, the one who held an aura of power that would put the Sandaime to shame, was Kisi-chan's father. He stared at the man who seemed to smirk in his direction. He immediately grew nervous when those eyes looked into his own. He smirked after he had finished looking into Naruto's eyes. Though I am curious as to what the terms you are speaking of are, daughter. Kisi immediately gulped. She walked up to the edge of the pedestal where she kneeled. Honorable Council, you told me that due to my status as the next heir to the Kitsune clan that I would have to choose a mate to pass on my legacy. For the last 107 years I have never been able to fall in love with anyone. Until I was sealed inside of Naruto Uzumaki. I was sealed inside of him when Madara Uchiha, Naruto gritted his teeth at the name, used a summoning jutsu along with his eternal manjikyu to force me to attack Konoha. I had been sealed inside of Naruto, and his village hated him for it. I fell in love with him because no matter what the villagers did to him, he refused to break under their pressure. She spoke with conviction that impressed the entire council. I have terms that I wish to make known due to circumstances surrounding my intended lover. The council immediately looked at Kisi with a calculating eye. Her father simply smirked. Please state the conditions and circumstances surrounding your intended mate. Her father seemed calm, but one could easily see he was excited, for one reason or another. Kisi rose from her kneeling position. Honorable Council, Father, and Mother. My intended mate is the only possessor of all four of the great Dōjutsu. The council was shocked. I found a way to give him all four Dōjutsus. I felt I owed him at least that for how terrible his life has been. The council was shocked. She had found a way to give him all four Dōjutsus? How bad could his life have been for her to do something so drastic? My child, would it be possible for us to see this boy's life? Her father was curious on how badly his life had been. Kisi cringed. She did not want to reveal Naruto's life without his consent. She was going to comment until Naruto spoke. Yes, she may reveal my past, but I do not wish for any of your pity. Kisi looked at Naruto, who turned to her and nodded his head. She sighed and began a set of hand seals. She slammed her palm on the ground. The waterfall began to shift, and it began to form a visual into Naruto's memories. The moment the memories began to play, the entire Kitsune population was disgusted. Humans would do such acts to their own kind? When the memories were finished, you could see that the council was clawing into their seats with their talons. The council began to shout its rage. How dare those fools! Not even the most despicable of demons treat their young so cruelly. The one to yell this was Kisi's mother. She seemed extremely angry in regards to what the humans did to her daughter's chosen. I agree. The one who spoke was a bulky male Kitsune elder who had a set of old war armor on. He carried a naginata on his back. The blade was encrusted with a jade kitsune. The kitsune himself was larger than Kisi-chan's father. He had jade green hair fashioned into a long ponytail. These humans tried to murder a child, a despicable act, even for the most heartless of demons. I say we go down there and slaughter those fools like the animals they are. This was met by many approvals from the council. And oh, the council looked at the blonde child to see him quivering in rage. None of you will go down there to hurt anyone. I may have been beaten into submission by the thrice-damned villagers, but I will not allow any of you to touch them. The council was shocked. A human had just defended a village that had done worse to him than they themselves did to their enemies. And besides, Naruto looked up with a noticeable amount of chakra running off of him. If you commit a total genocide, then you will be no better than they are. The council looked down at this. He was right. If they committed mass murder, they would be lowering themselves down to the human's level. But one thing that perplexed them was why he had no scars. Excuse me, Naruto. The one who spoke was Kisi's mother. Why is it that you have no scars? The council looked to Naruto, who sighed. They saw him begin to remove his upper clothing. They were confused by this action until a shimmer displayed itself over his body. The council was disgusted. The child had more scars than the war hawk on the council did. All the kitsune below them were already enraged by the humans when they saw his memories on the waterfall. When they saw the scars, they began to wonder why they did not wipe them out. The council stared at Naruto's scars until they noticed his eyes. All four of them. Kisi's father smirked. So that's how you gave him all four bloodlines. He must have already had them in his system. I'm assuming this involves those terms you were speaking of earlier. Kisi proceeded to explain everything that has happened up to that point. The council deliberated on what should be done. They finally came to a decision. Very well, Naruto Uzumaki. As of this moment, you are now married to the heiress, Kisi Kitsune. An official ceremony will be held. But before we officially inaugurate this ceremony, is there any of the Kitsune clan who wishes to object to this marriage? None of the Kitsune clan seemed to challenge the marriage. Just as the council was about to begin the official ceremony, someone spoke up. I object. The council turned towards the one who spoke and sneered. The one who spoke was considered the disgrace to the Kitsune family. He had committed more crimes in his life than they cared to remember. Kisi and Naruto turned around. Kisi noticeably shook with rage at the sight of the Kitsune. He was a tall Kitsune who wore a black sweeper coat. His pants were noticeably made out of the hide of some other demon, something considered despicable by Kitsune ethics. He had black hair that was pulled back. He had a pair of black combat boots. Like all the Kitsune that he had seen so far minus Kisi-chan, he carried a weapon. His weapon appeared to be a club, but it looked to be made out of bones. His face had a large slash mark across his left eye. His eyes were a different color, one was a dark purple, and the other was a sickly yellow. He also had a large scar running from the corner of his mouth to his left ear. His smirk showed his long fangs. But the thing that Naruto noticed was that this Kitsune was a black Kyuubi. The council grew incredibly impatient with this Kitsune. For what reason do you wish to challenge my daughter's marriage to this young man? Kisi-chan's father was not happy. Honorable Kitsune-sama, honorable council, my fellow Kitsunes, why should we allow the marriage between the heiress and a human? How do we know that the human will only use her to breed his race more soldiers, soldiers that would be destructive to our kind? Besides, he is already betrothed to marry 8 other women. Why should the heiress be thrown in? I believe that I would make a... Silence! The black Kitsune's rant was cut off by a mauve-furred Kitsune elder with black tips. He was wearing a black kimono with white fox designs. The Kitsune had a large broadsword on his back. The blade itself was emanating a dark aura. The Kitsune elder spoke. I will not hear another word odaku, corruption. You have shown all of us that you are incapable of being a proper mate. This will be the 7th time you have argued against a female Kitsune's choice of a mate, and every time you challenge the chosen for the girl's hand in marriage. You then kill the chosen, mate with the vixen, and then once you feel she has no more use, you then kill her. Due to Kitsune law, we cannot interfere with that, but I refuse to allow you to do this again. The elder was extremely angry. He absolutely despised the corrupted Kitsune. But Lord Ankaku, darkness. Kitsune law states that we are allowed to challenge for the vixen's hand in marriage. I merely thought that I would make a much better choice for them, and I killed the vixens, because they dissatisfied me. All the vixens were shaking in rage. How dare that bastard? And as it is my right to ask for this challenge, he looked up to the pedestal right into Naruto's 4 eyes. I challenge Naruto Uzumaki for Kyuubi's hand in marriage. Kisi gripped his hand tightly. Naruto looked at her and asked, what would happen if I refused the challenge? Kisi looked at Naruto. She then looked down. If you refuse the challenge, then I am automatically married to him. Naruto understood and looked back to Odaku. Odaku, I accept your challenge. Naruto began walking down the spiral, thinking. He knew that this Kitsune was equal in power to Kisi-chan. And the fact that he was a black Kitsune brought up something that Suzuri said. She said that the Shodame fought against Madara and a black Kyuubi. He wondered if this was the same Kitsune. He did not have time to ponder this, for almost as soon as he began to walk down, he was walking across the stepping stones that led to the spiral. He looked to see the gold and purple eyes of Odaku as he brought out his bone club, which was covered in blood. You know, human, this club has killed 6 chosen Kitsune, but it has never tasted the blood of a human chosen before. Plus, it has never tasted the blood of one who possesses all 4 great Dōjutsu. I can't think of a better opponent in the form of a human. Odaku was getting testy, but he wanted to enjoy this as much as he could. I will not allow you to do to Kisi-chan what you have done to all the other vixens who you forced yourself upon. I understand this is a fight to the death. I intend to end you for your sins, Odaku. Odaku only smirked as Naruto placed his hands in a seal. His eyes were closed and chakra was swirling around him. Not even a second later his eyes shot open, revealing that his Dōjutsu had their first stage fully active. Odaku then placed his hands in the serpent's seal where a black chakra swirled around him. He also closed his eyes, and not a moment later his eyes shot open to reveal they were glowing the same color as what the eyes were. The council stood as Kitsune-sama stepped onto the pedestal with his wife. The match between Naruto Uzumaki and Odaku Hajime. Not even a second after that did Naruto and Odaku launch themselves at each other, weapons drawn and eyes locked. The fight between the Sind Kyuubi and the gifted Chigon was about to begin. Last time on Naruto of the 4 Dōjutsu, Odaku only smirked as Naruto placed his hands in a seal. His eyes were closed and chakra was swirling around him. Not even a second later his eyes shot open, revealing that his Dōjutsu had their first stage fully active. Odaku then placed his hands in the serpent's seal where a black chakra swirled around him. He also closed his eyes, and not a moment later his eyes shot open to reveal they were glowing the same color as what the eyes were. The council stood as Kitsune-sama stepped onto the pedestal with his wife. The match between Naruto Uzumaki and Odaku Hajime. Not even a second after that did Naruto and Odaku launch themselves at each other, weapons drawn and eyes locked. The fight between the Sind Kyuubi and the gifted Chigon was about to begin. Chapter 1. Kisi watched as a fellow Kitsune, and the man she loved, fought for her hand. It did not matter if Odaku won, he would never have her as a mate. But the likelihood of Naruto surviving his fight with the Dark Kyuubi was extremely slim. She knew that she could kill Odaku, but Naruto had never fought a Kitsune before. Kisi looked back to the field as Naruto and Odaku slammed their weapons into each other. Naruto versus Odaku. Clang, Naruto's Mizuoni and Odaku's Bone Club were clashing with each other. Odaku smirked and sent a tail at Naruto. Seeing this, he pushed off of the Bone Club with his Mizuoni to gain some distance. The tail pierced into the ground right where he was standing. He sighed in relief. Gotta thank Zabuza for those quick sword lessons. Taking up his Mizuoni, he charged back at the Black Kyuubi. Odaku easily parried his blade with his own claws, sending Naruto tumbling forward. Odaku took this moment to smash the club into Naruto. The club was blocked by Mizuoni. The two clashed their swords together until Odaku raised 3 tails to impale Naruto. Shooting them forward, he aimed each one at a point to make sure the blonde could not escape. He was only a few feet away. Naruto saw the tails coming straight at him. He mentally panicked. What the fuck am I going to do? I can't escape this one. Think, Naruto, think. How the hell are you going to get rid of those tails before they hit you? Naruto thought about this and inwardly smirked. Odaku was only a foot away when Naruto screamed, "Kamui!" Odaku immediately felt extreme pain in where his 3 tails were. He jumped back to see that half of the 3 tails were gone. The stumps bleeding where the rest of the tails once attached. He cringed as he looked back at Naruto. Right where his tails were aiming, there were small vortexes. Each one had a piece of his tail sticking out of it. The vortexes seemed to be pulling it in. Odaku snarled at the blonde before he jumped at him. Naruto blocked the strike with a cross block before he sent his foot out, burying it in Odaku's chest. The Black Kyuubi stepped back, not expecting his kick to be that strong. Odaku was distracted long enough for Naruto to pull out his Mizuoni and jumped over Odaku. Odaku watched as Naruto brought the sword down, slashing him across his back. Age. Odaku lurched forward, feeling something else, not just the slash across his back. He turned back around to see that the blade was pulling on something. It was devouring the water in his body. He stood up and turned towards the blonde. His disposition did not betray his thoughts. How the hell can this human possibly be a match for me? I have lived for over 500 years, and never once has a human been able to do this to me. Odaku was so caught up in his thoughts that he never noticed the 3 Fuma shuriken coming at him until the last second. With Kisi and the council, all of them were astounded. Naruto had never once before fought a Kitsune, but here he was, standing against the most bloodthirsty Kyuubi in the history of the clan. Kisi was smiling. Her Naruto-kun was beating the shit out of Odaku. She always hated how Odaku would kill his mates if they ever dissatisfied him. And it absolutely disgusted her how he would basically humiliate them as he claimed them. Lord Kitsune was intrigued when Naruto used smaller Kamui to get rid of a few of Odaku's tails. He never liked Odaku. He often wondered why they allowed him to remain in the clan, for he did not really follow Kitsune customs and laws. Kishi smirked seeing Naruto use Mizuoni's ability to devour water without even knowing how to do it. She absolutely loved that about him. It just meant she could have more fun with him when they decided to mate. The council was also impressed. They smirked seeing the 3 Fuma head straight for Odaku, but went wide-eyed at what happened next. Back to fight. Odaku had enough. He placed his hands in the horse seal and released a large mass of chakra. The chakra began to melt away at the ground around him. Odaku's physical form noticeably changed. His ears became more pointed, the bones in his tails became more noticeable, and his claws turned onyx black. His skin began to turn a sickly green color. His eyes remained the same, minus the part where their whole eye became the same color as their pupil. The tails that had been destroyed by Kamui were now healing. The bones in the tail grew to the same length as what the original tails were, but no flesh or skin grew to cover the bones. His bottom canines grew until they were pointing out from his mouth. Naruto was visibly shaking. His second stage Byakugan may not be active, but his regular Byakugan was more than enough to say that what Odaku had become was far stronger than what he was dealing with before. Odaku looked up and smirked. His voice was noticeably different. "How do you like the new look, human?" He launched himself at Naruto at speeds that were far faster than Naruto was used to. Naruto was sent sprawling 20 feet away from where he was standing when he was backhanded by Odaku. He barely had enough time to dodge the club before it smashed into the ground. He parried a strike sent by one of Odaku's bone tails. Naruto was shit scared right now. He had to use the first level of his Dōjutsu to keep up with Odaku before, but now he probably would have to use second level to actually do any damage. That put him in a tight spot. His chakra stores could only use all 4 Dōjutsu at once for a total of 5 minutes according to Kishi-chan. And if what the aura around him wasn't enough, you could practically see the malicious dark energy ripping about him. What the fuck is going on? Not even a minute ago I was fighting a Kyuubi with an ego. Now I'm fighting something that looks like the secret love child of Satan and some black 9-tailed fox. Despite the situation, the council couldn't help but snicker at the comment about Odaku's second form. Odaku's eye noticeably twitched before he smirked. "It's a special ability I have. Many years ago I gained the ability to absorb the powers of one demon by devouring its soul. Once I activate it, all injuries that I have received during battle are instantly healed. The soul I absorbed was that of an extremely powerful archfiend." Everyone was shocked at this. How the hell did Odaku defeat an archfiend? Naruto was confused at this statement. What the hell is an archfiend? Odaku smirked at this and performed a few hand seals. Kenjutsu, Kankai, Forbidden Art, Soul Release. At that moment an ether began to manifest itself. It began to take a physical form. What everyone noticed was that there seemed to be a bunch of chains surrounding the form. After a few more seconds a physical form could clearly be distinguished. Standing there surrounded by chains was the current leader of one of the 7 fiend clans. He had disappeared 7 years ago when the Kitsune clan went to the Archfiend realm to set up an alliance. The alliance was a failure when the Kitsune clan was blamed for his disappearance. The 2 clans have been on rough grounds ever since. A female Kitsune elder wearing a floral kimono stood up. "Odaku, it was you who kidnapped the Archfiend of Pride?" Odaku snorted. "So what? I would suggest you shut your mouth, wench, before I decide to come up there and challenge you for your seat." This severely angered the council. Odaku has been growing more and more corrupt, and now he had crossed the line. Lady Kitsune stood up. "Odaku, you cost the Kitsune clan an alliance with the Fiend clans. Not only have you disgraced yourself in Kitsune law, but you also essentially betrayed us when you kidnapped the current leader of Pride." Odaku only sneered in her direction. "As if I care, I saw a chance for power and I took it. How do you think I turned into a Kyuubi when I was born a disgusting Hanyu?" Many of the Kitsune growled. Unlike a few clans, Kitsune did not shun relatives if they had human blood in their veins. Naruto became confused. "Hanyu? What the hell is this guy talking about? And what is this about the Fiend clan? I seriously would love to know what is going on around here, so I can finish this fight and take Kishi out to dinner." Kishi blushed at this comment but immediately hid it, knowing how much danger Naruto was in. Odaku turned his head towards the blonde. "I'll tell you what is going on here. Ningen Lord Kitsune was digging his claws into his palms. Calling someone Ningen was considered an insult amongst the clan. I was not born of Kitsune blood, or at least not full Kitsune blood. My mother was a very lustful Kitsune, while my father was a very kind man. My mother fell for the man and immediately seduced him. A year into their relationship they married, and a month after she became pregnant with me. Odaku grew quiet at this point. On the day of my birth, a group of humans went on a fox hunt. My mother was pregnant and had gone into labor, and they intended to kill her. And me. But my father managed to drive them off. He came back to my mother, dying in her arms. The group found my mother, but was unable to kill her. She had gone into her fox form as soon as I had finally left her womb, and she immediately used Kitsune Bai to end their miserable lives. But she ended up setting the house on fire. She managed to bring my father's corpse and lay with it one last time while wrapping her tails around me for protection. By morning, I had been baptized in the blood and ashes of my own parents. Odaka sighed before continuing. I spent years wandering around, killing for food, stealing for wealth and warmth, until I grew strong enough to fight off lower demons, and began devouring them. By the time I had reached 100 years of age, I could take on even the strongest of lesser demons. I even fashioned a weapon from the spine of an ogre demon who thought I would taste good. Not more than 80 years ago, I saw the founding of your village, Konoha. I had seen many things happen in life, but the founding clans actually working together for a common goal. Now that was something I did not expect. After 20 years, I was approached with an offer by Madara Uchiha. Naruto's eyes widened in fury. He offered to rid me of my human blood by using a forbidden demonic jutsu created by an aged devil. I would become a full Kitsune and gain all the powers that one at my age could receive. And all I had to do was fight for him 2 times. The first time I fought for him was when he battled Hashirama Senju, one whose clan was blessed by the forest branch of the Kitsunes, and the second time was only 40 years ago, when he asked me to help him raise Whirlpool Country to the ground. Silence. Naruto looked at the Kitsune, rage evident in his eyes. Here was one who was responsible for the total genocide of his clan. He looked down at the ground, clutching his sword tight enough to make the metal creak a bit. He had one thought going through his head. No, holding back. Naruto snapped his head up and showed his eyes in their second stage. With Kishi. Kishi was shocked. He unleashed all 4 of his Dōjutsu's second levels. He would only be able to have them active for a total of 5 minutes before he ran out of chakra. And he was likely to use the Hijitsu of the Dōjutsu. Naruto, are you crazy? You use those for too long and you will burn up all of your chakra. Naruto. Naruto heard Kishi, but chose to ignore her. He was severely going to regret that later though. He was about to charge in to attack Odaku when he noticed something. The chains that held that weird demon thing were connected to Odaku, and the chains were feeding him the Archfiend's energy. Naruto smirked, figuring a way he can work that to his advantage. He decided it was high time for some good old-fashioned Kage Bunshin. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. In front of Naruto were 50 clones that charged at Odaku from different sides. 5 jumped in the air and tried to grab Odaku by the hair. They were cut to pieces by Odaku's bone tails. Anther 10 threw shuriken to his back while 5 threw kunais with explosive tags at his front. Odaku raised his tails and knocked them back at the users. His left 30 clones to start engaging him hand-to-hand combat. The 30 clones ducked and weaved inside his guard, getting in a few hits. But Odaku just kept slicing the clones until only 5 remained. The 5 charged at his front. Odaku was about to slice the one to his left, but was stopped as the one to his right threw an explosive note. He blocked the note with his bone tail. He turned to destroy the clone to find it was gone. He looked around him before feeling something grabbing his legs. He looked down to see 2 hands grab his legs before he was stabbed into his back with a kunai. He slashed the clones and saw the last 3 heading towards him. He wrapped all 3 of his bone tails together and sent them right at the 3 clones. He smirked, thinking that they would all be destroyed, until he saw they were carrying something. It was a chain, and it was the chain that connected him and the Archfiend. He did not have time to stop the attack and ended up shattering the chain, freeing the Archfiend. The chains surrounding the Archfiend began to burn and wither before they shattered as the Archfiend spread its wings. Now that the chains were gone, you could actually distinguish it. Its skin was a sickly white, with red muscles showing all over his body in an organized pattern. Spikes were shooting out of his body as well. His wings were the same color and were large enough to allow him flight. The spikes around his neck formed in a way to resemble a collar, and his head resembled an old rounded crown, yet it was clearly a part of his body. The archfiend stood with an aura that screamed pride. He turned towards Odaku. Well, 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 if it isn't the coward Kitsune. Odaku was fuming, but immediately stopped when he felt immense pain. He looked to see that his changes were now reversing, and that his tails that were made from bone were rotting away, damaging his body. Odaku looked back to the blonde and said, "How did you know you needed my tails to cut through that chain?" Naruto looked sheepish at this. "Actually, I had you cut them because I didn't have anything sharp enough to cut it with." Everyone's sweat dropped at this and some were cracking up laughing. Odaku was slack-jawed. "You mean to tell me that you didn't even know that you needed to use one of my bone tails to cut the chain? And just because you did not have a sharp enough object you tricked me into destroying the chain without even having figured out that's what it would take to bracket?" Naruto nodded his head. "Pretty much, yeah." He smirked before frowning at the Kitsune. "I will win this fight. For the family that you murdered. For the villain that you assisted. But most of all, for Kishi-chan." Naruto launched himself at the Kyuubi and slashed his sword across his chest. He had since deactivated his bloodlines and was now just using his special blade. Odaku slumped to the ground, clutching his still bleeding wound. He turned back to the blonde and roared, "I refuse to lose to some ninjen." He smashed his hands into the dragon seal and released more Yuki than he could imagine. Odaku began screaming in pain as his body began to shift and warp into a fox-like form. He also grew to the height of a 5-story building. At the end of his transformation, standing there was Odaku in his full fox form. His eyes were blood red, his fur a sickening black color with blood stains everywhere. His claws were yellow and all that was left of his tails were 6 full ones, and 3 stumps. He raised his claw and smashed it into the ground in front of Naruto, sending him flying backwards. Naruto got back up and picked up his sword. "Man, how the hell am I going to fight a fox-formed Kyuubi? Kishi-chan told me that they are at their strongest in fox form." Naruto looked at his seal that now seemed to be glowing. "It's now or never." Naruto sliced his palm and applied blood to the seal. He ran through a set of hand seals and screamed, "Kuchios no Jutsu." A large puff of white smoke filled the area to reveal a giant lizard with spikes covering its entire back. Its eyes were that of the Rinnegan, but it felt as if it had a soul. The lizard also had total of 8 legs. The lizard looked up to Naruto and actually spoke. "Naruto, what do you want? I hope I can fight this time. You haven't let me out to play since you brought me back to life." Naruto looked at the lizard in the eyes. "Armorous, I need you to get me close enough to Odaku over there, so I can finish him off." The newly named Armorous smirked before he turned his head back to Odaku. "All right, Naruto, hold on." Armorous ran at the giant fox and bit into its front leg. The fox screamed in pain before trying to bite the lizard, only to end up with thorns in its mouth. Armorous smirked and tackled Odaku to get him some more room for Naruto to finish him. He finally managed to get an open window opportunity. "Naruto, finish him, now." Naruto jumped off of Armorous' head and ran straight across Odaku's snout. He pulled out the Mizuoni and jumped up in the air. The blade began to glow and he swung it above his head, aiming right for the point in between Odaku's eyes. He swung his sword and screamed, "Suetun!" Swishoha! A large tidal wave came out of the blade before it began to spin and spiral into a drill. Naruto swung the sword one last time as the blade plowed into the area in between Odaku's eyes, drilling a hole right into the brain cavity. Odaku screamed in pain. That last attack may not have hit his brain, but it hurt like a bitch. He fell back as Naruto landed back on his snout. He began snarling, not being able to talk in fox form. Naruto jumped onto the tip of his snout and began preparing hand seals. "This is the end, Odaku." Naruto finished the hand seals and yelled, "Katan! Fenikusu Bakuden." Naruto blew out a plume of fire the size of an elephant as it began to form a bird-like shape. It finished forming and was revealed to be a phoenix. It screeched as it flew forward. Time seemed to slow for Odaku as the final thoughts went through his head. "This is how I die." Naruto placed his hands in a serpent seal, just as the phoenix entered the brain cavity. Katsu. Boom! Odaku lurched back as the phoenix detonated in his head. His eyes began to burn and his mouth was now on fire. He lurched back as his chest began to burn. Not even a second later his eyes began shooting out flames as his mouth was shooting out fire. Using what little breath he had left, he roared his anguish and pain and finally was silenced. He slumped to the ground dead. Naruto jumped off of the body as it began to crumble from being burnt. He looked back before giving a satisfied snort. Is it hot around here or what? He began walking back to the spiral when he felt something behind him. He turned around and was barely able to dodge a bone club being aimed right at him. Naruto looked back to see that Odaku was climbing out of the ashes. Naruto was shocked. He sent an explosive fireball into the guy's skull. How the hell does someone survive that? How the hell are you still alive after that? Odaku gave a smirk, clearly not feeling well. Didn't you hear my story? I grew up devouring other demons. One of those demons had the ability to be reborn 3 times. I gained that ability as well when I devoured his remains. Odaku tried to move but immediately collapsed when his leg began to convulse. Damn it, I may be able to give myself a second chance at life, but I still have a good amount of the injuries. A group of kitsune with swords drawn surrounded Odaku. Odaku, for the crimes of kidnapping, murder, and violation of the laws of nature, you are to be condemned for execution as decreed by the council and Lord and Lady Kitsune. Odaku only smirked. I don't think so. Odaku placed his hands in a bird seal and immediately disappeared in a flash of dark flames. The kitsune ran to the place he was to only find a single black kitsune tail. Lord Kitsune smashed his hand into the ground. Damn it! I forgot he knew that trick. Kisi looked at her in a way that did not betray the question. That Kisi was Shippo Senku? It allows you to escape any situation by transporting them to nearest safe location, all at the cost of 1 tail. This leaves Odaku at the level of a 5-tailed fox, making him much easier to handle in the future. Especially at the fact hat once you lose your tail. You lose it and its power for good. Kisi was happy for that. She looked back at her Naruto-kun and smiled. He had just beaten a QB-level opponent, dropped that opponent's power by a large amount and found out what happened to the Archfiend of Pride. She was about to begin walking down when she heard clapping. She turned her head and was shocked to find that the Archfiend of Pride was clapping, and not in an insulting way. The Archfiend of Pride walked up to Naruto while still clapping. I must say I'm impressed. You fought off an opponent that far surpassed you in strength and abilities, and managed to free me from his grasp. The Archfiend scratched the back of his head. The only reason that fool managed to gain my powers was because he had backup. I cursed those damn traitors to our clan. The Archfiend was now releasing a mass of energy that was starting to scare Naruto. Noticing this, he stopped. My apologies, Naruto, but where are my manners? Since I know your name, it only seems right that I give you mine. The Archfiend stepped back and took a respectful bow. Think how Agnes bows and Devil May Cry for. I am Shingai Uja, leader of the Fiend Clan of Pride. He got up from his bow and stared at the still terrified Naruto. And I must say that even as proud as I am, I can't help but envy your ability to be able to defeat an opponent that I could not. Shingai turned towards the Kitsune Council. I wish to propose a proper alliance between our 2 clans, and I believe Naruto will suffice for the alliance. He turned back to look at a wide-eyed Naruto. What? I'm sorry, but please tell me this isn't going to happen every time I save someone's life. Seriously, if people want me to start marrying people just to pay back being saved, then I will stop saving people. Naruto heard chuckling coming from the Archfiend. No, Naruto, fiends do not marry, nor can we reproduce. While I admit that we do have sexual desires that must be fulfilled from time to time, we do not marry our own kind off. No, what we mean by an alliance is that since you will be married to the heiress of the Kitsune clan, we will give you something to assert you as the binding of the alliance. Your first child with the heiress will have the strengths of the fiends and the Kitsune, but unfortunately, your child will not possess any of your bloodlines. This is the case only with your first child. This alliance also applies to Konoha, as well as any villages and countries that they are allied with. Naruto was breathing a sigh of relief, not wanting to have to fill that open position on the contract. He already had someone in mind. Kisi came running in and glomped Naruto. You idiot! Don't you ever do that again. Hear me? Naruto rapidly nodded his head. Kishi smiled before capturing his lips in a passionate kiss. Naruto was wide-eyed and was rapidly looking around at the snickering kitsune around him. 5 minutes later, Kishi needed fresh air. Seeing all the kitsunes snickering around her, she blushed before burying her head in Naruto's chest. Naruto wanted to scream, "Kawaii," but thought it would only make things worse for him. They got up and walked towards Lady and Lord Kitsune. "Well, it seems like I will soon be calling you son-in-law. I expect you both to be here a week from now to finalize the marriage through a special kitsune ceremony." Naruto nervously smiled, afraid of what would happen if he accidentally forgot. The two of them turned around and walked through the gate back to Konoha. With Odaku. Odaku was currently heading off to find some old friends. He definitely would need backup when he fought that blonde again. That Gaki managed to take him down when his strength was at Kyuubi level, now he was at Gobi level. This would make things harder. He finally found what he was looking for, a cave that was right under an old volcano. He walked down the tunnel and followed down a maze. Half an hour later, he got to the center of the volcano to find a circular platform surrounded by lava. The platform had a throne made up of rocks and lava stones. He jumped onto the platform as 3 more individuals came out from behind some pillars. He saw that it was the fiends who helped him defeat Shingai. "I see that you remain loyal to me, good." The fiends did not speak. All 3 of them had blank looks on their faces. All 3 were triplets and so did not look any different from each other. He walked up to his throne and sat down. "I suggest you 3 prepare more of that delightful serum. 3 mindless fiends won't be enough to take on the Kitsune and Fiend clans." The 3 fiends bowed before running off to do their work. Odaku just used his dark fire abilities to make a 3D replica of Naruto. Soon, he crushed the replica in his bare hands. Soon, Odaku smiled before he drifted off to sleep, waiting for his new army to be made. With Naruto and Kishi had just gotten back to Konoha. They were currently walking around with Kushina to try to find a good place to eat. Naruto had since put on the new outfit that he got made for him in Wave. He was wearing a black sleeveless shirt that covered his abdomen and left most of the shoulders showing. His pants were full length and were tucked into his shinobi sandals. He also had a blade hidden into the sandal to provide a surprise attack. He was also wearing a genjutsu on his face to hide his new eyes. They were currently walking around the mall district of Konoha when Kushina stopped them. "I'm going to go get some new clothes. I can't go walking around in the same clothes that I have been sleeping in for the past 12 years now, can I?" Kushina smiled, then dug into her purse. "How about you 2 go get some ice cream?" Kishi's lips went into a big smile, but Naruto remained neutral. Mom," Kushina turned her head towards him. "What's ice cream?" Kushina's eyes were wide as dinner plates. Kishi's jaw was practically touching the ground, and a cat nearby stopped chasing a rat. "You've never had ice cream?" Kushina was inwardly seething. His life was so bad that he never had ice cream before? "Well, no, at least I don't think so. Before I was able to get food from Ichiraku would usually dig through a garbage can and eat what was in there. I would occasionally sneak into farms and eat some raw eggs. But other than that, it was just dumpster diving for dinner." Kushina was noticeably tearing up and Kishi was right there with her. Naruto did not even have a second to predict his mother wrapping him up in a warm hug. "Oh, Naruto, I can't stand the idea that your life was so terrible." Kushina was crying in public, and people were looking their way. Naruto was blushing. "Mom, could you let go of me? You're embarrassing me." The last part was said with a quiet growl that only Kushina could hear. Kushina immediately looked up at Naruto wide-eyed. "What did you say?" "Mom, no, the other part. Could you let go of me? And oh, the other part. You're embarrassing me?" "Why? I'm embarrassing my son. I'm succeeding in being a mother." Kushina glomped Naruto between her breasts, causing Naruto to have difficulty breathing. After 5 minutes of Kushina practically strangling Naruto, Kushina decided to bring Naruto to an ice cream store. Naruto was walking a few feet behind them when he was pulled into an alley. He immediately took a defensive stance when he saw Kiba. "Naruto, you sly dog. I can't believe you got 2 such slamming redheads." Kiba pulled Naruto out of the alley and started ogling Kushina and Kishi. "Man, the small one's cute. But man, would I love to bend that tall one over a table and bang her until she screams. Kiba's fantasies were cut off when he felt an extreme killer intent coming at him. He turned around and saw Naruto with flames coming off of him. He saw the shimmer of a genjutsu being dispelled and saw his new Chigon. Naruto snapped his head up and yelled, "That's my mother, you asshole!" Naruto sliced his palm and rubbed the blood across a seal. There was a huge puff of smoke, revealing a club covered in spikes at over 20 feet long. Die! Naruto somehow managed to jump at Kiba, who was now running for his life, screaming like a little girl. Last time on Naruto of the 4 Dōjutsu. Naruto, you sly dog. I can't believe you got 2 such slamming redheads. Kiba pulled Naruto out of the alley and started ogling Kushina and Kisi. Man, the small one's cute. But man, would I love to bend that tall one over a table and bang her until she screams. Kiba's fantasies were cut off when he felt an extreme killer intent coming at him. He turned around and saw Naruto with flames coming off of him. He saw the shimmer of a genjutsu being dispelled and saw his new Chigon. Naruto snapped his head up and yelled, "That's my mother, you asshole!" Naruto sliced his palm and rubbed the blood across a seal. There was a huge puff of smoke, revealing a club covered in spikes at over 20 feet long. Die! Naruto somehow managed to jump at Kiba, who was now running for his life, screaming like a little girl. Back to present. Begin chapter now. Come back here, Kiba, and die! Naruto was swinging a flail, one that should be impossible to even move, much less use, trying to hit Kiba. Kiba was currently running through the streets of Konoha with an angry supercharged Naruto on his tail. Not good odds. He ran past the Hokage Tower and was currently trying to get home. He turned left and saw a shortcut. Oh, thank you, Lord. He ran to the shortcut, but was cut off by a giant club landing in front of the alley. He turned around to see Naruto carrying several cocktail bombs. Burn! Naruto threw the cocktail's bomb right where Kiba was standing. Kiba barely had enough time to move when the cocktail hit. It lit the ground right on fire. Not needing to think about his choice, he took off running in the opposite direction, with a pyromaniac Naruto on his tail. Bjorn! Naruto kept throwing cocktails like there was no tomorrow. Kiba was on the receiving end and had now lost most of his hair to stray flames. He kept running from the seemingly unlimited amount of cocktails. When will he run out of cocktails? At that moment, Naruto seemed to stop throwing cocktails. Oh, thank you, Lord. He kept running and was going past Ichiraka Ramen when he slipped and ended up plowing into a wall. He groaned and tried to get up. When he got up, he looked in the direction he came from, to see Naruto holding a fuel tank with a flame at the tip on the job-made flamethrower. Naruto smirked. B-U-R-R-R-R-R-R, and you bastard, B-U-R-R-R-R-R. The flame grew and ended up acting as a projectile weapon. Kiba practically shit himself while he ran away from the approaching flames, flames that most likely were seen from the Hokage Tower. Hokage Tower. The new council was currently reviewing the contract just recently made when Hayashi's eyes widened. Hayashi, what's wrong? Fugaku asked. His only answer was Hayashi pointing his finger out the window. Everyone looked as their jaws dropped to the ground. Running down a street of Konoha was probably the biggest flame they had ever seen. Sarutobi immediately checked his crystal ball and smirked. Looks like Kiba decided to be an open pervert, and Naruto didn't approve. Everyone's sweat dropped at this. Sume smirked before she left, heading off to the Inuzuka compound. Back with Kiba. Kiba had run into an alley and saw Naruto run past, still screaming about how he was going to burn him. Kiba sighed in relief and waited a few minutes. 5 minutes later, he walked out of the alley and looked around. Seeing that Naruto was not there, he released a sigh of relief. He did not know he was holding. Oh, thank you, Lord. Kiba turned around and ran right into Naruto. Kiba immediately stepped back, seeing the evil glint in his eyes. All 4 of them. Oh, you got to be kidding me. Kiba took off running with Naruto, throwing just about any pointy object you could think of at him. Where the hell is he getting this stuff? Kiba did not have time to ponder this as he saw a giant spinning saw blade coming right at him. He turned a sharp corner and ran down the length of the river. He looked back to see Naruto holding a giant-ass spear covered in minor explosive notes. Thinking fast, he waited until Naruto threw the spear. Boom! The spear hit right where Kiba was standing. Luckily, he jumped into the river and began to swim downstream from there. Half an hour later, Kiba was walking up to the Inuzuka compound. He was soaked right to the bone and was breathing heavily. He grabbed the door of the compound gates and said, "Oh, thank you, Lord." He pulled on the gate to find it locked. He began to panic and began banging on the door. He was about ready to use Getsuga when he heard, "Oh, Kiba." Kiba turned around and looked into the 4 eyes of Naruto. He whimpered before he started clawing at the gates of the compound like a scared dog. Naruto got closer. He pulled out a pair of combat sticks and started to twirl them. Kiba stared at Naruto. Aaggggggghhhe. Kiba's screams of pain were heard all over Konoha, and the Inuzuka family was getting a front seat show. Camera room. Sum winced at the beating Kiba took. "I don't think a leg is supposed to bend that way." Kiba screamed on the camera. "Neither is it supposed to be able to do that, crack, or that. And it definitely isn't supposed to go that way." Sum was shocked that Naruto would go that far to injure somebody. She was about to go out there to stop it when Naruto spoke up. "Are you going to make sexual comments about women in public again?" Kiba shook his head no. "Are you going to make those comments about my mother?" Kiba rapidly shook his head no. Good. He walked up, leaving Kiba twisted like a French pretzel. Sum could only laugh at the predicament her son was in. She then proceeded to call the medics. All the medics. With Kushina and Kisi. They had just gotten to the ice cream shop when they noticed that Naruto was not with them. Panicking, Kushina went around every store in town asking if they had seen a blonde-haired boy with whisker marks. Almost all the stores said that the demon brat should just roll over and die. Every one of them got many broken bones courtesy of Kushina. They were now walking past the Uchiha compound when they heard, "Dad, you are dead, daddy, dead." To Kushina's surprise, Fugaku came running out of the Uchiha clan compound with what appeared to be a diary. Following behind was Suzuri with her will-o-wisp manjikyu blaring with Amaterasu flames coming out of them. Kushina turned to Kisi for an explanation. Kisi giggled before signaling Kushina to come closer. I noticed that she had the original manjikyu Sharingan. It was beginning to cause her to go blind. So all I did was overload her eyes with my Yuki and purified it. It still has its limits. Thump, which Suzuri has now met. Kushina looked back to see Suzuri holding a diary with a well-drawn picture of Naruto. She grabbed the book and began flipping through the pages. Kisi, you have got to read some of these poems. It seems that Suzuri has a very romantic side for my son. She showed Kisi the first entry. O beautiful orbs, so deep and pure. O golden forest, so silky and fair. So lovely, yet so unclean. So noticeable, yet unseen. O man whose heart is so pure it trounces heaven. O Naruto, I love thee, and I wish thy love returned. Kisi read through a few more entries until she got to a very interesting one. O Naruto, my love, your mask fools all but me. How I wish I could show you my heart, and let my love set you free. O Naruto, my darling, your kindness knows no end. For even if one is your foe, they quickly become your friend. O Naruto, my dear, how my heart longs only you. My eyes see what most cannot, and that my love for you is true. O Naruto, my hopeful husband, I long for your gentle touch. For seeing you in your greatest is simply not enough. O Naruto, my sunshine, I love you through and through. O Naruto, I wish you'd love me too. Kushina ran through the diary and found a beautiful drawing. It was an Uchiha-style wedding dress, but it was patterned with swirls and whirlpools. The hem of the dress was like any other kimono, but the Uchiha ravens seemed to fly in a beautiful pattern. The dress itself was a beautiful mixture of the usual black kimono of usual Uchiha weddings, and it also had a tone that was more energetic. It was possibly the most beautiful dress she had ever seen. She was about to flip through a few more pages when Hei saw Suzuri stir. They immediately closed the book. Luckily, Kushina has a photographic memory. Suzuri stood up and looked around. She saw Kushina and smiled. Kushina-sama, how are you today? Suzuri did not notice the smirks on their faces. So Suzuri, I see you have a very romantic side to you, Kisi said while holding the diary in front of her. Suzuri immediately tried to grab for the diary but was immediately avoided while Kisi read a passage in Suzuri's diary. His masculine beauty is without flaw. His heart is purer than the whitest of snow. Oh, how I wish for thee to allow me to taint thee with my love. Can my lust for you be considered a sin? Is it a sin to love one so pure? Is it a sin for me to love a man whose heart echoes with the voice of 1,001 angels? If so, how can I not sin myself, when my love for thee cannot be quelled? How can I possibly hope to gain your affections, my Naruto-kun? Suzuri was blushing so badly it made a tomato look pink. Only those in her family knew her infatuation with poetry, and only her father and mother knew how many poems she wrote of Naruto. She also had an eye for art, and would often paint pictures of herself and Naruto, often in sensual poses. Her mother thought her artwork far surpassed any she had ever seen before, and her father made jokes about how Naruto would love that side of her. Her older brother, who was currently in league with some organization, had thought her artwork would be loved by many. Sasuke even thought she was a great artist. He had grown cold after the Uchiha Purge. The Purge was essentially the destruction of most of the clan. Almost the entire clan was planning a coup d'etat, and the plans involved her love Naruto. Itachi had left the village to get the Leaf more powerful allies. The Uchiha clan had made up most of the police force. The Purge had severely crippled Konoha. Itachi had heard something about a rebel group in Amigakure, as well as some sort of organization with AS rank missing names. She looked back to a smiling Kisi who was handing her book back. She smiled knowing she was only playing around. Now if only her father would stop going so far with his pranks. She waved to them as they parted and left to go pack her things. She was moving into the Namikaze compound. With Anko, Kurenai, Yugao, and Hana. The 4 Jonin babes were packing up their own stuff so they could move into the Namikaze compound. They had just finished packing up the rest of their stuff and were now heading off to the Namikaze district. They were only a few blocks away when they saw Kushina with Kisi. Kushina-sama? How are you? Where's Naruto-kun? Kurenai was wondering where the blonde Gaki was. She wanted to get to know him better. That's the problem, we can't find him. One minute we were walking to the ice cream stand so he could try out ice cream, the next minute he was gone. I honestly have no idea where he is. Kushina was getting worried. She had been looking for Naruto for over an hour. She was about to go to the Hokage Tower to find him when… Ha 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 ha. Kushina, you have got to see this video. It may look painful, but I swear it is worth it. Kushina turned around to see Tsum walking up holding her gut. They then proceeded to walk to the Namikaze compound after the girls assured her that Naruto would be fine. They plugged in the video and watched. About halfway through they were wincing and laughing at Kiba's despair. Kushina was wondering what it is Kiba did to deserve that, at least until the end of the video. A www. My son cares. YAA. Kushina was doing a happy dance inside her head and releasing a fangirl scream in the real world. She immediately stopped her motherly happiness. Hen Tsum tapped her shoulder. She blushed before looking at the girls. Okay girls. I think we ought to get you all to your rooms. Kushina grabbed the girls and started bringing them to each of their individual rooms. Each room had a different extra feature to it that was specially placed by Naruto yesterday when he got back from the Kitsune realm. Anko's room was outfitted with several dartboards with Senbon and kunai sets. She also had a dartboard with Orochimaru's face on it. She had a bed whose posts looked like snakes coiled together. And at the side of her bed was a large fish tank with a beautiful-looking snake. She went up to the snake and noticed that it had Rinnegan eyes. She smiled seeing that Naruto entrusted her with something so beautiful. It looked at her and said, Anko-sama, my name is Serpos. Naruto-sama specially ordered me to be your personal Rinnegan summon. He went to a great extent to make sure that each and every one of you was protected. He did not give everyone a summon beast, but you seem to use summon beats in your fighting style, so he decided to give you me. I have not yet begun my metamorphosis into a true summon yet. For me to begin my metamorphosis, I must ask that you allow me to bite you. A seal will appear where I bit, and I will begin my transformation. Anko reluctantly allowed the serpent to bite her wrist and saw the seal appear. The snake then coated itself in a chakra cocoon. Anko got a closer look at the tank and saw there was an intricate seal pattern on it. She wondered what the seal pattern was and decided to ask Naruto-kun later. Hana's bedroom was given a few dog beds that allowed for her 3 ninken some comfortable sleep. She noticed that the bedpost's feet were shaped like dog feet. She looked around the room and noticed there were some medical and veterinary tools lying about. It warmed her heart to know that Naruto put so much effort into the room. She turned around and saw the Inuzuka clan crest of a dog's paw with the Inuzuka face marks on either side. She looked around one more time before she saw a security seal over each window and over the door. She smiled seeing how much Naruto cared and left the room. Yugao's room was given several weapon racks where she could put her katanas. She also saw there were several cat images. She smiled seeing as she loved cats. She walked around the room and found several beautifully made blades that she had never seen in Konoha, but were clearly made by the hands of a Kusagana. She wondered where Naruto had found these blades, but decided that she could ask him later. She looked around and found a note. Third wall on the right, 3 feet from corner, 5 feet from floor. She decided to go to that spot and found a small button that you would have to actually be looking for to find. She pressed it and the wall began to part. Think how a garganta opens in Bleach. She walked inside to find several ANBU masks as well as a few more beautifully made weapons. One caught her eye though. It was a beautiful double-blade katana, Katage Suba from Final Fantasy Advent Children. She looked at the handle and found a trigger. She pressed it and the 2 swords separated. She twirled them around for good measure and then reattached them. She smiled and left the room. Kurenai's room was given a romantic feel to it. There were several places to hold candles, and there was a stone bowl that had red sakura petals floating in the water. She looked around and saw the beautiful red curtains that surrounded her bed. She found a few Genjutsu scrolls hat she had wanted for so long. She went to the other side of the room and found a picture of teammate framed. Hinata was smiling and was holding a pair of bunny ears behind Kiba's head. Kiba was smirking and was giving the thumbs up. Shino was stoic as ever, but one could notice a clear blush of embarrassment. Kurenai herself was smiling and had her hand on Hinata's shoulder. She saw another picture of her wearing a beautiful sundress. She had asked Naruto to take the picture because she wanted to look nice for a family reunion. Her cousin Asuma teased her about it for weeks. She went over to the side of her bed and found a beautiful oriental dagger with a red lacing coming off of the handle. She quickly put the dagger down and ran out of the room to thank Naruto when he got home. With Naruto had just finished up with getting a few things for the rest of the rooms for the girls and was now heading back to the compound. He hoped Anko liked the serpent. He found the snake near death on the side of the road and decided to save the little bugger. Apparently the village dislikes snakes as much as it dislikes foxes. He was just outside of the Namikaze compound and looked up. The house was large. It was huge. The house had a Western/Oriental design to it. The front of the compound had a beautifully made natural-looking fountain. The fountain had several koi fish in it. He looked off to the side and saw that the doors had been opened recently. He smiled and knew that his mother was there. He hoped she wasn't too angry about him running off. He walked up to the door following the path which was surrounded on both sides by sakura trees. He opened the door and was immediately glomped by Hana, Anko, Yugao, and Kurenai. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I love the weapon assortment. Where did you find the weapons? Yugao was hugging him while practically drooling at the thought of more weapons. I love what you did with my room, Naruto. The red curtains are just beautiful. Kurenai was hugging his left arm. You sure know how to make a woman happy, by the way. What's with the seals on the snake cage? Anko was happy, but still wanted answers. You thought about the Haimaru triplets. You're sweet. Hana was crushing his throat, she was hugging him so hard. C can't BB breathe. Naruto was having a hard time breathing trying to keep the objects he brought home from breaking. The girls immediately got off of him while blushing up a storm. Okay. First of all, you are all very welcome. Now to answer Yugao's question, it was my friend Toshiro Kusagana. He lives in the small house over on the other side of the compound. And the seals on the snake cage? Well, I think it would be easier to explain everything to you if I gave you a visual of the seal itself. He walked over to a door and opened it. The girls followed him as he entered. They were amazed at the sight of all the fish tanks. They walked up to one of the tanks. They looked inside and saw an 8-legged lizard that had spikes covering its back. They also noted it had Rinnegan eyes. Kisi showed me a seal that can place the summon creatures in a small, yet manageable size by applying a specialized seal that directly connects to them to the place you wish to put them. I had a very hard time understanding it until she actually demonstrated it for me. I gave Anko Serpos because she uses her summon creatures in combat. I didn't give each of you one because Yugao already has a contract with the Panthers, Hana has the Haimaru triplets, and if what Ojiji told me is true, Kurenai has no talent in summoning. No offense, Naichan. Kurenai blushed. Besides, from what I heard, Orochimaru has the snake contract, so he could probably set up orders for the other snakes to kill Anko-chan. Hana decided to ask a question. How many summon animals can you have? I can have as many as I want so long as I can either use their body as a summoning tool. Now if you lovely ladies will excuse me, I have to go finish up the other rooms so that when the other girls arrive they can be comfortable. Naruto grabbed his bag and led the girls out of the room which they now noticed was labeled Summons. He went upstairs and began to work on the rest of the rooms. The girls were about ready to head upstairs when they heard knocking on the door. Kurenai went to open it and found Haku, Hinata, Suzuri, and I am out on the porch. Hello Kurenai, how are you? Where's Naruto-kun? I want to show him how great I am with my manjikyu. Suzuri immediately started jumping around for joy at being engaged and soon to be married to Naruto. She was currently carrying a scroll that few knew had a bunch of art materials. Kei Kurenai-sensei, is Naruto-kun here? Hinata was carrying a bag, and Kurenai noticed that there were several handcuffs in it. Oh boy! Kurenai knew Hinata was a closet pervert. Hell, she had to follow Hinata around most of the time to keep her from raping Naruto. Sure, she didn't manage to keep her from feeling him up, but hey, no one's perfect. Haku started looking around the house and saw the summons room. Hey, what's in there? Haku wanted to know as much about Naruto as she could. Yugao answered, that's the room that he keeps his Rinnegan summons in. I am going to ask him if I can put my family's summon scroll in there as well. Yugao thought that it would be the best place to put the Panther scroll. Suzuri spoke up. I also have my great-grandmother's Raven and Crow scroll contract. Only I and my kids will be able to sign it for some reason. Suzuri suspected that it had something to do with the fact that she had Mokuton. Her great-grandmother probably did not want people besides her and Hashirama's true descendants using it. I am spoke up next. I doubt Naruto-kun would have a problem with that. Hey girls, everyone looked up the staircase to see Naruto. I finished your rooms. I hope you guys like them. Oh, by the way, you can put the summon scrolls in the summons room if you want. Naruto walked off to his room to finish up in there. The girls began to walk upstairs until they heard knocking at the door. Haku went to get it this time. She opened the door to see her father holding a large scroll. Haku, I think it's time you got this. He handed her the scroll as her eyes widened. Tusan, but that's the scroll of Yumabozu. Only 2 of those exist. Why are you giving it to me? She had heard legends of the Yumabozu. It was practically an indestructible water beast that could only be destroyed by the greatest of fires. The Yumabozu could take the form of water, ice, or steam, even anything that was primarily water. I am giving you this scroll because it is your inheritance. I never signed the scroll. There is one more Yumabozu scroll out there. You should be able to find it if you summon the boss Yumabozu. Your mother and I have already decided that your younger sibling will be the clan heir. They will receive your mother's Ice Bear contract, so that way our clan is still with a form of summoning. But when you find the other scroll, could you please give it to us? Zabuza wanted to make sure that the Yumabozu contract stayed out of the hands of evil bastards who would use it to destroy. Of course, Tusan. And thank you. Haku hugged her father and then brought the scroll into the summons room before she ran upstairs to her room. Haku went into her room and was amazed. Her bed looked like it had wave markings running through it. The sheets looked to be made of fine silk. She looked to the other side of the room to see a fish tank. It had several types of fish that can only be found in Mist Country. Naruto went a long ways to get them. She also saw a lever on the wall. She decided to pull it. The lever dropped and she heard clanking coming from the ceiling. She looked up to see a bunch of dartboards on a constantly spinning rotator in the room. She smiled, seeing that she loved how good her aim was. She walked around the room and found a beautiful sculpture. The sculpture itself was made out of what appeared to be ice. At a closer glance, it was revealed to be made out of crystal. The sculpture was of a siren, the mythical creature, not the thing on a police cruiser. It was absolutely beautiful. She smiled before she ran out the room looking for Naruto. Suzuri found her room right next to Haku's. She opened the door and found a bed that had beautiful flame carvings in it. She noticed that the Uchiha fan was on a cloth above her bed. She looked around a bit more and found a bunch of canvases covered in cloth. She took off the cloth of the first one and found the painting she made of her and Naruto dancing in a rain of sakura blossoms. She smiled, knowing her father told Naruto to bring these. She looked around and found a bunch of blank canvases. She also found a great amount of paint and stencils. She turned towards the wall and found something that made her cry in happiness. It was a beautifully made shelf that had a ginger tone to the wood. She looked at the carvings on it and found that the shelf couldn't be more than a day old. She smiled, knowing Naruto probably put a lot of effort into her room. She looked to her window to find a hanging garden. She turned back towards her bed and noticed that on her side bureau was a beautiful bonsai tree. She took a closer look and noticed that it was a rare type of bonsai tree. She smiled at the fact that Naruto did something so romantic. She ran out of the room and ran into Haku as they both came out. Hinata found her room next to Kurenai's and Anko. She opened the door and immediately shed tears of joy. In her room was a beautiful bed with soft covers and a beautiful small pond. Naruto knew that Hinata loved water walking, so he spent hours with his Kage Bunshin building a small pond. She noticed that there were special lilies in the pond that naturally filtered filth and waste. She looked to see a beautiful set of lavender-colored flowers. She turned towards her right and noticed her collection of pressed flowers. She looked closer to see a perfectly preserved lavender flower in a crystal. There was a note next to it that said, "A gift from an old friend, Guren." Hinata teared up even more after that. She knew how much her old friend Guren cared about her. The two had met a year after she was almost kidnapped by a Kumanin. She had come to Konoha to live a new life. She had gone into ANBU by the time she was 14. That was when Hinata was 8. She was happy that Guren still cared about her. She placed the crystallized flower on her bureau and ran out the door. Ayam walked into her room and found everything to be beautiful. She may not be a shinobi, but she still liked to work out. Naruto had placed 3 punching bags in the room as well as a few more bits of workout equipment. But Naruto definitely thought about her other needs. She looked at the other side of the room to see her bed. It had a beautiful oriental design in the wood, and the sheets looked soft as silk. She looked at her ceiling and saw that it had a beautiful chandelier hanging from the ceiling. She saw that her window looked over the backyard. It was truly a beautiful sight. It wasn't surprising that it was not very extravagant. While she had known Naruto for years, she never actually thought about telling him her likes and dislikes, afraid that he would reject her because of it. She was so happy that she ran out of the room to see Hinata looking at Haku and Suzuri, who were lip-locking. Haku and Suzuri jumped back. "Oh, come on." They both screamed at the same time. Hinata was trying extremely hard not to laugh, but Ayam had no such control. "Ha ha 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 ha. You girls should have seen your faces. Ha ha ha." Ayam was clutching her stomach because she was laughing so hard. Hinata finally couldn't take it and laughed until she was in the same position as Ayam. Suzuri and Haku looked at each other before they too started to laugh. They finally stopped laughing when they heard, "Why, Naruto-kun, you were so sweet. I didn't expect for you to do so much for each of the girls' rooms. I knew you were very romantic, but you certainly outdid yourself this time. Come on, let's see my room." The girls turned around to see Kisi dragging Naruto their direction. They then noticed the other bedroom door. They wondered what Naruto did to her room to make her feel special. "Okay, on the count of 3, 1. She grabbed the door handle. 2. She turned the knob. 3. She opened the door and immediately looked inside. Kisi had tears in her eyes. In the room was a bed with foxes carved into the wood. The sheets were also a beautiful crimson that matched her hair color. She turned to her left and found a beautiful sheet with foxes all over it. She saw a fox plushie on the side of her bed as well. She looked around to see a beautiful garden in her room. She also saw a special man-made waterfall that was giving the plants just the right amount of water. She looked to her wall and saw something she thought she would never have: her mother's sword. It was a beautiful sharpened katana with a black sheath and handle. The guard was a beautiful gold color. She cried tears of joy at the fact that she finally had been bestowed a weapon. In Kitsune terms, it meant that they were finally an adult. She turned towards Naruto, grabbed him by his shirt, and smashed her lips against his. She kept on lip-locking with him, not allowing him to breathe. When she finally let up, he was unconscious. She looked back at the girls to see them staring at her with wide eyes. She nervously smiled and picked Naruto up. She was about to walk out of the room when a black flash appeared right in front of her. She looked back at the flash to find a small fiend standing there. The fiend spoke. Lord Archfiend and the Archfiend Council wish to speak with both you and Naruto-sama. He looked behind him to see several terrified girls. Kisi sighed. Okay. Better get this alliance over and done with. She grabbed the fiend's hand and they disappeared in a puff of black. Fiend Realm. Kisi and Naruto, who was still unconscious, had just been transported to the Fiend Realm. They were now standing in front of the High Council of the Archfiends. Naruto was waking up a minute after their arrival. He groaned as he opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a fiend standing right in front of him. Holy Isachidi! What the fuck? Is this hell? He looked to see a flaming gate. New, Kisi-chan. You killed me out of happiness with your kiss of love. Such a cruel way to die. The fiend's sweat dropped at the performance while Kisi chuckled. Naruto-kun, you're not dead. We just came here to finalize the alliance with the Fiend Clan. Naruto breathed a sigh of relief after that. He got up and followed Kisi-chan through the flaming gate to the Fiend world. Oh boy, was this going to be fun. Naruto and Kisi entered the gates of the Fiend realm. Naruto looked at the bone structure and immediately grew wary. He was not prepared to deal with whatever was in there. Kisi noticed his discomfort and grabbed his hand. Don't worry, Naruto-kun. The Fiend Clan is a noble clan. They won't attack anyone that has been invited into the Fiend realm. It's just not their way. Naruto smiled as he followed Kisi through the doorway. When they got to the other side, Naruto was nervous. Again. Every 5 feet was some sort of demonic creature. But what confused him was that there were many that resembled other living demons. Kisi, said Kitsune, turned her head. Why do these fiends look like other demons? Kisi had a thoughtful look on her face before she smiled. Naruto-kun, the Fiend Clan doesn't reproduce. I'm sure you remember the Archfiend of Pride saying that. Naruto nodded his head. The Fiend Clan grows by taking the souls of those who have committed sin and turning them into fiends. They have no previous memory of their past lives but generally follow what sins they committed and do what they can to prevent those sins from happening. Naruto looked confused. Okay, so it's basically reincarnation. And even though they have not committed sin, they do what they can to prevent the sins they represent from ever happening. Unfortunately, the Fiend Clan can't do everything, especially since they have much to do as one of the 4 Elder Clans. Naruto was shocked. Elder Clan? Kisi. What is an Elder Clan? Kisi looked at Naruto before she sighed. The 4 Elder Clans are the creators of the 4 great Dōjutsu. I don't know which clan created which Dōjutsu, but the 4 Elder Clans are the Fiend, Dragon, Phoenix, and Wolf clans. The Kitsune clan is just as old as them, but we are not honored enough by them to be considered an Elder Clan. Kisi looked down. Ever since she became a Kyuubi, she had been trying to get the clan elder status. But she failed miserably every time, because no one knew how one gained elder status. Naruto looked at Kisi before he rubbed her back. Hey, don't worry. I'll help your clan any way I can to achieve elder status. I promise. Kisi just stared at Naruto before she smiled. Naruto let her rest her head on his shoulder as the two kept walking behind the messenger fiend. It wasn't long before they arrived in front of a set of black doors. The doors looked to be old, but still sturdy. The fiend escorting them walked up to the doors and opened them. He turned around and waved his claw. Naruto and Kisi followed as the fiend held the door open for them. When they looked inside, they were both amazed and frightened. Naruto more so than Kisi. The entire hallway was lined with statues of various fiends. As they walked up the hall, they noticed that each one had a set of dates and one of the 7 sins. They wondered what that meant. The hallway that they were walking down seemed to go on forever, but they were relieved when the hallway ended, revealing a door made out of bones. The fiend pushed open the door as the two followed. The sight they were greeted to was what looked like a council chamber. But there were only 7 seats. They looked above the seats to see a large balcony that led to a massive door. They looked to see that every council seat had a door behind it that had the kanji for each of the 7 sins on it. They looked again to see that the large door above the council chamber had the kanji for sin. As Naruto was about to keep looking, they felt the ground begin to tremble. Naruto quickly braced himself and applied chakra to his feet. Have got to thank Zabuza for this. Naruto looked around to see that the doors were opening. Naruto what 5 ched as some sort of fiend came out of each one. The fiend that came out of the door that had the kanji for lust was clearly a succubus. She had long red hair that reached below her shoulders. Her skin was a pale gray. She had 2 red wings coming out of her back as well as a set of horns. She wore a corset that came up just enough to hide her breasts and just low enough to hide her lower regions. The fiend that came out of the door that had the kanji for gluttony was grotesque. He was larger than any Akimichi ever could be and had 4 mouths on his stomach. He had a loincloth covering his lower regions to provide a shred of decency. He already knew the one to leave the door that had the kanji for pride on it. The one who left the door with the kanji for wrath on it was a bit larger than pride. He had a set of tattered wings coming out of his back and a series of glowing tribal tattoos. His horns curved upwards and to the back much like any typical demon. The one to leave the door with the kanji for sloth was grotesque in all its forms. The top of the mountain-sized creature was clearly female, but she had a set of gangly arms. The body below it, which was probably about 30 feet tall, looked like a grotesque amalgamation of various fiends. Naruto then noticed the set of tentacles that seemed to be grooming the main body, but they were clearly connected to some other thing. Not the white-skinned female that represented the fiend. The one to leave the door with the kanji for greed. It was impossible to tell what he looked like. He was covered from head to toe in jewels, jewelry, treasure. You name it. The only thing clearly distinct was the blood-red eye that was sticking out of the walking treasure chest. The one to leave the door with the kanji for envy. It was nothing more than a pale humanoid. Naruto wondered what envy was until envy began to shift into another form. Naruto guessed that it could turn into anything it envied. All 7 of the archfiends took their places around the council room. Pride then stood up. All rise in honor to Lord Archfiend. The council is now in session. All the archfiends stood up and looked at the massive door above them as they began to creak open. The doors were then slammed open as a massive claw came out of it. Naruto watched as 3 more claws came out and gripped the sides of the doorway. The next thing to reveal itself was a large amount of tendrils that latched onto the side of the balcony and began to hang over the balcony itself. Naruto watched as the fiend's head popped out of the doorway that was followed by its body. The fiend looked around and snorted as a bunch of black smoke came out of its back. The fiend latched its lower arms onto the balcony and crossed the other ones over its chest. Let the council begin. The fiend spoke in many voices that seemed to shift randomly from the softness of a child to the coldness of a demon. The one to speak was the Archfiend of Pride, Lord Archfiend. As you know, I was kidnapped by a member of the Kitsune clan, by the name of Odaku. He managed to capture me with the help of 3 lesser fiends. In my arrogance, I thought I could defeat all 4 of them. But due to my prideful nature and not seeing what could not be seen, I was defeated and merged with the Shadow Kitsune. It has also been stated that were it not for Naruto Uzumaki, the betrothed to the heiress of the Kitsune clan, I would still be merged with Odaku. The other fiends began conversing with each other while Lord Archfiend scratched his chin. And what do you propose we do, Pride? The Archfiend looked to its master. My Lord Archfiend, I wish for us to properly unify the alliance with the Kitsune clan, with Naruto as the catalyst. The council roared in outrage. The first one to speak was Wrath. You would give this mortal that honor? Are you a fool, Pride? You know what that entails. Pride looked to Wrath. I understand what it entails, Wrath. I will stand by my suggestion. The next to speak was Lust. Please, tell us, Pride. Why do you wish to give this delightful specimen that honor? Kisi glared at Lust as Pride answered. He is a pure soul, yet he carries more pain in his heart than any other. His village spites him for being their savior, and yet he remains loyal to them. I doubt there is anyone who could ever be more worthy than him to receive the honor I believe he should gain. Everyone looked at Naruto, wondering what he meant. Lord Archfiend spoke. Boy, would you please touch my tendril? Naruto was confused by what he meant, Pride decided to clarify. Lord Archfiend wishes to see your life and allow the other Archfiends to see as well, please. Naruto gulped and walked up to the tendril that snaked its way across the floor and stopped in front of Naruto. He watched as other tendrils touched the back of the heads of the other Archfiends. Naruto swallowed one last time and touched the tendril. The Archfiends threw their heads back as the memories came rushing into their heads. They saw every beating, every hateful glare, the love of his friends, and his gaining of the 4 Dōjutsu. By the end of it, the Archfiends were screaming in rage, while Lord Archfiend looked at Naruto with a widened eye. Gluttony was retching food from his stomach from every mouth. Lust was screeching like banshee. Sloth swatted away one of her tendrils. Greed was throwing around some of his treasures as more of him was revealed to be nothing more than a skeleton with a massive red eye. Pride was tightening his grip on his massive blade. Wrath made 2 blades appear out of nowhere, and envy was shifting between dozens of forms, but each one turned back into Naruto. The Archfiendess began screaming in outrage at the humans. And another fact. The first to speak was Wrath. Those despicable ninjen. How dare they do such horrid things to a child no less. Lord Archfiend, I propose we burn that wretched village to the ground. The other Archfiends were all agreeing until every Archfiend turned their head towards Naruto as his genjutsu dropped, revealing his 4 eyes. Lord Archfiend raised a flaming eyebrow when he saw and heard his reaction. Boy, why do you wish to allow them life? The other Archfiends were curious as well, but the Archfiend of Pride only smirked, knowing the answer. An eye for an eye makes the whole world go blind. Annihilating them like rats will only prove to them I am a monster, as they say. If I killed everyone who wronged me, then no one would learn that I am not what they claim me to be. I will not allow any of you to lower yourselves to their level. Naruto spoke with such conviction that all the other Archfiends were stunned. Ha 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 ha. In all my millennium of life I have never seen such a noble soul. As such I also agree with Pride. Any objections? The Archfiend Council was silent. Not a moment later Greed finally spoke up. Cici child, how is it you possess the 4 great Dōjutsu? The Archfiend Council looked at Naruto as Kishi stepped forward. Not more than a few weeks ago, I had woken up after being sealed inside of him by his own father. Naruto already knows, get over it. After I had viewed his life, I was so ashamed that I had allowed myself to be manipulated by Madara Uchiha. I had to make it up to him somehow. I was willing to give him a lesser bloodline, but the process would have turned him into a Hanyu. I didn't want him to be scorned by his village any more than he already was. I almost lost hope in helping him when I looked at his DNA. He has the possibilities of all 4 Dōjutsu in his blood. So I used what was already there, made some slight alterations, and gave him what is rightfully his. The Archfiends looked at Kishi before Lust spoke up. So, you gave your new lover power. I wonder if there was any ulterior motive to this. Kishi turned her head to the succubus. No, I fell in love with him because of his pure heart. I didn't do it for any other reason. I would still love him if he was weak. So long as his heart remains pure, mine will only belong to him. The pride of envy took Kishi's form. I envy your devotion. Envy then switched to Naruto's form. And I envy his pureness of heart. He then switched back to his normal form. Gluttony spoke up. Still, you have essentially done what we have tried to for years. Brought all 4 of the great Dōjutsu into one ninjen. The other Archfiends began speaking to each other, agreeing with Gluttony. Greed spoke next. That is true. This changes everything. Naruto was confused. What did joining the 4 Dōjutsu accomplish? Surely it couldn't be that amazing. Not to offend any of you, but what is the big deal of joining the 4 Dōjutsu into one human? The Archfiends looked at him before Sloth spoke. The 4 great Dōjutsu are the pure embodiments of the 4 great elder clans: Fiend, Wolf, Dragon, and Phoenix. We have been trying to finalize an alliance between the 4 elder clans for centuries. But because of several factors, we are not able to finalize this alliance. We thought perhaps we could use a human to finalize the alliance, but to do that the human would have to wield the 4 great Dōjutsu. But that has not been possible to accomplish until now. Sloth looked at Naruto with a lazy expression. What exactly does that mean? Pride spoke up. Due to your new status as the user of the 4 great Dōjutsu, we can properly finalize the alliance between our clans, and the Kitsune clan shall join us in this alliance. Kishi's eyes widened at this. You mean, the Kitsune clan can? Pride nodded his head. Why? She glomped Naruto and began spinning him around, squealing like a schoolgirl. She finally stopped and released Naruto, who had swirls in all 4 of his eyes. I see pretty colors, and dropped to the ground. Man, Kishi-chan, what is the big deal about this? Kishi pulled Naruto up. Naruto-kun, this means that the Kitsune clan will become an elder clan. Eh? She lip-locked Naruto, who went wide-eyed. After 2 minutes, she let go of him to give him some air. Lord Archfiend spoke up. When, might I ask, is the wedding? The other Archfiends looked to the couple. Kishi blushed before answering. In 5 days. The wedding is in 5 days. Lord Archfiend nodded his head. You may go now. Kishi did a short bow and grabbed Naruto, dragging him out of the council chamber. Pride looked to Lord Archfiend. How, my lord, shall we deal with Odaku? Lord Archfiend looked to Pride. I do not know, Pride. I honestly don't know. The Archfiends convened their meeting, not knowing the war that was soon to come. In Odogakure. So, Orochimaru, will these 4 suffice? Orochimaru looked to the masked man. These will do nicely, Madara. Soon Konoha will burn. So tell me, Madara, do we have other allies in our attack? Madara chuckled and looked at Orochimaru with an amused eye. Our attack? No, Orochimaru, you will attack Konoha. I still have endeavors that must be dealt with before I will strike against Konoha again. Orochimaru sneered at Madara. This entire invasion was your plan. You want revenge against the Leaf Village, right? So why do you not help me attack the village? With our combined might we can crush Konoha like the vermin they are. Madara grabbed Orochimaru's collar and made him look into his eternal Manjikyu eye. Do not test my patience, Orochimaru. I gave you the strength to use 4 living Uchihas in the coming invasion. I gave you a list of villages that will want to attack Konoha. My generosity is far from limitless. Madara threw Orochimaru to the side. Besides, with only one eye, my strength to stand against the Leaf Village barely raises above your own. If there is someone in the Leaf Village with enough power, they could easily defeat me. Orochimaru snarled at the ancient Uchiha. Fine, I will attack the Leaf Village during the Chunin exams. Luckily, there is a fine crop this year, so it shouldn't be incredibly difficult to find someone I can use my body switch technique on. Orochimaru got a sick smile on his face. Soon, I will ascend to the level of a god, and no one will stop me. Orochimaru watched as Madara passed by his 4 new soldiers, the leaders of the losing side of the Uchiha Purge, and with the power of Madara's eternal Manjikyu, they all had the Manjikyu Sharingan. 5 days later, Kishi and Naruto's wedding. Kishi was absolutely nervous. Today was the day she had been waiting for. The day she could finally marry. Man, was she nervous. Her mother noticed this and tried to calm her. Kishi, darling, relax. This is a special day. The day that you and Naruto will marry. You should be happy. I understand that you are nervous. Hell, I was pretty damn nervous when I married your father. But the honeymoon afterwards was well worth it. Oh, your father was such a gentleman. And great in bed too. Kishi blushed a shade of red and started to gag. Mom, I don't want to hear about how you and Dad got it on. Kishi went back to making sure her dress was perfect, thinking that Naruto wasn't nervous at all. Oh, how wrong she was. With Naruto. Naruto was severely hyperventilating. He had been walking around the room where he was preparing to officially marry Kishi. He may not have truly known Kishi for that long, but he has grown to truly love the girl. On top of that, he had to deal with 8 more weddings, 9 more if that last place on the contract was filled. Kushina was trying her hardest to calm her son, but after 20 minutes of him going through several what-ifs, she finally snapped. Naruto was still babbling. What if at the last minute she decides that she doesn't love me? What if she only wants to use me to bring her family status and doesn't love me in the first place? What if? Slap. Naruto looked to see his mother had a massive tick mark in her forehead. Naruto, don't you think it would be pretty damn pointless for the Kitsune clan to arrange all this for the wedding if Kishi was just going to pull something like that? Kishi truly loves you, and I can't even begin to tell you how much. I have only seen love like what she feels in Minato's eyes. Naruto began to calm down a bit but was still hyperventilating. Kushina shook her head with an amused grin on her face. She reached into her purse and took out a paper bag. Here, use this. Naruto grabbed the paper bag and started repeatedly breathing in it. Kushina got an amused smirk on her face. Don't worry, Naruto, the best part is the consummation of the marriage. I already set up a nice place in Fire Country where you two can go on your honeymoon. Just don't give me grandkids. Yet, Naruto went bug-eyed at Kushina and began breathing faster. After a few moments of this, his eyes rolled into the back of his head, and he fainted. Kushina looked at her son. Maybe that wasn't the best idea. 3 hours later. After Kushina had woken up Naruto, they proceeded to the main marriage hall in the Kitsune Palace. The entire palace was made up of trees and stones, each part carved with Kitsune markings. The marriage hall had wooden seats that looked like they grew out of the ground. At the altar was Naruto with his best man Sasuke. Naruto was wearing a black kimono with a red floral design on it. Sasuke was wearing a black kimono with a pink sakura petal design. Naruto looked around. Many people from Konoha had come to the wedding, including all of his fiancées, their parents, and most of Wave Country. Naruto looked to the balconies above the lower seats to see all 4 heads of the elder clans in their human forms. But there were definitely distinctions amongst them. Naruto looked in the front row to see his and Kishi's mother with tissues. Naruto wanted to look around more, but he heard the piano playing. Naruto looked towards the aisle as Kishi walked up to the altar. She was wearing a beautiful white kimono with a floral pattern. She was also carrying her katana as regarded in Kitsune customs. Naruto smiled, knowing that this wedding would be the first of many, and he planned to make each one special. I am not going to go through the fluffiness of the wedding because I feel like I am going to puke, so I am just going to skip it. Got a problem? Get over it. After the ceremonies, Naruto and Kishi spoke with the 4 elder clan leaders. Lord Archfiend, who went by the name of Fusen, wore a standard ceremonial samurai armor. His hair was onyx black with streaks of red that continuously shifted in his hair. The hair was swept back, but partially parted to look similar to a set of horns. The head of the Dragon Clan, who went by the name of Ryujin, wore a ceremonial kimono with a set of samurai shoulder pads. His white hair was swept back but was spiky where it swept back. On his hip was a katana with a black sheath. His hair was in parts that partially resembled dragon horns. The head of the Phoenix Clan, who went by the name of Fennecow, wore a crimson feathered kimono with flame designs perfectly etched into the feathers. Her hair was long and was in a flame-like color. She had a single scroll with her. The head of the Wolf Clan, who went by the name of Yurufu, was wearing an earthen kimono. She had long onyx and silver hair that seemed a bit feral in places. She had a scroll with her like Fennecow. Ryujin walked up to Naruto and smiled. Well, it seems that our 4 great clans can finally be allied. He turned his head towards Kishi. And we finally have the Kitsune clan as one of the elders. Yurufu walked up and slapped her hand on Naruto's back. Yeah, and on top of that we have several new allies, Konoha, Wave, and a few others if this kid gets us a few more allies. Fusen walked up. I hope that you two can be together forever. But enough of that. I believe it is time for the gifts. Fennecow walked up to Kishi. This is a list of fire techniques from the Phoenix clan. They are far more powerful than regular fire attacks. The only ones who are able to learn these techniques are Naruto's fiancés, you and your future children, and Naruto himself, of course. She placed the scroll in Kishi's hands. Yurufu walked up to Naruto. This is a summoning scroll for the Northern Wolves. After hearing of Naruto's nobility, they requested that one of his brides be allowed to summon them. They will be incredibly dangerous in battle, but your bride must pass their test. Naruto nodded as he took the contract, bowing as he did it. Ryujin walked up in between Naruto and Kishi. Please hold out your arms. They did so. Ryujin then went through a series of hand seals before his left hand turned red. While his right one turned white, Ryujin no Onkai, he grabbed Kishi's arm with the hand that glowed red, while he grabbed Naruto's arm with the one that glowed white. The energy in the hands traced over their arms as it formed into a dragon that wrapped around their arm. He let go of them as the markings continued to smoke. You are now capable of summoning a dragon of your primary affinity. Use them well. The last one to walk up was Fusen. He pulled out a knife and cut his palm. He then pulled out a brush and dabbed it in the blood. Please show your left shoulder. Naruto and Kishi pulled up their left shoulders as Fusen began writing a massive series of kanji. After a few minutes of him writing, their entire shoulder as covered in small kanji. He placed his hands into an ox seal. The marks began to burn into their skin. Both of them noticeably cringed as the markings began to smoke. By the end, the markings had seared into their flesh. Now, you will be able to call in pride for aid. Only pride. The two bowed to the four leaders and turned around to find Kakashi with a piece of paper. Naruto, not to drop this on you on the day of your first wedding, but this is the application for the Chunin exams. If you wish to go, you need to fill out the sheet. Kakashi turned around and saw a female kitsune. He did an eye smile and walked over. Naruto turned around to give Kishi a kiss when he saw Kiba ogling his mother. He narrowed his eyes at Kiba. Kishi saw this and whispered in his ear, "Beat him up. Then we have to get ready for our honeymoon." Naruto blushed but walked over to Kiba, who was saying stuff about his mother. When he told him not to. "Man, I don't care what Naruto says, his mother is fine. Damn. I wonder how long she would last with my stamina." Kiba was drooling at the prospect when he felt a very similar killing intent coming from behind him. Oh, please God, no. He turned around to see Naruto with white flames coming off of him with a murderous look in all four of his eyes. "Kiba, I suggest you run now." Kiba ran as fast as he could out the window as Naruto followed him. Everyone was laughing at Kiba's misfortune. With Kiba was running through the entire Kitsune realm, avoiding various Kitsune in human, fox, and Hanyu forms, all while being chased by a vengeful blonde. "Come back here, you mutt. I'm gonna give you the Bob Barker treatment." Kiba ran even faster at that point, wanting to keep his genitals. Kiba turned a corner and saw a hiding spot. "Oh, thank you, Lord." Kiba dived into the hiding spot as Naruto ran past the alley. Kiba snickered. He then crawled out of the hiding spot and smirked. He turned around, and Naruto was smirking at him with a sadistic twitch in his eye, and an active manjikyu. "If there is a god, they hate me." Kiba turned around, and ran screaming as Naruto started firing off Amaterasu. "Burn!" Kiba dived behind a dumpster. "Burn!" Kiba started climbing the wall as Naruto burnt the dumpster. "Burn! If it's a choice between regular and extra crispy, I want you extra crispy." Note that I do not own the above statement. The statement was used by the creators of the Machinima Sprigs. I own nothing. Kiba ran across the buildings as Naruto fired off another Amaterasu. What is wrong with him? Kiba did a nose dive off of the building he was on into a nearby lake. Naruto ran over and looked around for the Inuzuka. Naruto turned around and walked off. Not even a minute later, Kiba came up gasping for air. He looked around and began to chuckle. Soon it became full-blown laughter. "I lost him, ha 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 ha. I sure showed him." Kiba began to swim to shore when he felt like he was being watched. Oh God, no. He turned around to see a very pissed-off Naruto with massive twitching in his forehead and a sadistic smirk. "Have mercy," Naruto chuckled. "Sorry, all out of mercy." Naruto slashed across his palm, and a massive poof of smoke later revealed a massive club covered in spikes. Kiba could be heard from the other side of the Kitsune realm. Then, the park-goers were all enjoying the atmosphere, until they heard a girly scream coming from the other side of the city. Kishi's father quirked an eyebrow and turned to his guards. "Go see what the ruckus was about." The guards ran towards the door, but stopped as it opened to reveal a twitching Naruto dragging Kiba along, who was twisted like a pretzel. The Inuzuka clan could not contain their laughter at the sight of the heir of the Inuzuka in his current position. "Ha ha ha ha, man. So much for the almighty heir. Ha 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 ha." Kiba snarled at the Inuzuka as Naruto unceremoniously dropped Kiba in front of his mother. "I believe this belongs to you." Sum gave Naruto a nervous smile. "Yep. Let me guess, he made a comment about your mother again?" Naruto nodded. "Yep. He seriously has to learn when to shut up." Sum chuckled as Hana walked up next to her and gave Naruto a pout. "Naruto-kun, why couldn't it be our honeymoon that you are going on?" Hana pouted as Naruto chuckled. Now Hana-chan, our honeymoon will be amazing, I promise. Naruto smiled at Hana, but he froze up when he felt a pair of slender arms wrap around his neck as a hot wind came by it. Oh Naruto-kun, I think it's time for our honeymoon. Kishi nibbled on Naruto's ear as he shivered at the close contact. Okay dear. Naruto slowly removed Kishi's arms from him and gave a swift kiss on the lips. He then ran over to his mother and spoke. Mom, said woman turned around. What is it, sweetie? Naruto swallowed and spoke up. Mom, Kishi would like to go for our honeymoon. Kushina smiled and answered. Of course, sweetie. She dug into her pockets and smiled as she pulled out a two-pronged key. She handed it to Naruto. Here you go. Remember, no grandkids. Naruto blushed as he smiled. Thanks, Mom. Naruto turned back towards Kishi, who was giving him a seductive smirk. Well, I am waiting. Naruto sighed as he ran through a few hand seals. He then pulled up his arm and charged chakra into a seal on his wrist. The two were surrounded by a white energy as they felt themselves lift off of the ground. The two closed their eyes as they felt their eyes burn from the wind rushing around them. They kept their eyes closed until they felt their feet touch the ground. They opened them and looked into each other's eyes. What was that? Naruto held up his wrist to reveal a seal. Yuzushin, it was a technique my mother developed to rival my father's Hiraishin. Unfortunately, there are still a lot of quirks that need to be fixed with the technique. Kishi nodded her head and looked around, gasping at the sight. They were in a beautiful house. It had a perfect view of the lake outside. The forests were absolutely beautiful. Kishi turned towards Naruto and grabbed his shoulders, and then lip-locked him. Naruto was so shocked by the sudden kiss that he did not have time to react. He felt Kishi shove her tongue into his mouth as she grabbed his shirt and ripped it right off of him. Warning, incoming lime. Kishi pushed Naruto down on top of the bed as she began to shove her tongue as deep as she could into Naruto's mouth. She then began to rub his chest as she grasped the back of his head. Naruto forced his tongue in to match hers as they battled for dominance. Naruto reached up and began to fondle her breast through her shirt, eliciting a moan of pleasure from her, sending the vibrations through each other's mouths. The two broke the kiss and began to breathe heavily. Kishi leaned into Naruto and began to nimbly bite Naruto's neck. She began to trail her, biting down the rest of his chest. She stayed around the middle of the chest and bit enough to draw a bit of blood. Naruto cringed a bit, but it was quelled by the amount of pleasure he was feeling from his wife. She continued down his chest until she reached his belly button. She got a lecherous grin on her face as she began to pull down his pants. Okay, lemon over. Kishi, wait, Naruto grabbed her hand as she was about to remove his pants. She looked at him with a surprised expression. Naruto-kun, it's our honeymoon. Why don't you? She saw the look in Naruto's eyes. So loving, yet so confused. Kishi-chan, it's not that I don't want to. It is our honeymoon. It's just He was silenced by a finger on his lips. It's all right, Naruto-kun. She wrapped her arms around him as she began to hug him. I understand how you are feeling with the life you had to leave. It is no wonder you had a hard time accepting a marriage in the first place. And I guess it is a bit too early to have sex, for now. She whispered huskily into Naruto's ear, making the blonde shiver in ecstasy. Kishi and Naruto redressed themselves as the two began to converse. So Kishi, I was wondering, why was it so easy for me to defeat Odaku? Kishi looked up, not expecting that question. She sighed as she thought to herself. Well, you know that he was born a half-demon, and thus his demon blood was not as strong as it would have been in a pure blood. But since Madara used some sort of jutsu to make him a full-blooded demon, there was some drawbacks to it. He wasn't getting more demon blood. His own demon blood was just being spread out. And as the old saying goes, you can only stretch elastic so far before it breaks. And the fact that Madara shot him up to Kyuubi level only added to the strain on his already weakened body. While he was more powerful than the average kitsune, his actual power levels were about maybe 6 tails. He was also pretty arrogant. He actually thought he could take on my father of all kitsunes, the leader of the entire kitsune clan. If that isn't arrogant, I don't know what is. Kishi began laughing as Naruto looked at her, incredibly confused. Is your father really that strong? Kisi sighed with a smile on her face. Yes, he is incredibly powerful. He is the only kitsune to be able to take on a lord of the Dragon Clan and live to tell the tale. Naruto was still confused. Well, the Dragon Clan. The weakest of their lords would be as strong as I am. Naruto's eyes widened as he asked. And how strong was the dragon your father fought? Kisi began to ponder this. He was about twice as strong as I am. Does that sum it up? Naruto dumbly nodded his head. The rest of the day was spent talking to each other. They continued like that until the two got tired. They both crawled into bed and embraced each other. Good night. Naruto-kun. Naruto snuggled closer to his wife. Good night, Kisi-chan. The two fell asleep as the night sky lit up with stars. Konoha, 3 days later. Naruto and Kisi had returned to Konoha after their honeymoon. Naruto had filled out his Chunin exam paper and given it to Kakashi. He had spent the rest of the week training and hanging out with his fiancées. He had not had time to go on actual dates with them. Especially with the Chunin exams coming up, he did however have time to get dates set up for after the Chunin exams. Naruto was currently walking through town, trying to make sure he had the date schedules jotted down. Okay. So I am taking Kurenai to the Red Moon Diner on Thursday night. Let's see. I need to get a formal kimono, a haircut, and I need to get a nice set of body soaps. Anko is on Saturday. Oh my, Naruto looked at what Anko was planning and sighed. Looks like my Hibiheim will be a bit disappointed for now. He wrote down of getting her some special toys. He shivered knowing he was going to have to go into that shop. He looked at the list again. Okay. Suzuri wants a romantic picnic on Friday. She will be wearing semi-formal wear, and she would like a massage. Naruto looked at the books he was carrying. He had gotten 2 massage books, 3 chakra control scroll, and 5 elemental affinity training scrolls. He was going to need to use a lot of Kagebunshin. Naruto was about to look at the list again, when suddenly it was snatched out of his hand by Konohamaru. Come on, boss. Can't catch me. Naruto ran after him screaming. Hey, Konohamaru. Get your ass back here and give me back my list. Konohamaru ran down a road where his 2 friends were waiting for him. Naruto continued running after the group. The 2 young academy students suddenly stopped while Konohamaru kept running into an older male. The male was wearing a black cat jumpsuit and had a large bandaged object on his back. He was also wearing tribal makeup that originated in older users in the No Sabaku family of Sunagakure. A girl about the same age as him was standing to his right. He had traditional Sunakunoichi attire with slight modifications. She had what appeared to be a large metal object on her back. The male looked down at Konohamaru and snarled, Hey brat! That hurt. He grabbed Konohamaru's collar and brought him to eye level. You are gonna pay for that, runt. He reared his fist back and was about to slam his fist into Konohamaru's face. Put him down, makeup boy. The ninja looked at Naruto, who was glaring at him. Or what? He suddenly felt a massive amount of pain in his wrist. He dropped Konohamaru, who proceeded to run towards his friends. He looked at his wrist and saw that a rock was on the ground. He looked up to see a boy with the Uchiha clan crest on his shirt. Or you will have the clans of Konoha bringing their wrath on you, and I highly doubt a single genin could take on the Uchiha, Hyuga, Namikaze, and every other clan in Konoha, and live for more than a few seconds. Sasuke crushed the rock in his hands as it fell to the earth as dust. The boy grabbed the package on his back and pulled it off. I am going to make you eat those words. He was about to unravel the object. Kankuro, a chilling voice rang through the air. Everyone turned towards the direction the voice came from to see a redhead genin with a gourd on his back. Oh, you are an embarrassment to our village. He boy, now known as Kankuro, began to stutter. Jagarat, they started it. Kankuro was silenced by a well-placed dose of killing intent. Shut up, or I'll kill you. Kankuro's eyes widened, and he looked down. I understand, Gaara. It won't happen again. Gaara looked at Naruto, and then disappeared in a swirl of sand. He suddenly appeared again in front of the 2 genin. He looked at Naruto. You, what is your name? Gaara was thinking something else entirely. Mother, why have you stopped speaking to me? He had no answer. You must be disappointed. Don't fret. I will soon give you blood. Naruto looked at Gaara. Naruto Uzumaki, Why? Naruto got into a defensive stance as soon as he saw that malicious grin on Gaara's face. Mother will have your blood, Naruto Uzumaki. Suddenly the cap on his gourd flew off as a torrent of sand came hurtling at Naruto. Sasuke was about to jump down to get his soon-to-be brother-in-law out of the way. That is until he saw Naruto's Byakugan change. Raikon Byakugan? Naruto's Raikon Byakugan glowed as he spoke. Archangel. Suddenly a bright white light overcame the area. Gaara was temporarily blinded as the Raikon Byakugan used Archangel. The sand was about to close around Naruto when it was suddenly blown away by a flash of white feathers, glowing with a heavenly aura. Sasuke's eyes widened when he saw the Archangel's ability. Standing in front of Naruto was a glowing golden avatar in the shape of an angel. It was obviously not physical, but it was generating so much power from itself one could think it was alive. It reached for a celestial blade that was being held in its hand. The angel looked at Gaara and waved its hand. The gourd on his back descended into nothing but sand. It was about to walk forwards when Naruto suddenly collapsed. The angel turned to Naruto and nodded its head before it disappeared in a ray of golden chakra. Gaara looked at the sand surrounding him. How did he destroy Mother's power? He looked at Naruto's eye, which was now going back the normal Byakugan form. How are you so strong? He looked at the sand, and with great difficulty he managed to reform the sand into a gourd again. He turned towards the two behind him. Come on, we're leaving. The three turned and walked away, but Kankuro and Temari exchanged a look that asked the same question. How did he stop Gaara's sand? The two followed Gaara as they disappeared in a swirl of sand. Naruto turned to Sasuke. Thanks, Sasuke. I don't know what I would do without you. By the way, what are you doing here? Sasuke sighed as he pulled out a scroll. This is a message from my sister. She was adamant about you getting it. Naruto opened the scroll and read its contents. Dear Naruto-kun, I was so happy to find out we are engaged that I could not contain myself and began saying it around my teammates. They immediately began to berate you, and I kind of lost my temper on them. They are now in the hospital and their shinobi careers are finished. Sandame-sama saw this as an opportunity and stuck me, Haku-chan and Kisi-chan on the same team under our sensei Zabuza Momochi. Love always, Suzuri Uchiha. Naruto looked at the message and grinned. Hey Sasuke. Looks like your sister, Kisi-chan, and Haku-chan are now a team, and Zabuza is their sensei. He looked to find Sasuke was wide-eyed. Hey, you alright? He poked Sasuke in the forehead and saw him faint. Well, that could have gone better. Day of the exams. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were walking up to the academy where they would be taking the Chunin exams. The group had been training for this for the last week. Naruto had changed his attire. It was now an armored muscle shirt, combat pants, and armored sandals. He was also wearing a mask with 4 eye holes in it. He had designed it to open depending on which dojutsu he powered up. Sakura was wearing black shorts, a slimmed-down version of her old dress, and she was wearing black gloves, think her Shippuden outfit. Sasuke was wearing black hakama pants, a white hakama shirt with the Uchiha crest on it, and had a white katana at his side, his Shippuden outfit. The three walked up to the gates of the academy ready for anything that came their way, or so they think. When they went up 2 flights of stairs, they all noticed that all of the students were congregating in front of a door that said 302. But it clearly was the 2nd floor. Naruto looked to see 2 genin blocking the door. But thanks to his new dojutsu, he could clearly see they were Chunin under a henge. He smirked as he turned to his teammates. How about we have some fun with this? His teammates smiled as he began to talk about the plan. The 2 genin were berating the genin group. You all should just quit. We have taken the test twice, and we can see none of you are Chunin material. Yeah. Why don't you just go home and cry to your mommies? The 2 began to laugh. Hey, get out of the way, I am going to be late for class. The group looked to see what appeared to be an academy student pushing his way through the hall. He then walked past the 2 genin guarding the door. Idiots, this is the 2nd floor. Learn to count. He slammed the door as all those who watched sweat dropped. Meanwhile, Team 7 was walking up the steps, laughing their asses off. Note the above comedy does not belong to me. I saw it in a FIC and unfortunately I can't remember which one it was so I cannot properly cite it. I apologize. Oh man, did you see their faces? Naruto laughed out. Sakura answered. Oh yeah. They were all, what the fuck, ha 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 ha. The three continued laughing as they were about to head towards room 301. Hey you three. The group turned around and looked to find a genin with a green jumpsuit and massive eyebrows with a bowl cut standing on the railing. The three shivered at the sight of him. It was not very nice to do such an unyouthful thing to your comrades. Naruto quirked an eye at the odd genin. And who might you be? The genin jumped off the railing and landed in front of the group. I am Rock Lee, the stunning green beast of Konoha, and you must be Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. If the rumors are correct. Naruto smiled. Indeed that is me. How could you tell? Lee spoke loudly and with vigor. I have been studying the teams of Konoha, and I heard that the legendary holder of all 4 Dōjutsu was taking the exams this year. I, Rock Lee, wish to challenge you, Naruto-kun. Naruto sweat dropped at the genin's enthusiasm. Look Lee, I am sure we could have a great fight, but for now we need to get to our exams. Naruto turned around and began to walk towards the door. Lee jumped in front of him and had tears flowing down his eyes. Oh please Naruto, let me show the springtime of my youth. A sunset with a wave background came up as his tears continued to fall. Naruto began twitching when he saw the genjutsu. Okay. That is it, Manjikyu Sharingan. His Sharingan activated as he cast a suggestive genjutsu over Lee. You will go back to your teammates and will not challenge me again until we are in a combat portion of the exams. Lee nodded his head and jumped away. Naruto sighed as he looked at his 2 teammates. Well, he won't be bothering us for a while. I hope. The 3 walked up to the door and opened it. Once they entered they saw over 100 genin. They saw their fellow graduates and walked over to them. Hey guys, how is it going? Once they all saw him they ran over. Except for Kiba, who was nervously trembling while keeping his distance. Suddenly he was thrown to the ground while he heard the sound of squealing. He looked up to find Kisi nuzzling into his shoulder. Hello Kisi-chan, said Kitsune, pulled Naruto up and wrapped him in a hug. On the other side of the room a certain spiky-haired Oto ninja was glaring at the blonde. How the hell does he get such a fine piece of ass? By the end of the exams, she will be mine. He sadistically smirked to himself as he turned back towards his teammates. On the side of the room a blonde-haired girl was looking at Naruto. Naruto, damn. Long time no see. Old friend. She smiled to herself as she began to walk over to him. Naruto was looking around as Kisi was talking with the girls. He saw the genin glaring at him. He glared right back. Hey kids. He turned his head to see that a white-haired genin with glasses was walking right up to them. You should calm down. The people here are edgy. I don't think you want this to escalate to something further, do you? Naruto looked at the man and narrowed his eyes. And who might you be? The genin smiled as he adjusted his glasses. Kabuto Yakushi. Hey, how would you guys like to know more about your fellow competitors? The genin looked at Kabuto. Kiba spoke up. And how the hell would you know anything about the genin here? Kabut smiled as he answered. Oh, this is my 7th try at this, so I know most of the tricks and schemes behind this exam. He pulled out what looked like a deck of cards. So, what do you want? Individuals, maps, specifications? I got it all right here. Naruto looked at the deck and Hen at Kabuto. Do you have information on Gaara of Suna and Rock Lee of Konoha? Kabuto smiled. Ah, no fun. You already know their names. Kabuto began to look through the cards as he searched for them. Ah, here is Gaara no Sabaku of the no Sabaku family. E is the son of the Kazekage. Oh, and look at this, had been on 3 D ranks, 6 C ranks, and 2 B ranks, and he has never gotten injured. The group gasped. For someone to go in a B rank, let alone 2 and not be injured was a feat for the record books. Next, we have Rock Lee. Oh my, it seems he was born with a disease that stunts the Tenketsu. He has no skill in ninjutsu or jinjutsu, but is highly skilled in taijutsu. Has completed 17 D ranks and 4 C ranks. Not bad. Kabuto looked up at the group. So anything else? Sakura spoke up this time. Do you have data on the various villages? Kabuto smiled as he pulled out another card. He charged chakra into it as it showed a map of the various shinobi nations. Apparently there are a few new villages this year, oh, and there is quite a crop of strong individuals. But I wouldn't worry about the Sound Village. They are probably just some upstart charade. Is that so? The genin looked to see the sound team heading towards them at a steady pace. I guess that means we can't handle ourselves during this exam, right? Naruto and the group got into a fighting stance. Zaku looked at Kisi and sauntered over with a lecherous grin on his face. Hey sweet thing. Why don't you come with me, and we can have some real fun? Kisi snorted in disgust. Zaku reached for her ass. Oh, don't worry. I will make you feel really. Zaku was silenced when his throat was grabbed and he was slammed into the floor. He looked up to see an extremely pissed off Naruto with the first stages of his Dōjutsu active. Back away from my wife. Everyone that did not know Naruto was married were shocked by this. They immediately began talking about it. Dōjutsu saw this as an opportunity and was about to strike Naruto when he felt a pressure on his arm. He turned around to see a blonde-haired woman with cat-like eyes. Hey bozo, back off of Naruto. She tightened the grip on his arm, causing a few cracks to be heard. She then threw Dōjutsu to the ground. She then looked at Naruto, whose eyes widened when he saw her. Oh, why Naruto? How is my favorite idiot? Naruto looked her over. The same blonde hair. Those cat-like eyes. It could be no other than Yujito? Yujito grinned widely as she looked at Naruto. Hey Naruto. It's been what? 10 years since I last saw you? Naruto looked at Yujito. Yep. Damn near close to that. How have you been? Yujito chuckled as she grinned a very cat-like grin. I have been doing great. I haven't seen you or Chio in years. How has she been? Yujito looked at Naruto and was confused when Naruto looked down. Naruto? What's wrong? Naruto looked at Yujito and said, Chio is dead. Yujito gasped as she understood why Naruto was upset. Naruto waved her off. Don't worry. It's been a year, I got over it. She noticed the happy grin and knew he was lying. Naruto, she sighed to herself. Hey Yujito. Yujito turned around to see her teammates Karui and Samui coming towards her. What cha doing over here? We have to get ready for the exams. Everyone looked to see the two coming towards them. One was a pale-skinned woman with bright blonde hair. She must have been at least 13, and she had quite an impressive bust. The other one had dark skin and had black hair. Her bust was not as impressive, but both of them looked spectacular. Yujito sighed at her teammates/adopted sisters. I know. I am just checking up on an old friend of mine. She indicated to Naruto. Samui and Karui got mischievous grins on their faces. Oh, so this is the Naruto-kun you have been telling us about for the last, I don't know, 10 years? Yujito began to blush as Samui started to act out some of Yujito's descriptions. Oh, he is so adorable, and those whisker marks. I could just cuddle him in my bed and call him my teddy bear. Ha 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 ha. The two girls cracked up laughing, and the Konoha genin were having a hard time holding in their laughter. Naruto was blushing under his mask as the descriptions got a bit more lecherous. Oh, I wonder how big he is. I am a cat and I need my mpmh. Karui was silenced by Yujito tackling her to the floor and covering her mouth with her hands. I thought I told you never to speak of that again. Everyone in the room saw the outburst and watched as Yujito continued to strangle Karui. Poof, everyone turned their heads as a large cloud appeared in the room. Once it dissipated, it revealed a large bear of a man with 24 chunin behind him wearing proctor uniforms. All right, everyone. I want all of you in the testing room in the next minute or all of you fail. Everyone ran for the testing room, nobody wanting to fail. Naruto sat in his seat, Hinata sat to his right, and Yujito sat to his left. The large man stood in front of them and spoke. All right, everybody. I am your proctor, Ibiki Marino. I will now discuss the rules for all of you. This test is composed of 10 questions, but you are only going to be given 9. You will spend the next 45 minutes answering those 9 questions, and once the time limit is up, you will be given your 10th question. If you are caught cheating, you will be docked down 2 points. If you are caught 5 times, you will be disqualified from taking the chunin. Exams until next time now begin. The test takers immediately went about answering the questions. Naruto looked around and felt chakra being used. He thought to himself, so they don't want us to get caught cheating. But then again, who says that they can catch us? Naruto smirked as he shot chakra through his mask and opened the eye hole for his Byakugan. Byakugan, he immediately saw the chakra network of everyone. But he did not yet have enough control to tune that out and only see through objects. Okay. Looks like Sharingan is my best bet. Naruto closed his Byakugan eye hole and opened the one for the Sharingan. Much better. He quickly began to write down the answers as he copied the movements of one of the obvious implants for the exam. Meanwhile, a grass kunoichi was looking between Naruto and Sasuke, with a murderous grin on her face. Which one would make a better body? The kunoichi grinned as she copied down the answers from the genin next to her, who happened to be bleeding from his ears. Ibiki stood up as soon as the clock hit the 45-minute mark. All right. It is time for the 10th question, but there are some rules. Everyone looked at Ibiki, waiting for the rules to be explained. You can choose whether or not to take the last question, but if you don't take it, you automatically fail. The Sunakunoichi quickly stood up. Then why the hell wouldn't we take it? Ibiki smirked evilly at her. Because if you take it and get it wrong, then you will be forbidden from taking the Chunin exams ever again. Silence reigned in the room. What? But there are loads of people here who have taken the exam before. Ibiki snapped at the Inuzuka. Well, I guess that you are shit out of luck because I wasn't proctoring those years, so if the pressure is too much, then you can quit now. He looked as several teams quickly quit. Naruto, meanwhile, was looking at Ibiki. He doesn't have the power to forbid us from taking the exams. That is a load of shit right there. One that the rest of us are falling for. Naruto snorted. Oh, so you have the power to command all the villages? Everyone turned to Naruto. You, the great Ibiki Marino, have supreme mastery over all ninja villages. I find that highly unlikely. Ibiki gritted his teeth. So, this is the kid Anko has been fantasizing about. She was right. He is eccentric. Ibiki outwardly glared at the blonde, if only to keep his dignity as a jonin. And even if you did have that kind of power, I don't really give a shit. I will become Hokage whether I am a genin forever or not. Date Bayo. Everyone looked at Naruto as he faced down the legendary interrogator. Ibiki Marino himself. The other test takers looked at Ibiki with confidence. All doubt removed from their senses. Ibiki looked at the group. Not one of them has a bit of doubt. Naruto, Anko sure picked well. Ibiki turned towards Naruto. Is that your final answer? Are you willing to risk everything on this last question? This is your final answer. Naruto grinned at Ibiki and answered, Abso-fucking-lutely. Naruto sat down and placed his feet on the table. Ibiki nodded his head. Well then, I am pleased to say that all of you passed. Ibiki began to crack up as he said the last sentence. Waha-ah-wah-wea. Are you fucking kidding me? Kiba yelled out as he looked at Ibiki. What about the 10th question? There was no 10th question, Mutt. The question was whether you choose to go onward or not. So all those other questions were for nothing? No, those questions were to test your information gathering skills. As a shinobi, you will have to gather information. As for the 10th question, that was to see if you had the audacity to become shinobi. Shinobi risk everything. They don't decide something is too risky. Ibiki smirked as the rest of the students understood what he meant. He looked at Naruto. Oh, and by the way, Naruto, for ruining my fun. He got a sadistic smirk on his lips as Naruto began to shiver. Take this! He pulled out a water balloon and threw it right at the blonde. Naruto tried to catch it, but before it even got to him, it exploded, scattering its contents all over him. Naruto started flailing his arms around. Help me! The torture guy he looked at his arms, seeing no reaction, but Ibiki and fluids. He looked at Ibiki, who was grinning like a madman. At the very least, I expected a burning sensation all over my... He sniffed the air. Why do I smell like dango? He suddenly realized the implications. Oh, fuck me. He looked at Ibiki. She is the proctor, isn't she? Ibiki smirked. Oh, you will find out. He put up 3 fingers. In 3, 2, 1. Crash. The glass window shattered as a black ball came right through the window, sending shards all over the place. The ball unfurled to reveal a large sign saying, I am Anko Mitarashi, soon to be Namikaze, proctor of the second exam. Naruto was dreading this. For many reasons. Anko jumped in front of them and grinned. All right, maggots. Get your asses in gear because… Dango! Anko started looking around once she smelt the heavenly scent of Dango. Naruto began to slowly leave the room. Dango! When Anko jumped on him and started licking his face, as it smelt and tasted like Dango. Naruto was blushing like a tomato. Hinata was glaring at Anko, wanting to do that to her Naruto-kun. Yujito meanwhile was having an argument with herself. No way. How dare she touch my Naruto-kun? Oh, he doesn't even know your feelings. But if he did, I would swoop in and… I'd… Bad thoughts, bad thoughts. Anko kept licking Naruto's face and purring as she made the blonde incredibly uncomfortable. Ibiki was laughing his ass off at the spectacle before him. Kotetsu walked behind Ibiki and said, Ibiki, was that really worth it? Ibiki quickly stopped laughing. What do you mean? Izumo answered for him. Well, every person that has humiliated Naruto has ended up… Well, remember the jonin that was proctoring for his class and made a fool out of him the entire class? And a week later he showed up being covered in glue and chicken feathers and smelling like grilled chicken? Ibiki nodded his head. What do you think Naruto is going to do to you now that you have reduced him to a salt lick? Realization struck Ibiki. Oh shit. I have to go Naruto-proof my house. He ran out the broken window as Anko continued to lick Naruto like he was a lollipop. Naruto looked at Anko. Anko-chan. I know you are enjoying this, but we really need to get to testing. Anko continued to lick his cheeks. Let's get to the next test or I will not make any more dango. Anko's eyes widened. Naruto's dango was more delicious than that of any nearby dango shop. She quickly jumped off Naruto and looked at him with puppy dog tears. Naruto merely gave her a stern glance as he crossed his arms. Oh fine. Anko pouted as she turned to the rest of the class. All right everybody. The next test is tomorrow at Training Ground 44. Don't be late. Anko turned towards Naruto's direction, to find that he had disappeared in a swirl of leaves. Oh now you've done it. The hunt is on. Anko jumped out the window and started looking for the blonde Haku, Kisi, Hinata, Suzuri, and the rest of the genins looked at the broken window. Well, this is odd. The next day, Naruto and the rest of the genins that passed the exams had arrived at the Forest of Death. Anko had already explained everything, and now the teams were outside of their respective gates, waiting for the signal to begin the exams. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura were all at the ready. Naruto had Mizuoni in his right hand. Sasuke was holding his new katana which was made by Toshiro. It channeled his lightning chakra, and Sakura was wearing a special glove that she had bought from a shinobi store. It allowed her to channel her chakra into more devastating strikes. The gates suddenly were hit with a pulse of chakra and opened. The three shot into the forest and immediately went about trying to find a team they could fight. Meanwhile, Yujito was looking around the forest for Naruto. She did not want to admit it, but she was obsessed with the blonde beyond measure. She looked around, hoping she could find the blonde Chigon holder. Neither team noticed a sadistic smile creeping on the lips of Akusa Genin, who had a snake-like aura about her. With Naruto grumbled to himself. So far he had kicked the ass of at least 3 rain genin, and not one of them even carried a scroll. He got back to their rendezvous point and found Sasuke and Sakura sitting there in aggravation. Nothing, huh? Well shit. Naruto began scratching the back of his head, trying to think of something, when he suddenly felt a dark aura. He turned around and began to scan the aura around him. He quickly activated his Byakugan, and found that there was a large Kaga-level chakra about 100 meters behind him, and a large wave of chakra was coming right at them, shit. Before they could even move they were blasted by a wave of raw wind and chakra. Naruto was shot through the trees, while Sasuke and Sakura slammed into a nearby branch. The two pushed themselves and saw a grass ninja walking through the cloud of dirt created by the wave. He smirked as he grabbed his face, and with a swift motion pulled it clean off, revealing his true face. Ah, Sasuke-kun. It's been a while. Sasuke snarled in hatred as he looked at the same man. That sparked the Uchiha Civil War, Orochimaru. Naruto. Naruto smashed into a tree and crashed through several branches as he fell to the forest floor. He pushed himself off as his mask cracked in half. Ah shit! Now I can't hide my dojutsus. Naruto pushed himself up and dusted off his pants. But suddenly stopped when he heard a loud hiss. He snapped his head around as he was swallowed by a massive snake monster. Well shit! He began to try and irritate the snake, hoping he could get the hell out of there. If he only had... Naruto slapped himself in the forehead as he remembered he had a badass sword right at his side. He grabbed it and charged his chakra through it. The sword immediately began to drain the water out of the snake's body, causing it severe discomfort. Naruto kicked the driest area near his feet and managed to open a hole. He slid out and landed on his own 2 feet. He watched as the snake shriveled up and fell into a heap of dust and sand. Naruto smirked as he walked up to the pile of dirt and snake bones. Well, how about that? It bit off more than it could chew. Ha 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 ha. Okay then, time to get back to my squad. Naruto jumped into the trees and engaged his Byakugan, hoping he could find his squad throughout this mess. Sasuke, Sakura, and Orochimaru. Sasuke roared in anger as he ran at the snake Sannin, swinging his katana around like a maniac while trying, and failing, to properly charge lightning chakra through the blade. Orochimaru chuckled. Oh, why so upset, Sasuke-kun? Aren't you glad that since there are less Uchihas you don't have to compare yourself to so many? Orochimaru jumped back as Sasuke rammed his sword at him. You up? Because of you I lost all but a small percentage of my family. Orochimaru chuckled at Sasuke's remark. My fault hardly. Admit I provided them with a few weapons to carry out their civil war, but they did all the fighting on their own. Sasuke pulled out a 3-point raptor shuriken and threw it at Orochimaru, who quickly blocked it with a kunai knife. I must say your aim has in fact gotten better. Though, you are still nowhere strong enough to beat me. Well, how about me? Orochimaru turned around and was barely able to dodge a flurry of blue fire. He shot his head up to see Yujito, Samui, and Karui in battle stances, glaring at the snake Sannin. Just who are you 3? Samui stepped forwards. I am Samui, genin of Kumogakure no Sato, student of Kurabi Yatsuki. Karui grinned. I am Karui, student of Kurabi Yatsuki, and his fiancée. Yujito got a massive grin as blue fire trailed up her arms. I am Yujito ni Yatsuki, Reikage in training, and daughter of the Reikage, and the Nibi no Bakaniko. The 3 kunoichi jumped at Orochimaru, all at the ready to strike him. Orochimaru grinned and was about to make a hand sign, when he felt cold steel press against the back of his neck. And I am Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Orochimaru turned around to see Naruto swing Mizuoni. Your executioner! Orochimaru ducked the Mizu Oni and sent a pile-driving kick to Naruto's chest, who blocked it after examining it with his Sharingan. Naruto jumped back and performed a set of hand signs. Katan, Gokaku no Jutsu. Naruto inhaled deeply and blew out a massive ball of fire large enough to consume an entire building. Orochimaru jumped to the side as he performed his own hand signs. Kuchios no Jutsu? A large puff of smoke appeared in the middle of the forest as a massive black adder revealed itself behind Orochimaru. Kill him! The giant snake charged at Naruto with its fangs bared. Naruto sliced open his palm and yelled, Kuchios no Jutsu! An even larger plume of smoke came over the clearing. The snake blindly dove into the smoke cloud. Sha'ea waha! While a large hiss was heard along with the crunching of bones and flesh. Suddenly the plume of smoke dispersed with the flick of a massive tail, revealing a sight that terrified Orochimaru to his core. A massive snake with black and brown armor that looked like it should be on a tank and a tail with 7 long whip-like spikes on it. The snake also had a large frilled hood, suggesting it was a cobra, and had a long set of spines rolling down its back. The snake's eyes were a golden color, and it had fangs that looked like it could tear through a summoned beast, which it was currently doing. The cobra was swallowing down the black adder Orochimaru had summoned, and had finished everything up to the tail. It then slurped down the rest of it. B-U-R-R-R-R-R-R-P. The snake placed its tail over its mouth. Excuse me. Naruto looked at the snake. Serpos? How are you doing? The snake bowed. I am doing all right, Naruto-sama. Albeit I am a bit hungry still. That snake wasn't very filling. Naruto shook his head. But he wasn't really surprised. Serpo's was the same size as Kyuubi in her full demon form. Yeah, sorry about that. But listen. He pointed to Orochimaru. The reason I called you here is because I need some help fighting that guy. You think you can help me? Serpos quirked his eye and looked at Orochimaru, grinning like Anko does before she kills somebody. Oh boy! Not another one. Serpos looked at Naruto. Sure. Why not? Besides, Anko-sama will be very happy. Serpos coiled up and got ready to strike. Orochimaru jumped back and sliced open his palm. I'm not finished yet. Kuchios no Jutsu? A plume of smoke the same size as the on Serpos came and appeared as Orochimaru used a large amount of chakra. Serpo's eyes narrowed as his hood and back frill began to rattle and shake. Once the smoke cleared, a snake the same size as Serpo's appeared. It had a purple color to it, along with black stripes going along the length of its body. It had 4 horn-like protrusions at the back of its head, and it had a powerful aura around it. It was Manda, the snake boss, and by the looks of it, he was really hungry. Manda turned towards Orochimaru and hissed in annoyance, Orochimaru, how dare you summon me? You had better have my sacrifices this time, you little worm. Orochimaru looked at Manda and scoffed. No, but I can do you one better. He turned to look in Naruto's direction. I know how much you love to eat humans, but I know you like a challenge even more, and I believe that cobra right there should be enough. Manda turned towards Serpos and looked at him, calculating his power. Serpos was equal in size to him, and he had an aura about him that screamed power. Manda took a closer look and saw that in place of usual serpent eyes, Serpos had the Rinnegan. Manda grinned with absolute glee. A Rinnegan summon. Finally, a worthy opponent. Manda coiled as his scales seemed to sharpen. Our battle will be legendary. Manda shot at Serpos with absolute killing intent while the giant cobra struck out as well. The 2 giant serpents thrashed the forest as they struck and bit at each other. Naruto and Orochimaru brought out their swords and got into a kinjutsu stance. Well, Orochimaru, while our summons are fighting, how about we finish this? Naruto quickly activated the first stage of his Sharingan, knowing he was going to need it. Orochimaru grinned as he swung his Kusanagi. I couldn't agree more. The 2 jumped at each other and crossed blades. Clang. Quickly separating, they jumped at each other again and crossed their swords as they weaved around as if they were in a dance. Naruto bent backwards as Orochimaru swung, then diverted his foot and flipped forwards as he jumped over the Sannin, who quickly blocked his slashes. Naruto landed on the ground and skidded backwards, cursing as he clutched the cut on his arm. Damn. Unlike Odaku, Orochimaru isn't so stupid as to underestimate his opponents, no matter how young they are. Naruto got up and twirled his blade. Looks like I have to take it up a notch. Naruto jumped at Orochimaru and swung downwards. Orochimaru kicked at the blade with a roundhouse kick and then sent his Kusanagi to strike at Naruto. Naruto quickly swung Mizuoni back around and diverted the blade to keep it from striking him. Meanwhile, Yujito, Karui, and Samui were watching Naruto fight. Amazing, damn Yujito, you picked well. Karui thought as she looked at her old friend. Samui was thinking on similar lines. Damn. And here I was making jokes about him. Yujito was grinning as she looked at Naruto. My god. He is so hot. I just want to... Bad Yujito, bad. Sasuke watched Naruto take on Orochimaru, and actually felt a little jealous. Damn. I have been training for years to kill that bastard, and he is taking him with no sweat at all. Sakura was standing back, hoping to avoid any conflict. She was no fool. She knew her skills as a shinobi were mediocre at best, so she would only get in the way here. Serpos bit down on Manda's side and thrashed about, sending the massive snake into a large row of trees. Had enough yet, Manda? The giant snake boss grinned as he coiled himself for another strike. Not even close. Manda bit into Serpos' side and rammed the giant cobra into the trees behind him. Naruto and Orochimaru were clashing blades, and Orochimaru was starting to overpower him. Kukuku. Face it, Naruto-kun. I am superior to you. He was about to push forward. when the trees were torn down as Serpos and Manda came through, sending tons of debris everywhere. Naruto was so shocked that he was not able to react to Orochimaru kicking him in the stomach as he fell backwards. Serpos screamed in agony as Manda released his grip on Serpos' side. Ha! Damn! I haven't had this much fun in years. Serpos managed to free his tail from under the debris and slashed at Manda with the sharpened barbs. H. Manda slithered back and coiled through the trees as Serpos tore the branches off of itself. Let's see how much fun you have being digested in my stomach. Serpos hissed as he unhinged his jaws, shooting towards Manda as he bit down on Manda's head. The snake boss struggled as Serpos began to try and swallow him. Manda pulled his tail forward and slashed it across Serpos' eye, making the cobra let go as his unhinged jaw hung loosely for a moment. Manda panted as Serpos used his tail to rehinge his jaw. You are pretty strong. If you weren't already a member of the Rinnegan Summons, I would offer you a place at my side as one of the Snake Lords. But I guess I will just have to settle as having you becoming my most prized trophy. Serpos coiled and hissed as he suddenly shot at Manda, who quickly did the same. The two were about to clash fangs, when Serpos suddenly twisted and redirected his strike to behind Manda. The snake boss was so shocked, he barely noticed the whip-like tail slash at him before Serpos began to wrap his own body around Manda's own. Manda tried to bite at Serpos, but the giant cobra was making sure Manda did not move. Thanks for the offer, but I like living, thank you very much. Manda continued to struggle, until he sighed and went limp in Serpos' grip. Alright, you win this round, Kukuku. But mark my words, Serpos, the next time we meet will be different. Until then, goodbye. Manda was engulfed in a cloud of smoke as Serpos found Manda missing. The giant cobra could not help but grin at the fact he found a worthy opponent, and he eagerly awaited for the next time. Meanwhile, Naruto was struggling to remove a few large tree limbs off of his body. Naruto had almost gotten the last tree limb off of him, when Orochimaru seemed to pop out of nowhere as he grinned maliciously at Naruto. I must say I am impressed. Few have ever been able to cross blades with me and live to tell about it. Crack. Naruto's eyes widened. He reached up and felt his mask had cracked, and the crack was growing. Shit! Of all the times this thing could crack, it had to be in front of a person who would kill for my Dōjutsu. Orochimaru saw Naruto's panic and quirked an eye, especially when he reached up to his mask. What could he possibly be hiding underneath that mask? Orochimaru shot his hand out and grabbed the mask. Let's find out. Naruto's eyes widened in horror. Son of a bitch, crack, and the mask came flying off, revealing his 4 Dōjutsu eyes. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. I'm impossible. Orochimaru looked at Naruto. His top right eye had the black pupil held in all Uchihas, and he saw a tint of red, showing he had an active Sharingan in it. The eye beneath it was electric blue, showing that he had Namake's blood, along with an active Saishugan. The eye next to that one had the pure white of a Hyuga, and the one above it had a light ring pattern in it. Orochimaru's smirk turned to a happy grin, and then a psychotic one as he realized what he had found. A human being with all 4 Dōjutsu. Ha 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 ha. Perfect. The absolute perfect host. Forget Sasuke, you will be the perfect body. I will become unstoppable. Orochimaru threw his head forward, and it soared towards him as his neck lengthened tremendously. Naruto closed his eyes, waiting for the pain. He heard the sound of small sharp points piercing flesh, but felt nothing. He opened his eyes to see Sasuke standing in front of him with a smirk. You owe me for this one. Sasuke was tossed aside as Orochimaru continued forward and punctured Naruto's flesh. Ag! Naruto grabbed the place of puncture and inadvertently activated his Saishugan. There was an infectious chakra in Naruto's body, and it was eating away at his natural chakra network. Naruto grimaced as Orochimaru pulled backwards, barely dodging strikes from Karui, Samui, and Yujito. Yujito shouted as her body lit with blue fire. What did you do to him? Orochimaru chuckled as he began to melt into a tree. I gave Naruto a gift that will make him come to me. Orochimaru disappeared into the tree as a single echo carried throughout the forest. Give Anko my regards. Yujito cursed and ran over to Naruto, who was holding his shoulder in pain. Naruto-kun, are you alright? Naruto hissed in pain as he looked at Yujito. No, My body feels like and liquid metal is being poured into my veins. Yujito moved Naruto's hand away and found 2 puncture marks on his neck, and what looked to be 3 poorly drawn tomos. Naruto-kun, there is something on your neck. Naruto looked over his shoulder, and his eyes widened. Shit, a curse seal. Damn it. That bastard marked me. Naruto tried to get up, but fell back over as the pain was too much. Shit. If I don't get rid of this thing, I am screwed. But how? Naruto had asked Anko-chan about her curse seal and had found it was impossible to remove without either A, killing the host, or B, killing the seal's creator completely, body and soul. Naruto then remembered something. His Saishugen second stage Kurai Saishugen was far stronger than his regular Saishugen, and it all the curse seal was his corrupted chakra. Naruto activated his Saishugen. I really hope this works, and sent it straight to the second stage. Naruto focused on the dark chakra eating away at his coils and began to force it back. The process of removal felt worse than any beating he had ever endured. The chakra condensed as it tried to get back into Naruto's coils. No, I refuse to become a host for a pathetic corrupted chakra like this. Naruto doubled his efforts to remove the chakra, and it finally began to recede. Yujito, Karui, Samui, and the now present Sakura, who was checking over Sasuke's wounds, watched as the process took place. The 3 tomos began to dissolve and turn into dust as the 2 fang marks completely opened. A black fluid seeped out of it and flowed down Naruto's back, while a purple miasma floated in the air. The liquid had barely reached the lower back before it lit ablaze and fell apart. The miasma was blown away by the wind as Naruto fell over panting. That took a lot out of me, and collapsed into unconsciousness. Yujito grabbed Naruto's form and looked at everyone. Come on, we have to get him to a safe place quickly. Karui nodded as she also helped with Naruto, while Samui assisted Sakura with Sasuke. They jumped down and ran through the trees to help their comrade, never taking notice of the fiend watching them, even when it hissed in delight before disappearing in a black flash. Odaku's lair. Odaku was laying on a table, while a fiend was checking over him. He sighed in annoyance. The regeneration of his power was taking too long for his liking. So, what is the verdict? How soon can I possibly regain my power? The fiend sighed as it looked at Odaku. I apologize, master, but unfortunately, we cannot regenerate your lost power. It is as the legends say, once a kitsune loses their power, they lose it for good. Odaku backhanded the fiend and sent it plummeting to its death in the fiery lava beneath it. Cursed fiend, you're all useless. He released a massive amount of killing intent, terrifying the 20 or so fiends he had collected since his battle with Naruto. Odaku sighed as he sat back down. I can't get my old powers back, huh? Well, it looks like I will have to find new ones. Odaku was about to head to the library to see if he could find something, when a fiend appeared before him in a black flash. Sire, I have news, my lord. Odaku looked at the fiend and spoke. Speak, vermin, or I shall feast upon your bones. The fiend trembled as it kneeled lower. Sire, it would appear that there is a source of power that might be able to make up for your loss of tails. And it seems we can also get a sample of that blonde brat's DNA. Odaku grinned in delight as he grabbed the fiend's chin. I'm listening, intently. Back in the forest of death. Naruto was lying on his back, recovering from the sudden usage of his Saishugen's second level. Granted, his usage of the Saishugen did not use too much chakra, but the curse seal was interfering with his chakra, making it much harder to control. Sasuke, however, was burning up terribly. His body was so hot that there was a light bit of steam coming off him as his body heat met the cool air of the forest area they were in. Yujito watched over Naruto as Karui and Samui assisted Sakura with Sasuke. They were much better in medical jutsu than her, so it was only smart that they be the ones to assist in healing Sasuke. Yujito looked down at the sleeping blonde and traced his cheekbones. Naruto-kun. If only I could tell you how I feel. She continued to trace Naruto's face as Karui wrapped bandages around Sasuke's head that were soaked in a cooling balm. Sakura took his temperature and sighed. It hasn't gone down by more than half a degree. He's still at about 102. If this keeps up, We won't be able to continue through the exams. Samui patted Sakura's head. Ah, cheer up. If there is one thing I remember about Uchihas, it's that they are really durable. Not quite as durable as an Akimichi, mind you, but they can put up with a lot of pain. Hell, they have to. Otherwise, they would never be able to use their Dōjutsu or any of its Hijitsu. Sakura looked at Samui. What do you mean? Samui sighed as she readjusted the rag. Sharingan is unique in that if one uses it for too long, they will suffer severe amounts of pain while using other types of chakra for ninjutsu and jinjutsu. Fire-based chakra seems to be the only exception, along with jinjutsu cast by their own eyes. But their Hijitsu, it causes them so much pain that it is a miracle they can survive it. Uchihas who have managed to fight back this pain end up becoming almost as strong as a Sannin, at least in ninjutsu prowess. Samui shrugged her shoulders. Or so I've heard. It could all just be a load of baloney made up by some random writer. I never bothered to look. Sakura sighed as she adjusted Sasuke's arms. Way to reassure me. The four kunoichi were so preoccupied watching over the two Dōjutsu users that they never noticed the three Otogenin in the bushes nearby, with Kishi, Haku, and Suzuri. Kishi suddenly stopped as she suddenly felt an ominous force around her. She looked in the direction she was going to, and felt pulled to head further. What is it? She did not bother to think of what it was and jumped through the trees. Haku and Suzuri saw her jump in a different direction. QB, wait! Suzuri yelled, but she either ignored her or didn't hear her. Shit, Haku, said Ice User, turned towards Suzuri. We have to go catch QB, now. The two quickly followed after Kishi, who had sped up her jumping. Kishi felt her dragon tattoo burn, and she lightly clutched it. Damn, why now? Naruto. Naruto's eyes groggily opened as he felt his tattoo. It felt like it was being shocked as wind passed over it. Damn it! Naruto opened his eyes and was greeted by the gentle smile of Yujito ni. Naruto-kun, you're awake. She quickly glomped Naruto and purred happily as she rubbed her cheeks against his face. Karui shook her head. Yujito, please give him some space. He did just wake up, you know. Yujito pouted as she let go of him. Naruto scratched the back of his neck. Thanks, what happened? Before anyone could answer, well, look at what we have here. Everyone turned to see the three Otogenin. We got ourselves for Kunoichi, a tired blonde brat with extra eyes, and an unconscious Uchiha. How could things possibly be any easier? Zaku raised his hands. I'll kill the blonde brat and the Uchiha, but I think I am going to have some fun with those Kunoichi. The blonde one has quite a set of tits, and I have to say the dark chick looks exotic. Dosu snarled at Zaku. You fucking pig. You are absolutely disgusting. I want you to know that. Kin scoffed. Yeah, you are pitiful, Zaku. Zaku snarled at Kin. Watch it, you bitch, or I am going to take you next. Dosu got in front of Kin and snarled. Over my dead body, you little shit. Kin got between the two. Enough, you two. Orochimaru-sama wants us to take down these three. Arguing is not going to help us here. Dosu and Zaku glared at each other before turning their attention back to the group of genin. Fine. But we will finish this later, Zaku. Zaku scoffed. Whatever, bandage boy. Naruto stood up and tried to get on his 2 feet while Yujito, Samui, and Karui got into fighting positions. No fucking way are we going to go down without a fight. The 3 Oto genin were about to attack. Katan, Hozenka no Jutsu, Kitsune Bai, Hayatan, Ryu Bofusetsu. The 3 Oto genin quickly had to dodge a hail of phoenix-shaped fire, green flames, and a dragon made of ice. Kishi, Haku, and Suzuri jumped in front of the Konoha and Kumo genin as they got into stances. Kishi turned towards Naruto. Naruto-kun, let's finish this now. Naruto nodded his head as he pushed himself up. Naruto stumbled next to Kishi. Time to use M? Indicating to the tattoos. Kishi nodded as she cut her palm, as Naruto cut his own. She slashed the blood over the tattoo while Naruto swallowed 3 chakra replenishing pills, and then quickly slashed the blood over his own tattoo. Kishi and Naruto performed a dragon hand sign, Kuchios no Jutsu. A cloud of smoke appeared before both of them. The Oto Genin stepped back as they saw the smoke begin to clear. They pulled out their own separate weapons, wanting to be ready for whatever came out of there. But everyone face-vaulted at what was summoned. In front of Naruto was a blue-colored dragon with yellow fur-like spines going down its back. Its wings had long blue feathers covering the usual bat-like dragon wings. It shivered as it moved its wings and looked around. It had pure golden eyes and a snake-like form. It had sharp claws on its 4 legs and had 6 bone-like protrusions that guarded the muscle around the wing. In front of Kisi was a red lizard-like dragon with a small horn on its nose. It opened its eyes, revealing them to be glowing gold. Its wings were bat-like, and its legs seemed very fit. It had developing armor, and along its spine was a long red frill. But what shocked them was the fact that the dragons were only a foot longer than Akamaru was. Zaku cracked up laughing as he pointed at them. "You, ha ha ha. Those are what was so amazing? Ha 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 ha. Oh man, this is going to be easier than I thought." Zaku raised his hand and held out his palm. "Say goodbye." Zaku was about to fire off a blast of air when a dark, ominous aura washed over them. They looked in the direction that the aura was felt and found Sasuke Uchiha struggling to get up, while black marks seemed to crawl across his body. "What was going to be easier than you thought?" Sasuke charged at Zaku with his fist reared back. He swung it at the Oto Nin, who quickly used a shunshin to jump out of the way. Sasuke's fist smashed into the ground, leaving a small crater where it struck. Zaku grinned. "Is that all you got, brat? If that's the case, I will finish this fight in one blow." He held both his arms out. Zankaha! A blast of air came out of both his palms, heading straight for Sasuke. Sasuke quickly jumped out of the way and rolled before he righted himself, grinning madly at Zaku. Naruto saw the curse marks covering his body. "Shit. If he uses too much of that, then not even my Kurai Saishugen is going to get that accursed mark off of him." Naruto turned towards Suzuri. "Suzuri-chan," said Uchiha girl, snapped her head towards Naruto. "Yes, Naruto-kun?" He pointed at Sasuke. "We need to stop your brother now, or he is going to go completely mad from the power." He grabbed his dragon and passed it to Haku. "Could you please keep an eye on it until I finish up Haku-chan?" Haku nodded her head. "Of course, Naruto-kun." He nodded his head and ran towards Zaku, while Suzuri ran at her brother. Zaku was about to fire off another Zankaha, when Naruto suddenly appeared next to him. "Hey airhead, how about a little taijutsu?" Naruto sent a kick straight at Zaku, who barely managed to block it with his arms. Zaku sneered. "Is that all you got, kid?" Naruto grinned at Zaku's question, and suddenly Zaku felt a sharp strike to his back. Behind Zaku was a shadow clone of Naruto. Of course not. The two then kicked at Zaku at the same time, forcing the Oto Genin to cough up blood. They then flipped over while still in the air and did a heel drop kick directly to Zaku's head, sending him straight towards the ground with a crash. Suzuri meanwhile was restraining Sasuke, who was trying his hardest to break free of Suzuri's grip so he could kill the Oto Genin. Kin and Dosu began to sweat profusely. They were outnumbered more than 3-1. Zaku was unconscious, and by the looks of it, if they tried to fight, they would lose in about 10 seconds. They looked at each other, then did probably the smartest thing they had done that day. "We surrender!" They shot their arms up and quivered. Naruto picked up Zaku's unconscious body and looked at the two remaining Oto Genin. Smart move. Especially since this guy is going to die for his threats to rape these nice girls? He indicated to Karui, Samui, and Yujito. Dosu seemed to smile, if the curve in his bandages was anything to go by. "Go ahead. By all means. Neither of us liked him anyways." Naruto smiled as he took out Mizuoni. "Glad you agree." Naruto sliced off Zaku's head and threw his body in the middle of the clearing. Now, to deal with Sasuke's curse mark. He walked over to his teammate, who was still thrashing like crazy. Naruto activated his Kurai Saishugen and focused on Sasuke's curse mark. This is bad. Too much of the chakra has already seeped into his body. The chance of him surviving the procedure is limited. Damn. If I could only use a neutralizing chakra, I could. Naruto stopped his thinking and turned to Kisi. Kisi saw Naruto looking at him. Naruto-kun, what are you doing?" Naruto stood. "Kisi, I need your help removing Sasuke's curse mark. Too much of the dark chakra has seeped into his system, and if I try to remove the curse mark now, he could die from the procedure. Your chakra is naturally corrosive and should be able to neutralize the chakra that is already in his body. Kisi winced. But if I put too much chakra into his body, I might destroy his chakra network, killing him. Naruto nodded. I know. But at this point, using your chakra is a better option. Kisi sighed. All right, let's do it. She walked forward and kneeled next to Naruto as he indicated to the places where she needed to apply her Yuki. As she did so, Naruto focused on the mark. Sasuke began to scream in pain as the Yuki burned away at the chakra in his body. Naruto, meanwhile, was trying to get the developed mark to come off. Sasuke screamed even louder as the curse mark began to melt off, taking a bit of his flesh with it. The liquefied mark traveled down his back and instantly caught fire, burning away. Sasuke fell over panting as he clutched his shoulder. It felt as if his entire chakra network had been covered in gasoline and then lit with a match. He turned to look at the smiling Naruto and punched him in the face. OW. Goddammit, Sasuke, what the fuck was that for? Sasuke grabbed the blonde by the shirt and shouted. That hurt like a fucking bitch, you stupid asshole. I thought I was going to pass out from the pain. Everyone's sweat dropped as the two genin were practically at each other's throats. 2 days later. Team 7, 8, 10, Team Guy, Team Momochi, the Kumo team, the Suna team, and an unnamed Konoha team, along with the 2 Oto genins, arrived at the tower. They were not exactly in the best of shape, but were still capable of fighting. Anko looked at the genin. I know I said their numbers would decrease, but I was expecting the single digits. There are still 24 genins left, not including those 2 Oto genins, but then again they aren't fighting. Looks like we are going to have a tournament this year. Wow. First time in about 20 years. Hayate Gecko stepped out. Attention everyone. My name is Hayate Gecko. I will be the proctor for this stage in the Chunin exams. However, since there are too many of you remaining, we will have to do a preliminary exam first. The blonde girl on the Suna team spoke up. Preliminary? What for? Hayate sighed. Well, for some reason there are more genins in this round of the Chunin exams. It is either because the tests we too easy or we just have a more powerful crop this year. The fact is that there are too many of you for the final round, as there are going to be many lords and influential people who would become possible benefactors in future missions. As such, we need to narrow down the Chunin applicants by a series of preliminary rounds. He pointed to a blackboard with 2 computerized boxes. Up there, 2 individuals will be chosen to fight. The winner will proceed on to the final round of the Chunin exams. The board suddenly began to run through names. Everyone watched with anticipation as they waited for who would go first. Finally, the names stopped, revealing the first 2 competitors. Tenten Kusagana versus Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Tenten grinned as she looked at Naruto. All right, I get to fight against Kushina-sama's son. Awesome! She practically leapt into the arena as she grabbed her weapon scrolls. Naruto sighed as he jumped down to the arena and got ready to fight. Hey Naruto. Naruto looked up at Tenten. How about we make this fight a bit more interesting? Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm listening. Tenten smirked. No dojutsu, no ninjutsu, no genjutsu. Only taijutsu and weapons. If you win, I will sell your family any weapon they want half price. But if I win, you ask your friend to forge me a weapon just as good as Mizuoni. Deal. Naruto placed his hand on his chin and let a grin cross his features. Get ready to start cutting prices in half, 'cause you aren't going to win this fight. He pulled out Mizuoni and swung it downwards, grinning as Tenten readied her weapon scrolls. Hayate looked at the 2. The first match, between Tenten Kusagana and Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Hajime. He leapt out of the way as Tenten jumped in the air, unrolling her scrolls. Tenten smiled as she grabbed at the scroll, and a cloud of smoke covered her arm. She pulled it back out and revealed a Kusarigama. She threw the Kusarigama at Naruto, who simply stood there. Naruto then swung Mizuoni, striking at the Kusarigama. He then grabbed the chain and tugged on it. Tenten, who was still holding on to the chain, was dragged towards Naruto, who quickly spun around and sent a kick straight towards her chest. She quickly let go of the chain and readjusted herself, but ended up getting kicked in the shoulder. She rolled several feet before she jumped back up, and skidded backwards about 10 feet. Naruto smiled as he began to spin Mizuoni. Not bad, Tenten. But how about you show me what you are really capable of? Tenten winced as she clutched her shoulder. All right then, how about this? She pulled out 2 small scrolls and rolled them out as she leapt in the air. Madogai looked on in shock at what she was doing. She is using that technique so soon? Tenten began to spin in the air, before a cloud of smoke covered her, and the 2 spinning scrolls. She looked at Naruto and shouted, Sashoryu! Suddenly hundreds of throwing weapons flew towards Naruto with incredible speed and accuracy. Naruto's eyes widened. Oh shit! He ran towards his left, avoiding the projectiles as quickly as he could. The weapons impaled the cement and left spiderweb cracks everywhere they struck, causing the repair teams to groan at how much they were going to have to fix the arena. Tenten grinned as she pulled out 2 Fuma Shuriken. Hey Naruto, see if you can dodge this. She threw the 2 shuriken at Naruto, who was so preoccupied with the other weapons that he had pinned himself. Naruto saw the 2 shuriken. Oh shit! Can't get out of here. He then remembered a technique his mother had taught him before the exams. I guess now would be a good time to field test it. Naruto lowered himself into an unfamiliar sword stance as the 2 shuriken came flying at him. He positioned his sword horizontally across his chest and took in a deep breath. His eyes snapped open as he jumped at the 2 shuriken and twisted himself in the air. He swung his sword at the 2 shuriken. Clang, crack, and they were sliced in 2 parts as they impaled the wall behind Naruto. Naruto landed on his own 2 feet, panting from using the technique. Tenten looked at Naruto in shock as she landed. What the hell was that? You sliced those 2 shuriken like a hot knife through butter. Naruto smirked as he held up his blade. It was a technique my mother taught me before the exams. Using an equal amount of speed and strength, and focusing at a single point, I am able to focus a powerful force into a single lethal strike. Tenten's eyes widened as she was practically drooling at the sound of the technique. Please teach me. Naruto chuckled as he held out Mizuoni. Maybe after this stage. Now, on to round 2? Tenten smiled as she grabbed a blue scroll. I guess so. She rolled out the scroll and bit her thumb before she traced it over the various seals on the scroll. There was a cloud of smoke as she pulled out the scroll's contents. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw what Tenten pulled out. It was a massive spiked club about 10 feet long, not including the handle, and it had a red grip. The end of the grip had a human skull carved into the metal. Tenten was grinning madly as she lifted the club. Let's finish this! Ha 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 ha! She ran at Naruto, leaving a long trail behind her as she dragged the club. Naruto got back into his sword stance and swung Mizuoni as Tenten swung the club over her shoulders and down onto Naruto. Naruto blocked the incoming club, making a few sparks fly off as the 2 metals clashed against each other. He then quickly jumped out of the way as the club came down and ran at Tenten. Tenten could not move out of the way and closed her eyes as she expected the blade to impale her, only to feel a cold touch to her neck. She opened them to see Naruto grinning at her, all 4 of his eyes looking into her own. I win! Heiei saw that the match was Naruto's and spoke up. The winner of the first match is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. There were cheers that erupted amongst the viewing crowd as Naruto removed his blade from Tenten's throat. Nice job, Tenten, you almost beat me there. Tenten smiled. Yeah, but I still lost. She looked down with a sad look on her face. Hey, don't be that way, Tenten. Just because you lost doesn't mean it's the end of the world. It just means you know what not to do when fighting someone like me. He placed his hand on her shoulder. Look, how about you come by sometime this week? My mother will be training me and the girls for the final rounds of the Chun exams. We can see what needs improvement, and maybe even make you a good sword. Tenten instantly perked up at this. Really? Naruto smiled. Really? He went to walk away. Then he suddenly turned around. Question. How the hell are you able to carry that thing? He said, pointing to the large club. Tenten went to answer, then looked down as she got a thoughtful look on her face. You know, I honestly have no clue. Naruto almost face-faulted. She was carrying around a club that was twice her size, and she had no idea how she was able to carry it. Do all kunoichi have some sort of inner self that makes them stronger than a jonin? His question went unanswered as he walked up the stairs, and was instantly glomped by Kishi. That was amazing, Naruto-kun. You were great! Suddenly the two dragons from before flew onto Naruto and Kishi's heads and gave a gentle screech. Naruto sighed. I wonder why these dragons are so small? I know I put a large amount of chakra into summoning them, so why are they so small? Kishi sighed, then noticed that there was a piece of paper wrapped around the leg of Naruto's dragon. Naruto-kun, what is that? Naruto looked up to where Kishi was pointing to see the piece of paper. He quickly grabbed it and unrolled it. Kishi leaned over his shoulder and read the note. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, I, the Dragon Lord Ryujin, have placed this letter upon your dragon to explain a few things. Once you summon your dragon, they are to be your life partners. They will grow as you grow, and will only allow you to be their master. Normally we dragons do not allow such things to occur, but you two are a special case. As such you two have been given a hatchling each. Naruto, yours if a hybrid of a wind and lightning dragon, its parents were extremely powerful in their element. Yes, this means that you have a higher affinity for lightning and wind than you do other elements. Kishi, your dragon chick is a pureblood fire dragon. Its parents were probably the fiercest fire dragons I have ever known. So this means your affinity for fire is higher than that of your other elements. Also, a word of warning for the future, we dragons live long lives, but we also grow fast. I guarantee by the end of the month, the two dragons will be at least twice the size they are now. Sincerely, Ryujin. Naruto and Kishi looked at each other. Well, I guess the next month is going to be interesting, huh? AGGHHHH. The two then looked in the arena to see Ino and Sakura punch each other in the face before they knocked each other out. They quickly turned to their senseis. What did we miss? Kakashi sighed. You missed Sasuke defeating a chakra drainer from Konoha. Zabuza finished. And you just saw the end to Sakura and Ino's fight, which lasted about 10 minutes. Naruto and Kishi slumped their shoulders that they were so out of it that they missed 2 entire matches. One that lasted 10 minutes. Hey, coughed. Okay. Turn your attention to the board to view the next competitors. The board began to run through names until it finally landed on 2 names. Kishi Kitsune versus Temari no Sabaku. Kishi grinned and planted a kiss on Naruto's forehead. Wish me luck. Naruto grinned as he saw the 2 kunoichi jump into the arena. Temari smirked as she walked towards the center of the arena. You know, your boyfriend there is pretty cute. Maybe after this match I can show him how a real woman is. Kishi's hair seemed to spike up as she snarled. Over my cold dead body, bitch. Temari shrugged her shoulders. If that's the way you like it. Hey-8 coughed. The match between Kishi Kitsune and Temari no Sabaku Hajime. Temari grinned as she completely unrolled her fan. Fusijin no Jutsu. She swung her fan, sending a wave of wind directly towards Kishi. Kishi merely smirked. Kitsune by a ball of green fire erupted from her hand and smashed into the wall of wind and traveled straight towards Temari. Temari got hit dead on with the attack and crashed into the wall. Her fan was completely destroyed, and her hair was burning at the tips. Everyone watched in shock as they saw what happened. Choji turned towards Shikamaru. What happened? I blinked and missed it. Shikamaru sighed, but was still wide-eyed at the spectacle before him. Kishi defeated that Temari girl in 1.57 seconds. Ouch. Kishi walked up to Temari, who was twitching from the pain. Kishi leaned down and smiled at Temari. Oh, and for your information, he isn't my boyfriend. A look of hope flashed across Temari's face. Really? Kishi smiled again. Nope, he's my husband, Junna. She stood up and walked back to the stairs, leaving a shocked Temari. Husband? That hottie? Is her husband? She let her head fall to the floor as the nurses surrounded her. Damn! Kishi sauntered up to Naruto and leaned into his side. How was that match, Naruto-kun? Naruto chuckled. Excellent, Kishi-chan. He leaned in to give her a kiss. Will the next 2 contestants please come down to the arena? Kishi and Naruto then looked at the board to see who had been chosen. Yujito Ni and Suzuri Uchiha.